Section 30 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1, Secular Education in Britain and the United States, Part 1, by T.W.M. Marshall. De l'éducation par Monseigneur Dupont-Loup, évêque d'Orléans, la liberté de l'enseignement supérieur par Monseigneur Dupont-Loup. Public Education in the United States by Hugh Seymour Tremin here. Thoughts selected from the writings of Horace Mann, Secretary of the Massachusetts Education Board. Nobody reproaches a tree because it sends its branches into the air and its roots into the ground. In doing so, it only obeys a natural law. When the Church claims the right to teach her own children, she does the same thing. She is a mother and loves her own, as mothers are apt to do. They need her care and would perish without it. For this end she was created, that she might secure victory to her children in their conflict with the world and the devil. That is the purpose for which she exists, and she fulfills it chiefly by teaching them. When the world says to her, as it begins to do in our day, "Give me your children to educate," it invites her to commit suicide. It might as well say to her, "Cease to exist." But that is a matter in which she has no liberty of choice. She must exist. She is not a fabric of human art, much less a product of spontaneous generation, but owes her being to the creative fiat of the Almighty. And as she is not the author of her own life, she has no power to lay it down, even if she had the wish. It is her destiny to endure till the consummation of all things. God will have it so. Fundavit eum in aeternum. Her children have never known and never will know any anxiety on that point, because her divine Founder, whose word is truth, has said that no power of earth or hell, separately or in combination, shall prevail against her. Both men and demons have done what they could and have given her a troubled life, but even her impenitent adversaries understand and confess with despair that they are doomed to perpetual defeat and she to eternal victory. When we reflect, said Macaulay, on the tremendous assaults which she has survived, we find it difficult to conceive in what way she is to perish. The special function of the Church is to teach. Go, teach all nations. She has indeed other duties towards the children of men, being, as St. Paul says, the dispenser of the mysteries of God, and the sole channel through which the most precious gifts of the Creator are distributed to the creature. They have not God for a father, was the language of the saints, who have not the Church for a mother, but it is on the vigilance with which she discharges her teaching office that her life and theirs mainly depend. Vast as is the power delegated to her by her Founder, and the might which comes from her inseparable union with him, it is with an infirm and unstable race that she has to deal, and she cannot change the conditions of her warfare. She has to protect the weak against the strong, human simplicity against diabolical craft. If her vigilance were not unsleeping, a combat so unequal could have only one issue. Only supernatural armor can resist the deadly thrust which easily pierces through all human defenses. The son of Jesse might refuse to wear a coat of mail, but it was because the sling and the stone with which he went to battle were weapons which the Lord of hosts had lent him. If the God of the armies of Israel had so willed it, he could have strangled the Philistine with a silken thread. There is no might nor strength against God, but if we would be invulnerable like David, we must be, as he was, in alliance with God. The God of David enters into covenant with no man except through his Church. Deus extra ecclesiam, said St. Anselm in Venere non potest. And therefore the Church gives her hand to us at the baptismal font, and from that hour, like a guardian angel, guides our steps, lifting us over every pitfall, driving from our path every seen enemy, and baffling those who are unseen. Woe to us if we go forth to battle without her! It will not be long before the Philistine has his foot on our neck. There is No satanical artifice so transparent and none so effective as that which tempts human imbecility to mortal combat without the only ally who can give it even a chance of victory. Yet in our own day the weakest member of the diabolical trinity has made an insane compact with the strongest, of which we begin in more than one land to see the fruits. Your fundamental mistake, says the devil to the world, is allowing the church to educate your children. Very true, replies the idiotic world, but it is not too late to correct the mistake, especially with your valuable cooperation. The result of this conference between the two unequal but sympathetic potentates is a combined resolve to throttle the human race, or as much of it as they can contrive to grasp, with secular education. The project is not entirely new, for Julian tried it not without a certain momentary appearance of success, but God took the apostate away, and the church went on teaching. The Christian church, says Guizot, saved Christianity. If the world could be induced to reason about such matters, we should ask it what it proposes to gain, even according to its own estimate of gain, by its latest bargain with Satan. But as the gentle Fenelon said, the world has still more need of reason than of faith. If it would reason first, it might end by believing. Let it consider, for example, if it desires to impart even a semblance of reason to its own chaotic proceedings, or to suggest a plausible justification of them. On what grounds it contests the right of the Church to educate her own children, and what are at this hour the ascertained results of attempting to supersede her in that function? The only reason which secularists have ever alleged is demonstrably, as far as the Church is concerned, no reason at all. People are so divided, they say, in their religious opinions, and their differences so envenomed and irreconcilable, that our only chance of making education universal is by altogether excluding religion from our program. This may be an impressive argument as respects those who do not belong to the Church, but how does it apply, however remotely, to those who do? Why should two-thirds of all the Christians in the world who abide in unity and are subject to authority be violently mulcted of their most sacred rights and reduced to spiritual famine, because the other third who are outside the Church find it easier to suppress religion altogether than to hold the same opinions about it? Cannot sectaries reap what they have sown without obliging Catholics to share their poisoned diet with them? There is only one answer to this question. It is furnished by a candid American Protestant. Secularism is not religious neutrality, he observes, but public atheism, the most intolerant and oppressive of all sectarianisms that have prevailed on earth. It is intolerable both to the secularist and the sectary that any one should believe more than he does, and as he finds to his extreme mortification that what he calls reason has no power to quench faith, and what he calls science quite as little, he goes to Parliament or Congress or Reichsrath, and says with a forehead of brass and a face which knows not how to blush, "Oblige me by putting down Christian teachers by force, and count upon my vote and that of my friends to make it worth your while." As all the governments of our day are officially atheistic, except perhaps that of Ecuador, and legislate as if there was no God, or none of whom they need take account, they reply, "Prove that your votes outnumber those of the Christians, and we are entirely at your service." The whole science of government, as practiced in the 19th century, is epitomized in that response. Is it unreasonable in Christians to desiderate in a matter of such tremendous gravity, affecting not only the future destiny, but even the present fortunes of human society, a little less of brute force and a little more of rational argument? We are open to conviction, and if the secularist can prove either that the Church has not the power, or has lost it, or has not the will, and is not likely to have it, to educate her own children and make them good citizens as well as good Christians, we will endeavor to accept school boards, if not with enthusiasm, at least with resignation. On that hypothesis, the final ruin of modern society may as well be accomplished by secular education as by anything else. If we must be buried, we are not particular about the dimensions of our tomb, the shape of the coffin, or the color of the pall. Let the worms who will feed on us dispute about that. But it is true that the Church has lost either the power or the will to do what the Most High appointed her to do. That she had both once and not long ago, nobody disputes. As late as the 17th century, one of the giant intellects of that age confessed her schools were the best ever seen on earth. Bacon, to whom men ascribe the glory of proposing the true method of cultivating science, ought to be an authority with all who quote him in that character. Aristotle was not more truly the father of inductive philosophy, according to contemporary critics, than Bacon of scientific investigation. We might perhaps dispute the statement, but have no present motive for doing so. We are content to invite materialists and secularists to listen to their own oracle. As to the art of instructing youth, said Bacon, the shortest method would be to say, consult the schools of the Jesuits, for among all that have hitherto existed there is nothing better. The immense and incontestable superiority of the Catholic schools more than a century after the pretended Reformation was so notorious that Mr. Buckle finds in it the explanation of the famous antithesis of Macaulay. 50 years after the Lutheran separation, Catholicism could scarcely maintain itself on the shores of the Mediterranean. 100 years after the separation, Protestantism could scarcely maintain itself on the shores of the Baltic. The Protestant clergy, says Mr. Buckle, destroyed the possibility of free inquiry, and so far as they were able put a stop to the acquisition of all real knowledge. They ordered their synods to have a watchful eye over those ministers who study chemistry. What would they have said to the Jesuit missionaries who, as Humboldt remarked, recorded their observations on terrestrial magnetism, and grievously reprove and censure them? The result was that many Protestants, seeing that under such a system it was impossible to educate their families with advantage, sent their children to some of those celebrated Catholic colleges where alone a sound education could then be obtained. The contrasts between the schools of the Church and those of the sects were so fundamental that a French writer says of one of the Protestant communities of his land, "S'il avait venu en que la France était perdue pour la vraie civilisation." But there was nothing new in this unwearied zeal of the Church to impart education, and to do it by the most consummate methods which genius had suggested or keen observation devised. Long ages before Bacon and other Protestant writers had attested her enormous superiority as a teacher in every branch of human knowledge over all her lagging and distanced rivals. She was founding in every part of Europe, and notably in Great Britain, those famous universities which the German Huber frankly styles a bequest from Catholic to Protestant England. As early as the 9th century, he says, in the very darkest of the so-called Dark Ages, Oxford was the seat of a school of the highest intellectual cultivation then existing. The Church did not wait for any impulse from modern thought or modern civilization, cant words which feebly veil the penury of the one and the degradation of the other, to enforce the principle upon which she has always acted, that the only limit of attainable knowledge is the limit of opportunity. Most of the continental universities, continues the Protestant Huber, originated in entire dependence on the Church, and her mode of exercising so important a trust is marked by an honorable activity. Nay, more, the new intellectual impulse sprang up not only on the domain and under the guidance of the Church, but out of ecclesiastical schools. And the great central authority to which all Christendom was then happily subject lent all its energy and influence to sustain this intellectual movement. From the beginning of the 11th century, we are still quoting Huber, the papal bulls and briefs took notes of the most minute details of management, even superintending the schools as far as the age permitted. If the Church were really indifferent or hostile to cultivation of mind and the progress of knowledge, as her mendacious detractors affect to believe, her apathy had a curious resemblance to zeal, her repugnance to sympathy, and her hatred to love. She disguised her imaginary aversion to intellectual life with such complete success that even the prejudiced Huber sees only a mournful contrast between the present and the earlier condition of our own universities. There is no question, he says, that during the Middle Ages the English universities were distinguished far more than ever afterwards by energy and variety of intellect. Such a witness deserves to be heard to the end. He is speaking, let it be observed, of a time when the Holy Apostolic See, which saints and councils called the chair of the most blessed Peter, was the supreme arbiter in all human affairs as God designed it to be, and its authority an essential part of the public law of Europe. The Church was then free as she had never been before to mould human society according to her own maxims, and to take the initiative in the whole wide field of thought and conscience, and in all that could contribute to the orderly progress of Christian communities. There were none to accuse and none to instruct her. Her action was spontaneous and unfettered, for she was truly, as Isaiah predicted, Queen of the nations. And now did she use the sovereignty which none disputed. Now is the time to judge her, when she was the beneficent mistress of a world which she had herself civilized. Later times is the candid answer of Huber to this capital question, cannot produce a concentration of men eminent in all the learning and science of the age, such as Oxford and Cambridge then poured forth, mightily influencing the intellectual development of all Western Christendom. And it was the very men, let our shameless and ungrateful generation mark the fact, who were most completely identified with the Church, who felt with her heart and thought with her mind, who were the most active and untiring agents both in stimulating the thirst for knowledge and in satisfying the desire which their own contagious example had created. It was from the sacred cloisters and the peaceful monasteries of the Church that the vast host of students of that age, allured by no sordid motive and attracted by no temporal advantage, received both the invitation to aspire to learning and the direction, equally patient and acute, of the labours to which they were nobly encouraged. It is an emphatic rebuke, says Huber, to the ignorant and sordid libellers of our own age, who can only sneer at what they do not understand, that, quote, most of these worthies were monks of the Benedictine, Franciscan, Dominican, Carmelite, or Reformed Augustinian order. End of quote. It was no languid or intermittent effort which these laborious monks inspired, but a sustained and generous enthusiasm. In consequence of this surpassing celebrity, Oxford became the focus of a prodigious congregation of students, amounting in the 13th century to 30,000, and this amazing concourse, which, as he observes, eminently testifies intellectual activity in the nation and times, was the more significant of the real character of that triumphal age of the Church, since the university was as yet very poor, and had no outward attractions to offer. And it was the same in Scotland as in England. It ought not to be forgotten, said the late James Forbes, that it is to the medieval Church that we are indebted for our universities. 3 out of the 4 universities of Scotland had Catholic bishops for their founders. It would carry us too far if we were to attempt to illustrate by example the vigorous intelligence and supreme good sense of those monastic missionaries who, as Montalembert remarks, were in reality the most direct agents, the most immediate envoys from the Holy See that had been yet seen in Christendom, and who, while they exhorted our forefathers to liberal studies, taught them self-government, that is to say, the proud independence of the free man among his fellows in the general commonwealth, and made them at the same time a nation of Christians more fervent, more liberal, more docile, and attracted to the Church, more fruitful in saintly men and women than any other contemporary nation. But if we have no space for such details, we ask permission to give a single specimen taken from a very early age of the sagacity and true enlightenment of the old English monks. St. Aldhelm, who in the 7th century was able to write both Latin and Greek, though perhaps not the Latin of Cicero nor the Greek of Thucydides, and who was buried with all honour and reverence by St. Dunstan himself, the noble successor of St. Odo, displays in the following remark the acuteness which even the empirical critics of our day, whose superficial omniscience would have provoked a kind of jovial disgust in the philosophic saints whom they generally despised, will perhaps consent to applaud. Apocryphorum enim Nemeus, said this recluse of the 7th century, et ins curtis frivolorum fabulis nequa quam Catholica receptat Ecclesia. We should like to give other examples of monkish criticism in these remote ages, but the seductive temptation must be resisted. Modern thought does not seem to us to have supplied their places, or to be likely to do so. When faith disappears, everything else goes with it, for faith, as St. Augustine said, it is a condition of knowledge as well as of all true nobility. Proofs are not wanting. The Church of God had enriched England with seminaries of learning, which were at the same time schools of exalted piety. Under the withering influence of the new national sect, they quickly ceased to be either. In the time of Edward VI, to quote Huber, once more the universities were made essentially Protestant, and every academician whose conscience forbade him to renounce Catholicism was ejected. Anthony Wood relates that in Oxford 14 heads of colleges and nearly 90 fellows were expelled, and among these were some of the most learned men. The effect was immediate, and by the reign of Elizabeth the most trustworthy evidence sets it beyond all doubt that intellectual quite as much as moral and religious interests at the universities were at so low an ebb as not to compare with far less favoured periods. As to the academical students, few in number compared with the host who flocked thither in Catholic times, their morals and sentiments are described at the same time as having been in the highest degree wild, selfish, loose, devoid of all earnestness, honour, or piety. The Catholic bequest to Protestant England had been in a few years so effective actually squandered, that, according to the decisive testimony of Anthony Wood, in Oxford itself you have to search after the Oxford University, so greatly has everything changed for the worse. In our day, to complete the history, while a few became conversant with classical learning for the sake of the pecuniary or social advancement attached to proficiency, the Protestant Bishop of Oxford has lately announced that, owing to the growing unbelief of the teaching body, he can only admit fellows of colleges to the ministry with extreme precaution. Such is the contrast between the work of the Church and the work of the sects. From the 7th to the 17th centuries, by the unsuspicious evidence of Bacon and Huber, the Church was at once the most zealous and the most efficient teacher, both of divine and human learning. She made in the same hour scholars and saints. A sure and unbroken progress of intellectual culture, says the Protestant rank, had been going on within its bosom for a series of ages. All the vital and productive elements of human culture were here united and mingled. If then the Church, as certain sociologists of our day assure us, has renounced her glorious past, abdicated, whether from exhaustion or a sense of incapacity, her teaching office, and resolved for the first time in her long history to oppose the progress of true knowledge and discountenance mental culture, we should like to ask, without expecting any reply, what intelligible token she has given of these new dispositions, wherever she is least fettered in her action, as in England, France, Holland, Ireland, Canada, and the United States. She is busily founding new educational institutions in the direction of these colleges and universities, for which she desires a constantly wider extension. Her bishops, never more worthy of their apostolic office, everywhere invite the cooperation of the highest available talent. Not a question of science, philosophy, history, literature, or art is proscribed. Every truth is welcome, because every truth is sacred. Without endowments of which she has been despoiled, she combats enemies whose resources, at least in the Old World, are mainly derived from her own rifled treasury. In every arena of fair competition, it is not her children who occupy the lowest place. A single supernatural virtue is indeed more precious in her judgment than 100 triumphs of unconsecrated art or 1,000 efforts of unhallowed genius. But she is now, as ever, the home of the highest forms of the one, the source of the noblest products of the other. We see no change in her, either in her testimony to revealed truth or her attitude towards the development of human knowledge. In both she remains unalterably the same. Why then should she cease to teach the world now, who for so many ages was its only teacher? Has she lost her gift? Has he who gave transferred it to other hands? Let those who claim to supersede her produce their diploma. If he who is without variableness or shadow of change has divorced his long-cherished spouse and plucked from her brow the nuptial crown, by what apocryphal court was the decree pronounced, and in what fantastic register shall we find it recorded? There is little wisdom in proposing bootless questions to which no reply can be given. It is not the Church, even her enemies admit, who has changed, being constitutionally incapable of meriting that flattering reproach, but the progress of science has abolished the supernatural, refuted revelation, and reduced the Bible to the level of an oriental fable. There are people who profess to believe that, if we ask them which established truth of science is in formal contradiction with which truth of revelation, we doubt if they would tell us. It is less compromising to say, in vague and general terms, that faith and science are irreconcilable. This formula is at once more imposing and more elastic. It is also, which is perhaps an additional merit, totally and absurdly untrue. The truths of science are one thing, its guesses, peradventures, and crude hypotheses are another. It is only the latter which ever did or ever will conflict with faith. One truth cannot contradict another, and our self-complacent scientists are not ignorant of the notorious fact that even in the recent times the great discoverers in the field of science who have really added to the sum of human knowledge have all been earnest believers in revelation. Ask, says Monseigneur Dupont-Lou, all the great men of the 17th century, Leibniz, Kepler, Newton, Bacon, Descartes, Pascal, who were the fathers of the modern sciences, if faith repudiates science. Ask in our own day, he adds, Ampere, Biot, Cauchy, with whom we may name Brewster, Whewell, Forbes, Faraday, and Owen. Of Forbes, who was chiefly occupied with physical science, his biographer says, his scientific habits of thought never disturbed or cast the shadow of a doubt over his faith. It is, in fact, only men of an inferior grade, both morally and intellectually, who would have been equally impious if they had been wholly ignorant of science, who pretend that there is any real conflict between truths of the natural and the supernatural order. If you say that we are enemies of science, continues Monseigneur Dupont-Loup, give us back our professional chairs, and we will show you that the genius of Christian savant is not an extinguished flame, but you insult us with impunity while you refuse to untie our hands. These noble words of the Bishop of Orleans, who has so little respect for ignorance that he has taught his own seminarists to act the plays of Sophocles and Euripides, brings us to the grave topic to which what has been said thus far is only introductory, and reveal the true motive of those pretended votaries of science who wish to expel the Church of God from all share in the work of public education. They are really solicitous, not like Kepler, Leibniz, and Newton about truth, but only about their own cynical theories and profane assumptions. Their strongest passion is not love of science, but hatred of religion. This is what Professor Huxley and his school have in view when he says with petulant insolence and superb contempt of facts, the Roman Catholic Church is the one great spiritual organization which is able to resist and must, as a matter of life and death, resist the progress of science and modern civilization. He wants that nucleated mass of protoplasm which is called man, and which one of his own sort defined not long ago as a sarcoidous peripatetic fungus. Unfortunate biped, what will they make of him next? To be free to think and say whatever he pleases without being subject to the vexatious admonitions of the Church. To be maintained always in the harmony of truth is an odious limitation of liberty. What is the use of being free if one is not free to err? Happy they who understand that such freedom is the worst kind of slavery, and devoutly bless God who is able to keep them from the horrors of such ignominious bondage. The Church, by his sovereign decree, is the witness and guardian of a certain fixed deposit of revealed truth, and though she has no special lights about magnetism, chemistry, or biology, she has an infallible test by which she can try each of them and every other human science, starting from the principle that one truth cannot contradict another, and that the truths of faith, as even Sir William Hamilton confessed, are more certain than the truths of sense. Because they are never chimeras and rest on a more solid foundation, she arrives at the eminently rational conclusion that when the doubtful and fluctuating presumes to dictate to the positive and permanent, when the human tries to soar with unsteady wing above the divine, when the nebulous dream of every conceited pedant usurps the function and parodies the authority of all the prophets and all the apostles, there is no argument in all this against the salutary interposition of the Church, but rather against the inconceivable folly of those who resent its action and forfeit its help, only to commit that mental pride which is the form of suicide most prevalent in our age. Among the possible eccentricities of modern thought there is one which we have not yet encountered. We never met a man, even in the ranks of the most advanced thinkers, who contended that in the acquisition of a foreign language the use of a grammar and dictionary is a fatal impediment. Yet this would be a rational proposition compared with the delirious popular notion that the authority which God has given to his Church is adverse to mental freedom. It is, in fact, and was designed to be its sure defense. It is God's own provision against the aberrations of human reason. If truths of every order were simply axiomatic, and the rational faculty wholly exempt from error, instead of being, as Kant maintains in his essay on pure reason, liable to an inevitable delusion, we might evidently dispense with guides and teachers. But this delusion finds so little acceptance even in our puerile generation that it is only in the sphere of spiritual truths that men claim to ignore authority. Writers like Professor Bain and Sir George Cornwall Lewis concur in the assertion that between authority and reason there is no opposition, and the airy pontiffs of materialism exact from their disciples a submission not less complete than the Church with better reason claims from hers. They have no invincible antipathy to popes, provided they grasp the keys and don the tiara themselves. The essential difference between them is that the one defends the rights of truth, the other the privileges of error. In the Church now, as in all former ages, every speculation is legitimate in every sphere of thought, subject to this sole restriction, that no conclusion can be admitted which contradicts a revealed truth previously established and resting upon a fixed and immovable foundation. It is this fruitful and salutary postulate which encourages in Catholics the widest liberty of thought, because it supplies a certain guarantee against its errors and excesses. In the Middle Ages, when the authority of the Church was supreme in every Christian conscience and dominated every enlightened intellect, there was a riot of speculation de omni re scibili, Huber thinks he perceives an essential similarity between the general movement of mind in the present 19th century and that in the 12th, and adds that the Church met the new speculative tendency not altogether in hostility, while for whatever of the old studies survive, the merit is hers. When a man impudently contends in our day, like Earl Russell in his Echo, Mr. Gladstone, that the Church stifles mental freedom, he only proves that dull bigotry has destroyed his own, and contradicts the whole history of human thought. Her office is to secure freedom by truth, which she alone has the power to do, because she alone possesses the eternal copyright of that grammar and dictionary which give the only clue to the divine language of revelation, and the rules by which it is to be interpreted. And precisely for this reason, as Rank admits, the course of human thought was a sure and unbroken progress from a series of ages as long as the authority of the Church was respected. Since the great revolt of the 16th century, which gave to every man, as Goethe said, the right to judge all things without giving him the power, the ephemeral products of what is still called thought are chiefly remarkable for the voracity with which they devour one another. The truth of today is the fable of tomorrow, and will be the jest of the day after. Nothing is stable, nothing permanent. Mists and shadows darken the earth, and realities have faded into night. Our spurious and combative philosophers, who are chiefly occupied in refuting each other, after denying everything else, as a French ecclesiastical writer lately remarked, have ended by denying themselves. It is the only service which they have ever rendered to humanity. Like the old pagans who would have obeyed the authority of the Church if they had known it, their sterile discussions end in a cry of despair, and the last word of their impotent philosophy is the ludicrous confession that all that is worth knowing is unknowable. Hence the grand discovery of our age, by which it hopes to regain all which it has lost, that religion must be divorced from education, and that the discrowned teacher of nations must be content to veil her face before the rising sun of parochial magnates and district school boards. End of section 30. Section 31 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Secular Education in Britain and the United States, Part 2, by T.W.M. Marshall. It is this discovery which we now propose to examine. We know what the Church has done for the world, and are curious to inquire what it designs to do for itself. If it should turn out that a fundamental error of enormous dimensions lies at the root of the new scheme by which the world aspires to do the work of the Church, it may chance that before long people will be saying of it, in the words of Lord Bacon, "The misery is that the most effectual means are now applied to the ends least to be desired." Evidence in support of that view of the subject accumulates with frightful rapidity. Witnesses of the most opposite character and principles, and of various nationalities, concur in the opinion that the secular education craze is either a delusion or a crime, or both at once; that it is fruitless as a preventive against wickedness, and has not the remotest tendency to operate in that direction, even the prophets of the unknowable emphatically assert. The time will come, says Mr. Huxley, when Englishmen will quote our educational maxims as the stock example of the stolid stupidity of their ancestors in the 19th century. And he adds, if I am a knave or a fool, teaching me to read and write will not make me less of either one or the other. We have no evidence, observes Mr. Herbert Spencer, that education, as commonly understood, is a preventive of crime. Facts look quite the other way, for, as he continues, did much knowledge and piercing intelligence suffice to make men good, then Bacon should have been honest and Napoleon should have been just. In other words, secular education assumes as the only motive of human action one which is utterly powerless for good, and offers a remedy for human evils which can only augment them. Secular education no more tends to produce virtue in any man, either civic or religious, than teaching a dog to carry a parcel or an ape to jump through a hoop. L'éducation et l'instruction, says the Bishop of Orléans, sont deux choses profondément distinctes. But that is an elementary truth which has no place in the meagre philosophy of school boards. Even Professor Max Muller would tell them that truth is not found by addition and multiplication only, a fact which does not easily penetrate the parochial mind, suggests to our educational satraps, who are the scourge of ratepayers and the nemesis of washerwomen with large families, that something more is wanting, though it were only the Aristotle's idea of the divine inspiration of Plato, and you will be like Ovid among the Thracians, simply that secular education is an unsubstantial bubble, but that no lay person can really educate. He did not say instruct, because il faut de prêtres ou de religieux. The most eminent of his countrymen, as Manager Dupenloup observes, have comprehended the absolute necessity of combining religion with education. Guizot said that education without religion is a danger for society. Cousin, who was careful to make his own peace with God and the Church before he died, did not fear to add, "It is the duty of families and of the clergy to combat any school where positive religious instruction is not given." All that may be very true, reply our impenitent secularists, and if it is, we shall probably find it out sooner or later. But what in the world are we to do? If you will quarrel so fiercely about religion, which has become the most active disintegrating force of our time, we have no alternative but to banish that element of combustion from our schools. The difficulty may be a real one, though it is none of ours, but who does not see that it is revolt against the Church which has introduced this new curse into the world? No one pretends that it ever had, or dreams that it ever will have, any place among Catholics. For them religion is not a fountain of strife, but a bond of supernatural union. It is certain, said Lord Bacon, in whose writings we hardly expected to find such a sentiment, that heresies and schisms are of all others the greatest scandals, yea, worse than corruption of manners. This great thinker, who was an ardent supporter of the new established Church because his imperious royal mistress was its chief patron, did not consider that his very pert reflection came a little too late. That Church was founded on the right of revolt, and could not long refuse to others the agreeable privilege which it had used so largely itself. The example was contagious, and in a few years the one religion which had united all Englishmen for 1,000 years had become 100. It is true, said a famous Anglican at a later date, comparing his own raw sect with the Apostolic Church, there were not so many schisms and divisions then as there are now. But the reason was, he plaintively adds, because the people did not make them, as many do in our days, who, notwithstanding that they are admitted into our Church, are so far from continuing steadfast in communion with it, that they never think they can separate themselves far enough from it. Vain lament, nobody listens to the sot preaching temperance, nor to the sectary whining about schism. Example in such cases as more potent than precept. Let Anglicans cease to maunder about schism, said the Philosophical Spectator not long ago, or cease to be Anglicans. Secular education, as Bacon and Beveridge would perhaps admit if they lived now, with all its cohort of attendant evils, is one of the inevitable results of the so-called Reformation, which has pretty nearly annihilated religion in every country which accepted it, and is now going to extinguish the little that remains by a process which, after being matured in other lands, is at length being adopted in our own. Holy Scripture says, surely in vain is the net spread in the sight of any bird. Not quite in vain. Let the astute bird-catcher keep himself out of sight, which he is crafty enough to do, and his net will soon be filled with birds of various plumage. We propose to illustrate this fact in the natural history of bird-catching, chiefly by the example of our kinsmen in the United States. They are an acute and observant people, at least in temporal matters, and see certain things very clearly, provided the range is not too great, and the objects looked at not too far from the ground. So many of them have been caught already in the net where they lie, fluttering in doleful captivity, that things in the air and in the heavens above have become quite invisible to them. But the same thing has happened in a good many other lands, the bird-catcher being everywhere diligent in his calling, and state education in Europe has banished all the songsters from the sky quite as effectually as common schools in America. It is fair to our transatlantic friends to recognize this fact, if they can derive any consolation from it. They may possibly be gratified to learn, though we wish them pure joys, that a so-called education in which the Church has had no share has produced exactly the same fatal catastrophe in the older communities of France, Germany, and Russia as in the modern American Union. The state in France has long had the monopoly of higher education because, since the foundation of the university and its affiliated institutions by the first Napoleon, every public career was closed to those who sought it from other hands. And manager Dupanloup quotes the observation of M. Leplay, a former senator, who says of Paris, "There is no city in Europe in which corruption has attained the same intensity." Many years ago, M. de Cormenin vainly warned his unreflecting countrymen that the state colleges and lyceums had become les ports de l'enfer. It is these nurseries of impiety in which God is ignored and the Church insulted which have brought France to her present condition. They have destroyed in the chief cities manliness and even patriotism, made revolution permanent, government impossible, and quenched all fraternity but that of crime and sedition. They have deluged the land with an obscene literature, the scandal of our age, which scoffs at marriage, condones adultery, and has retained of Christian morality, as a living Frenchman bitterly observed, only this cynical reversal of two of its maxims: hate your neighbor, love your neighbor's wife. Les lettres françaises, we are told, ont pris un caractère de la légèreté à mesure que l'étude de la religion a perdu de son importance, etc. Notre literature, says the Père Cosset, in accounting for the prodigious calamities of his country, est devenue la plus immorale de l'Europe actuelle. That is what secular education has done for France. It is to the pupils of a system of public education divorced from religion, and for the most part as void of scholarship as they are of moral dignity, that France owes the malignant ulcer which is gnawing her entrails, and for which her material prosperity is the feeblest kind of compensation. And though a vigorous reaction has at length commenced, and the legislature, taught by intolerable evils, has just conceded to the Church the right of free instruction, in the hope that she may exorcise the unclean spirits who profited by her enforced silence to make France their prey, their incorrigible human confederates, gnashing their teeth at the approach of any deliverer, qui venit in nomine Domini, still cried with one voice, "Leave us in the mire in which we love to wallow." The Bishop of Orleans quotes from the Revue de Philosophie Positive this characteristic argument: "Observe what is taking place in Belgium. Education is there free, or nearly so, the result of which is that the Catholic and religious universities absorb the whole of the youth of that country. Was ever impiety more frank, or tyranny more candid? The moment we give you freedom, these secularists confess, you beat us out of the field. Therefore no freedom for you. You shall be impious like us, or you shall be nothing. We cannot compete with you in any condition of society in which liberty of the conscience and of the intellect is respected, because in the hearts of fathers and mothers your voice ever finds a responsive echo, and therefore we invoke the God state to suppress the instincts of human nature by force, to crush every aspiration of the soul which has no place in ours, to build up an impassable wall between Christians and their God, and to tolerate no right but that which we claim, because it is the only one we value, the right to ruin ourselves and others." In Germany, the secularists have got all they ask for, and perhaps a little more. The only unpardonable crime in that country is to be a Christian. The nearest to it in malignity, if we may judge by the Falk Code, is to wish to be one. It is liberty enough for Germans, as it is for Chinese, to believe as the state believes. If they prefer, as most of them do, to believe nothing, they may please themselves, but the range of their choice lies between those limits. For all who rashly stray into the forbidden domain beyond them, there is prompt correction. To such as dare to serve God as St. Boniface taught their German fathers to do, the Prussian Mandarin has these replies. Today, he says, fine him, tomorrow incarcerate him, and the next day exile him. If you are a priest, as St. Paul was, you shall starve, and if you are a layman who presumes to Feed the priest, you shall starve too. Holy and venerable prelates, dear to God and man, shall languish in German dungeons, because they say to the German Caesar, as St. Anselm did to the English one, I will not refuse obedience to the Vicar of Christ. To the furnace, shouts the Prussian rabble of unbelievers, with these obstinate malefactors who are so senseless that when they hear the sound of the sackbut and psaltery and all kinds of music, they refuse to adore the golden statue which the king Nabuchodonosor has set up. That is the way we arrange things in Prussia. How long it will last is quite another question. The avenger bides his time. It is probable that before long these Prussian Babylonians will be eating grass like an ox, that they may learn to glorify the King of heaven, and know that he is able to abase them that walk in pride. Meanwhile, jubilant secularism, happily blended with discriminating culture worship, is improving the work of his church, which it has gagged and manacled after this triumphant fashion. A competent witness, Dr. Krummacher, court chaplain at Potsdam, thus describes the neo-paganism of Berlin, where he had charge of a large parish. There is an almost total want of any interest in the church or connection with it among the people, and of the population of 500,000, not more than 30,000 attend public worship on Sunday, and those mostly women. In the work from which this is an extract, the author speaks of the foundations of all morality being thoroughly corrupt and decayed, and faith, piety, respect for divine and human authority at an end. We are ripe, said the Privy Councillor Eilers many years ago, for the coming of Antichrist, and the rotten maturity advances every hour. Only the other day the Berlin correspondent of the Times, though deeply enamoured of the very principles which have wrought his hideous ruin, gave a report of this relapse into worse than pagan barbarism, which, as the Spectator observed the next day, is certainly one to excite very great reflection, both religious and political. The writer tells us that in Prussia 1/6 of the Protestant benefices, on becoming vacant, will have to remain vacant for want of candidates, that while the population has been increasing, the number of Protestant theological students in the universities of Prussia has been rapidly diminishing, so that there were only 740 in all the 8 Prussian universities in 1873, against 2,203 in 1831. In other words, while the population has augmented by more than 1/3, the candidates for the ministry have diminished by 2/3. The same journal continues, if neither the cultivated class care to teach religion nor the uncultivated to learn it, the natural inference is that, for the time at least, there is likely to be a reign of the purest secularism among the Protestants of that part of Germany where such tendencies prevail. And this is not all, as we have no belief at all, adds the Spectator with admirable good sense, in the possibility that there can be any permanent vacuum of religious belief in the mind of a great Western people. We should say that the ground for anxiety which this prospect holds out is not so much fear for the growth of simple worldliness and disbelief in the supernatural, as fear that some strange and dangerous form of fanaticism may take its place. After observing that among the acute and more or less educated unbelievers of America, spiritualism with its grotesque diablerie has run like a prairie fire, the Spectator concludes we should expect to see in Germany some very grim superstitions growing up as soon as the ground recently occupied by German Protestantism has been left fallow for a few years, and we should fear they would be superstitions of a kind likely to give great trouble, not only to the homes of the people, but to the government of the state. We shall presently see that this is exactly what is taking place in Russia, the recoil from human and official religions, and the contemptuous secularism which they engender, being attended everywhere by the same formidable results. Already the Prussian government is asking for new powers against the rising evil, and when it comes to a head with brutal communism and rabid socialism in its train, the blinded statesmen of Germany will have to go in sorrowful procession to unbar their prison doors and entreat the captive bishops and priests to come forth to stay the ruin which they alone could have averted by the tardy use of remedies which they alone can dispense. But if liberty is dead and religion dying in Germany, a fate which Bossuet predicted for both in all non-Catholic lands, are not these trifling evils abundantly compensated by the delightful evidences of culture in its highly educated population? What evidences? If there is a people in all Europe distinguished by a total absence of grace and refinement, of all that the French call charm, and by a coarseness and vulgarity of aspect and manners only matched by their impiety, it is the people of North Germany. Julius Froebel, though a German, comparing the uneducated Indian natives of Nicaragua, Chile, and Peru with the masses of his own countrymen, frankly confesses that in almost every respect, and especially in that dignity of carriage which only true religion gives, they are superior to our German peasantry. Mr. Henry Mayhew, in his work on German life and manners, goes much further, comparing the middle classes of Saxony, the cradle of the so-called Reformation and the nursery of scholars, with the inhabitants of the darkest dens of the most abject quarters of London. He reports that both morally and socially the latter rank the highest. With a candour which we hardly expect in an English writer, he adds, alluding to the cant which is extremely consoling to the minds of English clergymen about the social benefits of the Reformation, we can conscientiously aver that the Rhenish Catholic population is by many degrees less squalid and less beggarly in their appearance. It is precisely, says another capable observer, in the tracts of country which are Catholic to the core that the peasants are most prosperous, and further, in the Catholic half of Westphalia, for the same contrast is apparent in all the German provinces. They are more like well-to-do farmers than like peasants in the English sense of the word. Such are the combined triumphs of Caesarism and secularism in a country which has ceased to be Protestant without becoming Christian. The people of Russia, naturally inclined towards religion, and once conspicuous by an inherent docility of character, might have rivaled the Irish in purity, faith, and unity, if they had remained, like them, in communion with God through the apostolic see. Under the fatal influence of a purely national and political state church, wholly severed from Christendom, they are split into 100 sects, and have substituted, as M. de Benon observed, a formal or frantic superstition for the faith of St. Methodius and the practice of the ancient Oriental Church as represented by St. Basil, St. Cyril, St. Chrysostom, and St. Athanasius. It was the constant apprehension of those majestic doctors of the East, of whom the last three submitted their own affairs to the judgment of the Roman pontiff, that only the supreme authority of the Holy See could keep a region so inclined to heresy in the true faith. As soon as that authority was denied, after being proclaimed by all the Eastern patriarchs in successive ecumenical councils, their worst fears were realized. The world has rarely seen such a monument of the withering effects of schism as exists at this day in Russia. 100 contemporary writers, German, French, and English, have described the present religious aspect of that land. Our space will only permit us to cite one, the latest in date and a Protestant. His testimony will enable us to trace once more the effects of a so-called education not directed by the Church, to whom alone God has assigned the function of teacher of the nations. As education spreads, says our informant, the sectaries multiply. He had good authority for the fact. "I've never known a peasant learn to read," said to me a parish priest, "and think for himself, who did not fall away into dissent." Yet it is certain that the ruling power in Russia, for which a fictitious religion is the instrument of an efficacious political unity, did not intend, in conceding to peasants the right of thinking, to promote this result. It is a delusion common to all non-Catholic leaders of men to imagine that they can loose the spirit of revolt in one direction and curb it in another. Vain dream! People who have been taught that it is their highest duty to rebel against the Church are sure to learn sooner or later that it is their highest privilege to rebel against everything else. They are learning it so fast in Russia that the savage measures of repression adopted by the late Tsar Nicholas, who predicted that Russia will perish by her religious divisions, have only accelerated the catastrophe which they were feebly designed to postpone. The result of 30 years of savage persecution is that the nonconformists are today more numerous, wealthy, concentrated than they were on the day when Nicholas began his reign. Their formidable numbers are so respectfully estimated that already it is felt in governing circles that nothing can be safely done in Russia unless these old believers like it. Every new suggestion laid before the Council of Ministers has met, I've been told, by the query, "What will the old believers say?" Half the people even now are old believers, says a priest from Kem. More than 3/4 will be the moment we are free.
And Mr. Dixon adds, from his own observation, confirmed by that of a German who has lived in Russia over 30 years, that the old believers are the Russian people, while the Orthodox believers, who belong to the state church, are but a courtly, official, and monastic sect. And all the various sects, many of them holding opinions subversive of social order, who compose what is called the popular church, are as much the enemies of an official empire as they are of an official church. They refuse to pray for Alexander as a true believer, and they fear he is dead to religion and lost to God. And while these sects maintain every odious doctrine which heresy can devise or fanaticism propagate, they all profess to derive their religion from the Bible. Except in some New England homesteads, I have never heard such floods of reference and quotation in my life. Thus far, we have seen nothing to shake our conviction that the Church of God was a more successful educator of the people, both in the interests of religion and of the state, of individual sanctification and of collective well-being, than any of the human agencies, secularist or denominational, by which the world has attempted to supply her place. Her superiority is as visible now as it was in the Middle Ages, and will be to the end of time. How should it be otherwise? She alone has a mission from God and the gifts necessary for its effectual accomplishment. She teaches one religion, not 100, and always teaches the same, and she makes loyalty to the civil power in its own sphere, whether monarchical or democratic, not a sentiment, a legend, or a caprice, but a sacred religious obligation. It is not her children who subvert states and plot conspiracies. When you pretend, says the eloquent Bishop of Orleans, that the Church speaks only for herself, which you all do, whoever you are, if you profess any doctrine at all, you forget to add that for the last 1800 years the Church lives and adapts herself over the whole surface of the globe, and at this hour in the United States, as in France, to all political systems constructed by the hand of man. She discharges her mission, defends her just rights, accomplishes her duties, and leaves sovereigns and peoples to arrange as they please their ephemeral constitutions. She is the adversary of nothing but iniquity and oppression, and for this reason, making the law of God her sole rule and guide, and having no aim or purpose but the temporal and eternal welfare of the human race, her instructions tend as directly to civil tranquillity and the stability of states as to the increase of virtue and perpetuity of the faith. How is it with her human substitutes? In replying to this question, our last example shall be taken from the American Union. There is nothing in which the least reflecting portion of the American public fancy they see more reason for exuberant national self-complacency than their system of common schools. The opinion is not shared by those, whether Americans or Europeans, who retain the admissible conviction, for which there is a good deal to be said, that man is not a machine, nor eternity a fable. Even they who deprecate any revision of the huge code of secularism which Americans have made a kind of national gospel, plead with rare exceptions that it is not designed to exclude religious instruction, which is properly a domestic affair and is sufficiently provided for in Sunday schools. That is the sole argument by which the existing system is or can be defended, except by those who deny the immortality of the soul. But this means, as an intelligent interpreter of American opinion observes, that 30 hours a week ought to be given to the dictionary and the multiplication table, and 1 hour to the catechism and the 10 commandments. It assumes, that is, that their relative importance is as 30 to 1, which is substantially equivalent to the proposition that religion is the least remunerative topic which can engage the attention of man. Send your children to schools all the week where they will hear nothing whatever of religion, where that most vital of all concerns will be a forbidden subject, where the idea will be practically, if not in so many words, impressed upon their tender minds that it is of no consequence whether they are Christians or Jews or infidels, so long as they master the various branches of worldly wisdom, and which promote success in the secular affairs of life, and then get them into the Sunday school, if you can, for a wild and ineffectual attempt to counteract the evil tendencies of the previous 6 days' teaching. No one, we think, will be surprised to hear that even this feeble remedy, which would be inadequate if it were applied over the whole surface of the country, is in too many cases not applied at all. The theory, says Mr. T.W.M. here, on which the whole public school system of the United States is based, is that the religious instruction which is not given in the day school is given in the Sunday school, and he adds, from personal observation and the testimony of capable witnesses, that this theory is not carried out in practice. The most ardent advocates of secularism admit that it ought to be, and that without this corrective agency the system would be self-condemned. But Monsieur Tremin here assures us that the theory of a complete education, according to the view adopted in the United States, is not fulfilled in relation to a considerable proportion of the children at their schools. Distinguished Americans, he relates, spoke to him in various parts of the country in the most distinct and emphatic manner of the visible effect which, in their opinion, a small amount of instruction in the distinctive doctrines of Christianity and the lax mode of teaching them in the Sunday schools were producing on the religious convictions and moral practice of the mass of the people. The Reverend Dr. Edson, rector of the Protestant Episcopalian Church of St. Anne, Lowell, in the state of Massachusetts, gave him this report, of which the gravity will be equally apparent to observers on both sides of the ocean. My experience of now nearly 30 years as a pastor has, I am sorry to say, forced upon me the painful conviction that our public school system has undermined already among our population to a great extent the doctrines and principles of Christianity, to which some will perhaps reply that it was not intended to do it, and others that they do not care if it does. I find them generally well grounded in the ordinary elements of what is called common education, and clever and acute as to all worldly matters that concern them, but very lax in their notions of moral obligation and duty, and indisposed to submit to any authority or control whatever, even from a very early age. The Church, it will be admitted, used to form quite other dispositions, and apparently does so still, for as Dr. Edson goes on to lament that the Protestant children as a rule will not come to the Sunday school, he admits of the Catholics with American candor that they are well looked after by their priests, and I have no doubt that nearly the whole of them attend some Sunday or other catechetical instruction. After describing the general decay of all fixed religious ideas and the growing contempt for even parental authority, why should they obey the voice of parents who are taught from the cradle that they may despise that of the Church of God? He concludes as follows: I look upon this very prevalent condition of mind with very great apprehension, for all history shows that this is only the first downward step to complete irreligion and infidelity, and thence to a corruption of morals such as was exhibited in the heathen world. I must fear that we are making sure and not very slow strides in that direction. And while I deeply lament it, I am free to confess that I see no present remedy for it in this country. Yet he has himself noticed the contrast in his own neighborhood between the influence of the Catholic Church and the destructive effects of that pagan secularism which is only one of the poisoned fruits of schism, and a part of that damnosa hereditas of which the Protestant world is the opulent legatee. There is, then, a remedy, if people would use it. There are Protestants in America who are wise enough to do so. We should like to know how this candid observer would have accounted for the fact, sufficiently notorious in the United States, that so large a proportion of the youth of both sexes belonging to the more refined classes are educated in Catholic schools. The present writer has visited many an American convent in which 1/3 and in some cases 1/2 of the pupils were Protestant young ladies. The explanation of this fact is furnished by a Protestant witness. Parents who have a care for the purity and dignity of their daughters know that they are safe with the spouses of Christ. Many well-judging persons of different religious persuasions have assured me that the only really useful and corrective education is that of the Catholic schools and colleges. So far as I have known, these seminaries are crowded not only with pupils of their own creed, but with those of other sects, and I have high official authority for saying that the ministers and missionaries of the Roman Catholic Church are at this moment doing more good for the cause of virtue and morality throughout the whole continent of America than those of any other religious denomination whatever. End of section 31. Section 32 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Secular Education in Britain and the United States, Part 3, by T.W.M. Marshall. If some refuse to appropriate blessings which are within their reach, it is probably because they do not value them. When Moses struck the rock in Horeb, the faint and thirsty wanderers in the desert were not so senseless as to refuse to drink because the miraculous fount of water was a gift from God by his prophet. Yet there are millions in our day who have not yet come out of Egypt, who die of thirst, or vainly seek to assuage it at every foul and noxious pool, rather than accept the water of salvation from his church. Many of them, at least in America, seem to suspect that they have made an evil choice, and often put down the unfinished cup of death to whisper to one another that it tastes of poison. They shudder at the draught, but the next moment put their lips to it again. In clinging to the system of secular education, with a full apprehension of its deadly fruits, men seem to surpass the common measure of human infatuation. In a considerable number of the many public schools I have visited, says M. Tremenhere, in different parts of the United States, I have been struck with the entire absence of good manners on the part of the children. There was a marked want of any outward demeanor of deference and respect, and on the part of the teacher what appeared to me a most singular submission of himself to the children. Nothing was put to them as from authority, but the most trifling command was conveyed in a tone and in a language implying that it was for them to judge whether they would obey it or not. How different is the character formed by the spirit of faith and the teaching of the Church is evident from his own generous confession. The civilization of the New World, he says, owes something, I think, to the French Canadians for keeping alive a reflection of the best manners of the old. The language of American writers is still more emphatic. Mr. Horace Mann was secretary of the Massachusetts Board of Education. He tells us what it proposed to do and what it actually did. The poles may be said to be in immediate contact compared with the huge interval between the design and its execution. The object, he says, of the Common School of Massachusetts was to give every child in the Commonwealth a free, straight, solid pathway by which he could walk directly up from the ignorance of an infant to a knowledge of the primary duties of man, and could acquire a power and an invincible will to discharge them. We should have thought our American friends were more practical engineers than to propose to build a bridge without any materials and without any supports, of which the heart of an infant should be the buttress at one end and an invincible phantom at the other. They would never span their own broad rivers with fairy structures of that kind. We are not surprised, therefore, to hear that the Massachusetts Bridge over the Infinite is still à l'état du projet. Owing to tumultuous discussions among the engineers, destructive of unity of purpose, good and pious men wait until delusions more insane than Millerism and more fanatical and licentious than Mormonism shall have overspread the land and generated their broods of scoffers and atheists, having an invincible will not to discharge their duties. The influential, the wealthy, the learned, the pious are waiting until the combustible and explosive materials of prejudice and ignorance and sensuality shall have been scattered more profusely through our country and heaped together in greater masses in our cities to be kindled by the torch of some political or fanatical Catiline. God grant that when the leading men in our community awaken to a sense of their danger, it may not be too late to avert it. The prospect is evidently not cheerful. I do not hesitate to affirm, he says elsewhere, that our republican edifice at this time, in present fact and truth, is not sustained by those columns of solid and ever-enduring adamant, intelligence, and virtue. And then, describing the rotten materials of the edifice, he adds, unless, therefore, a new substructure can be placed beneath every buttress and angle of this boasted temple of liberty, it will soon totter and fall, and bury all indwellers in its ruins. In other words, he thinks of American society in particular, what Mr. Carlyle thinks of all Protestantized society in general, that it is fast wheezing itself to death in the fetid miasma of naturalism, and deserves to die. Perhaps any further evidence is superfluous, but as we are beginning to adopt in England, owing to inveterate religious conflicts, the secularism in education which has brought America to such a pass, we need not fear to err on the side of excess. On the 9th of last December, the New York Journal of Commerce, deserting physical for ethical meditations and referring to President Grant's too famous speech at Des Moines, made this reflection. So far from prohibiting the teaching of religious tenets in the popular education, we would encourage by every possible argument a more general attention to religious culture wherever children can be brought under such wholesome influence. If we go much further in the direction whither the schools have been drifting, it will soon need something more than an article in the Constitution to keep the whole nation from becoming atheistic or pagan. That this is the logical result of secularism, nobody seems to doubt, and many do not seem to care. We have been lately told by the public journals that the researches of Professor Agassiz into the growth of the social evil have almost destroyed his faith in the boasted civilization of the 19th century, and that a large number of the unfortunate women and girls trace their fate to influences which surrounded them in the public schools. Nor have they even the poor consolation of being able to attribute to the debasing secularism which kills religion and virtue any compensating influence in promoting mental activity except in the lowest spheres of thought or human learning and knowledge. We are behind most nations, says the venerable Dr. Brownson, who knows his country so well, in intellectual and moral culture. It is not strangers who might be suspected of imperfect sympathy with the country which they describe who say these things, but honorable Americans, able to estimate religious and social problems, and to look each other in the face without fearing to provoke resentment or contradiction. A New England physician who shall be our last witness, and whose painful work dedicated to the Honorable William Sprague, ex-governor of and United States Senator from Rhode Island, cannot be read without horror, thus describes in 1871, from a professional point of view, the desolating results of the common school system. Irreligion and infidelity are progressing pari passu with the advance guards of immorality and crime, and all are fostered, if not engendered, by the materialistic system of school instruction. The entire absence of all religious instruction from the schoolroom, which has resulted from the utter impossibility of harmonizing the conflicting creeds, is fast bearing fruit in a generation of infidels, and we are becoming worse than even the pagans of old, who had at least their positive sciences of philosophy and their religion, such as it was, to oppose, which was a criminal offense. We have now a basis sufficiently solid to support certain practical conclusions, which demand the instant attention of all thinking men on both sides of the Atlantic. That secularism, with its long train of ghastly attendant spectres, dira facies inimicaque numina, the destruction of reverence, obedience, parental authority, faith, virtue, of all, in a word, which constitutes the strength of nations, derives its fatal power from the utter impossibility of harmonizing 100 rival creeds, is admitted both by those who advocate and by those who deplore the exclusion of religion from the common schools. The first contend that religious dissensions have made any other system impossible. The second, that horrible as are its admitted results, there is no present remedy for it. The evil is breaking up the foundations of society, but it must run its course. All who dread what is coming are waiting, as Mr. Horace Mann says, till it comes. Yet it is certain that for calamities of a lower order the energetic American nation would soon find a remedy. What is this unmanly despair, this prostrate and impotent acquiescence in intolerable evils, but the evidence of a terrible judgment on the one hand, and on the other an unconscious confession that Protestantism, by its destruction of all first principles, disintegration of faith and unity, suppression of authority, and ceaseless multiplication of rival sects is ruining the life of nations and preparing the way for Antichrist. What we see around us is but the fulfillment of an apostolic prediction. Both St. Peter and St. Paul speak of sects, which they call works of the flesh, and of self-willed teachers as the special note and evil distinction of the last times. They have come as they foretold, and instead of inspiring fear, disgust, and condemnation, the very types in which their prophetic eye discerned the heralds and forerunners of Antichrist, the men who despise government, defame the church, and fear not to bring in sects, are the popular dispensers of such shreds of religion as their contemporaries choose to accept, the echoes of all the antagonistic voices and humours of this lower world, and the boast of modern civilization. The unpardonable crimes of the apostolic age have become the characteristic virtues of ours, and the intelligent world, plausibly amused, smiles at its own improvement. As each prophetic seal is opened, and the last tragic scene of the human drama approaches, it sees not the signs of impending ruin, but of salutary progress. Nobody doubts that in the judgment of the apostles, secularism would have been regarded as a compact, conscious or otherwise, between those two familiar allies, Satan and the world, for the destruction of the Christian faith and of human society. Nobody denies that whether its advocates intend it or not, that result is being everywhere promoted by sure and not slow strides. We are entitled, therefore, to ask, at least of all who still admit the union with God is advantageous to man, and that the tried instrument which alone during so many ages cemented that union is of simply incalculable value, what has the world gained, either intellectually or spiritually, either for time or eternity, by suppressing the Church, which was the invincible guardian both of piety and learning, in order to substitute a new agency which only destroys the one without adding anything to the other? For even the admirers of secularism perceive and often proclaim that the Church is doing the same work at this hour in the whole earth, forming the same characters and developing the same supernatural virtues as in all the ages of the past. In the New World as in the Old, she is training in the same hour dear children of God and loyal citizens of the state, and is the only efficient champion, as a Protestant writer has told us, of the cause of virtue and morality throughout the whole continent of America. Is the world so obstinately bent on self-destruction as to refuse the benefits of which she is the sole and inexhaustible source? If she gave it in the past all the truth, liberty, civilization, and refinement it ever possessed, is there any sign that she has lost the power to confer the same gifts in the present? The mold is not broken in which the pure gold with which she works takes its form. Look, says the Bishop of Orleans, contrasting her daughters with the unsexed types around them, at the army of consecrated virgins who go forth in her name, and with her blessing to the ends of the earth, in quest of every want which can be relieved and every sorrow which can be consoled. And since you profess so much admiration for cultivation of mind, consider that the three books which have perhaps been most widely read in our time are the works of Catholic ladies, the Récit d'un Sœur, the Mémoire d'Eugénie de Corcoran, and the Lettres de Madame Svetchine. But the same Church which in every age has offered to the love of God and the veneration of man women, like St. Agnes, St. Catherine, and St. Teresa, has not lost the art of creating men like St. Bernard, St. Francis, and the Curé d'Ars. And even her less worthy sons who do not attain to their level, the thousands who in a lower spiritual sphere live in her light and act by her maxims, are in America, as in Europe, models of civic as well as of religious fidelity, true patriots and loyal citizens, lovers of their country as well as of their God, submissive to human while subject to divine law, and the very pith and marrow of earthly states, of which they never disturb the harmony by the selfishness of private aims, nor menace the existence by factious sedition, or the more fatal conspiracies of religious license. It is not they who disturb the repose of statesmen or alarm the solicitude of magistrates, for their only weapon against the unjust is prayer, their only answer to the persecutor resignation. And even when oppression becomes intolerable, when triumphant iniquity marks them as victims, and the knife of the secret assassin or the axe of the public executor falls upon them, they utter no imprecation, wisely content to bless the hand which gives them an earlier deliverance from a world which is not worthy of them. How easy would it be to govern that foolish world, and how tranquil would be the life of kings and peoples, of cabinets and legislatures, if they had only to fear the rebellion of those who never revolt, and the machinations of those who never conspire. Yet the imprudent rulers of that delirious world not only refuse alliance with the only power which can give them assured peace, the only force from which they have nothing to fear, but affect to regard this friend and guide of every soul of man as the special enemy against whom they must keep vigilant watch, lest it should artfully undermine the authority of which God has made it the supreme expression and unfailing support, or compromise the liberty which it prizes more than any human good, because it is the fruit and evidence of that diviner gift of which God has said, "The truth shall make you free." It would seem that human folly could go no further, yet it seeks still lower depths. There are even cases in which the perverse imbecility of earthly rulers, complicated by sordid political motives, seems to transcend the limits of the possible, and pass into the fantastic region of the formless and intangible. It is a bitter reflection that the government of the great and generous people of the United States should furnish the most discreditable example. We need not fear to misinterpret the incendiary speech of President Grant at Des Moines, because all its critics, English and American, understand it in the same way. The former, in spite of their devotion to Protestantism, are unanimous in condemning it. Even the Saturday Review calls it contemptuously a bid for Protestant votes, while the Pall Mall Gazette sees in this reckless and criminal disturbance of public order a proof that patriotism is not General Grant's distinguishing virtue. Mr. Carl Schurz, a prominent orator of the Republican party, is reported to have said that its incitement to religious fanaticism serves better as a cloak for public rogues than as an instrument for national purification. The Review, from which we borrow this observation, considers the speech an indication that an unscrupulous political organization will create a third factor in our national elections, and that this wanton crusade against so conservative, so law-abiding, and so useful a body as the Catholics of the United States is mainly an artifice to divert public attention from ignoble frauds in which official persons are commonly believed to be involved. The New York Catholic World, to which we looked with interest for a reliable estimate of the President's electioneering rhetoric, discusses his speech in an acute and ingenious article which will probably afford no little amusement to our brethren of the United States. Affecting with a finesse which will not deceive their penetration, but which was perfectly legitimate on such an occasion, to accept General Grant's words in their literal meaning, our excellent contemporary thanks him with diverting gravity for uttering sentiments which are so entirely its own. For we find nothing in the oration with which we are in the least disposed to take issue. We also, the World adds, referring to the President's injunction to encourage free schools, have always contended for the same boon. Do we hear aright? Does the President of the United States maintain the proposition which has brought us so much contempt and derision? What is a free school? A free school is one in which every scholar can obtain an education without violating the honest convictions of conscience, whereas the pretended free schools of America are conducted on a principle which excludes a large section of the population from entering them. To my certain knowledge, says a writer in the Catholic Review, there is in the whole United States not one single German Catholic congregation having as many as 75 children, which is without a school of their own. And the same thing is true in various proportions and according to the means at their disposal of the Catholics of other nationalities. On a much smaller scale, it is even true, we believe, of certain Protestant congregations. In all such cases, affecting probably at least one-fourth of the entire population, American citizens are compelled by a cruel and oppressive law to support schools which, as Dr. Edson told Mr. Tremenhere, have undermined already, to a great extent, the doctrines and principles of Christianity, and at the same time to accept the heavy burden of building and maintaining other schools in which no such deadly results are to be feared. By all means, then, says the Catholic world, let us have the free schools which the President so warmly recommends. We have not got them yet, but if he can help us to obtain what we have so long coveted, why should we refuse to cooperate with so powerful an ally? As an argumentative retort, nothing can be more effective, and the irony is maintained with equal power and adroitness in relation to all the other clauses of President Grant's deplorable speech. But while we applaud the prudent artifice of our American contemporary, who has contrived, in deference to a misguided public opinion, to expose injustice and rebuke insincerity in terms so inoffensive, the fact remains in all its shameful enormity that the chief magistrate of a great nation, which by its constitution is neither Catholic nor Protestant, has stooped to identify his private and personal interests with a scheme of public education, which is creating, in the words of Mr. Horace Mann, a generation of infidels worse even than the pagans of old, and that he inflicts this wrong on his country from no purer motive than the desire to vivify and reorganize his own political faction, utterly indifferent that its triumph should be purchased by the suppression of Christian liberty and the dissolution of public order, and by letting loose against the most religious and law-abiding section of the American community the worst passions of all, for whom religion is only a name, and law only an instrument of oppression. Only this incident was wanting to complete our estimate of secularism, the agents by whom it is promoted, the motives on which they act, and the ruinous results to which their selfish and evil policy tends. Yet secularism, as all classes concur in stating, is nothing but a product of the utter impossibility of harmonizing multiform creeds. In other words, it is a product of the so-called Reformation, and we suppose one of its peculiar titles to the admiration of the human race. Like many other results of that anarchic movement of which we perceive more clearly every year the fatal action upon modern society, it perplexes statesmen, puzzles preachers, and suggests to both that as religion is a factor of human life, so unpliant and intractable, the only remedy is to get rid of it altogether, and they get rid of it accordingly. If after being expelled from the school it can contrive to maintain a precarious existence in the family, there is at present no law, even in Prussia, prohibiting that expiring effort. Modern legislation is yet content with benevolent forbearance to refuse it all public recognition, and in once Catholic England to sweep the children of God into the schools of Satan, with a coercive discipline of fines and imprisonment for all who refuse to come or tarry on the way. The devout pupils of our board schools, or at least a good many of them, may be safely trusted to pursue the system to its logical term, when they assume in their turn the civic toga and hunt religion out of the family, as their teachers have hunted it out of the school. And then people will be able to say of England, as Dr. Edson says of America, that secular education has proved to be only the first downward step to complete irreligion and infidelity, and thence to a corruption of morals such as was exhibited in the heathen world. Perhaps when that auspicious era arrives, some Englishmen will still be found to say with Lord Bacon, only using the past instead of the future tense, the misery is that the most effectual means have been applied to the ends least to be desired. We may now be permitted to ask once more in conclusion, without excessive or indiscreet curiosity, what the world conceives itself to have gained thus far, and what it hopes to gain in the future, by usurping the teaching office of the Church and forbidding her any share in public education? We are quite willing to take its own account of the matter. If it can point to any definite and realized gains, moral, intellectual, or social, let it tell us what they are. Is this too much to ask? It may choose any religion of the earth where secularism is thrown for the field of comparison. Shall it be Germany, England, or the United States? It may compare its own best pupils with the peasants of Ireland, Spain, or Italy, or even those of Chile and Peru, who know nothing but their catechism, from which they have learned both dignity of life and true philosophy. There is a good deal of secularism in China, India, and Central Africa, with the usual cheerful results, but perhaps the world would prefer to apply the test nearer home. If it will only apply it somewhere, we shall be quite content. But we venture to stipulate that it shall be applied fairly and honestly. Now all possible or imaginable advantages which can accrue to man may be classed under two heads: those which affect him in his relations to God, and those which concern his position in relation to society. We assume that even the world will hardly pretend that secularism has done much for him as respects the first. It does not profess to have brought him into more intimate communion with God. To do that, even if it had the power, is no part of its program. But perhaps if secularism affords him no help as a Christian, it consoles and elevates him as a citizen. To this proposition we take a preliminary objection. There is no example in the history of our race, at any time or in any country, and least of all in the highly cultivated societies of pagan antiquity, of either an individual or a community tending to higher social perfection, while constantly descending in the scale of moral and religious worth. That is the candid testimony of all the sages of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. The burden of life was so intolerable to them under conditions which modern society is striving to reproduce, that while they vainly invoked a deliverer, the sum of all their thoughts was expressed in every dialect which they spoke in that wild word despair. They had matchless poets and artists, temples of surpassing beauty, public highways with which we have nothing to compare, yet morally they were dogs, and they knew it. The whole world of that epoch, it has been forcibly said, was divided into beasts of burden and beasts of prey. The great law of nature was almost abolished, and instead of desiring to prolong life, the chief aspiration of many, including the most cultivated, was to have done with it. There was nothing to live for. And then, in this crisis of its unutterable distress, our compassionate God had pity on that perishing world, and there arose in sight of heaven and earth a vision of unimagined beauty, coming forth as the morning rising, fair as the moon, bright as the sun, terrible as an army set in array, to which he, at whose word it sprang into life, gave this triumphal name, the Church of the living God. Man wanted a teacher, and at last he found one. The reign of darkness was over. From that hour no soul of man was doomed to perish for lack of a guide. All that omnipotent love can do for the children of men shall be done henceforth and to the end of time, and by and through this holy Church. In unity and authority it shall be second only to God. The glory of Libanus is given to it, the beauty of Carmel and Saron. They shall see the glory of the Lord and the beauty of our God. We have seen it and see it now in the darkest night, as in the brightest day, reflected in the burnished mirror of that unfailing Church. Like her divine founder, she may say to the world, as she points to all the enduring monuments of her long and beneficent reign, the countless saints whom she has formed for heaven, the unnumbered boons which she has imparted to earth, what more could I have done for thee, and have not done it? Whatever there is on earth at this hour of truth, peace, and hope, whatever it still retains of concord, civilization, and pure refinement, comes from her. If the wrath of the avenger is turned aside, and the bolt which was about to fall arrested, if the loving patience of God still waits for the return of the penitent, if evil does not wholly triumph over good, nor the children of light lose heart in their combat with the prince of this world, it is the Church, the unchanged and unreformed Church, the Church that is as God made her, before impious imbecility pretended to improve his imperfect work. which stays judgment, redresses wrong, makes justice triumph, and conquers the gates of hell. All the true joys we taste in this world, and all the rational hopes we form for the next, all the benedictions which God can give or man receive, the light of faith, the fire of charity, the virtue of the sacraments, and the strong protection of the saints and of their glorious Queen, are ours only because we are hers. Even the senseless world enjoys a respite from its inevitable doom, and is less vile than it would be because she offers every day on her 1,000 altars the tremendous sacrifice of reparation. As he listens to her voice, God forgets to punish, and the guilty escape, at least for a time, because the innocent hide them from the judge. Yet the thankless world, at the bidding of the cruel chief who rules not to save but to destroy, greets her only with a frown of defiance, and finds nothing wiser to say to this messenger of God and teacher of the nations than such words as these: Depart from me, and leave me to myself. The benefits which you offer have no detractions from me. Your counsels weary, and your reproofs affront me. I loathe the unity which has its source in authority, and the order which can only be maintained by submission. Chaos and anarchy have no terrors for me. They are the element in which I live. I have not, as you seem to imagine, any need of you. I can teach myself or remain untaught. I am my own lawgiver, prophet, priest, and king. When I am tired of one code of laws, I make another. If you provoke me, I can make laws for you as well as for myself. I have done so before now. Your impotent sentence, by your own admission, only takes effect in the next world. Mine enforces its penalties in this. You and yours have had some taste of them already. There is war between us, not peace, and we serve not the same master. If I cannot have order except in alliance with you, I dispense with it, and if I must perish, as you tell me, I would rather perish without your help than be saved by it. We seem to understand now why even he who came to seek that which was lost said, I pray not for the world. Must we then conclude that its case is hopeless? Not quite. The Church will plead for it to the last with her mighty intercession. She is able to save not only her own, but many who as yet know her not. She will save by teaching them. The world may stop its ears, but the great mother of all elect souls will not cease to speak. The Spirit of God is upon her, and speak she must. Even in this age of pagan secularism, she will continue to teach, and there is joy in the thought that many a poor captive of the world and the sex will listen in spite of himself, and while she perseveres in teaching, will consent at last to be taught. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Rambles in the Rocky Mountains, Segment 1, Part 1, by General John Gibbon. Nearly 3/4 of a century ago, Captains Lewis and Clark of the United States Army made their remarkable explorations through the Rocky Mountains and published an account which, to schoolboys of their day, vied in interest with Robinson Crusoe, at the same time that it possessed the charm of being fact instead of fiction. These bold explorers, passing through an immense tract of country where no white man had ever been before, encountered on their way up the Missouri River the Great Falls. Making a portage around these of about 20 miles, they continued their way up the main stream in a southerly direction for over 100 miles, when they came to what is still called the Three Forks. The branch coming from the west was named the Jefferson, it being a little the largest of the three, and bearing more nearly in the direction the explorers desired to travel in order to cross the main divide of the continent. They followed it to near its source in the main range of the Rocky Mountains, where the stream was so small that one of the party placed himself with a foot on each side, and thanked God he had lived to see the day when he could bestride the great Missouri. The middle fork was named the Madison and flows directly north from its source, away off in the Snowy Range to the south. The original explorers little dreamed of the wonders to be found around its headwaters, where is situated the great geyser basin of the West. Had any rumors of the magnificent spouting geysers to be seen there reached them, Captain Clark, on his return trip, would probably have proceeded up the Madison instead of choosing the third of the three forks for his explorations. The third, or eastern fork, was called the Gallatin, and takes its rise to the south and east in ranges of high mountains not forming a part of the continental divide. Up this fork, Captain Clark, in the summer of 1804, when returning from the mouth of the Columbia, took his way, and after passing through one of the most magnificent valleys of the whole West, reached its head near the present site of the military post of Fort Ellis. This post guards several passages leading to the eastward through the range of mountains which separates the waters of the Gallatin from those of the Yellowstone. Through one of these passes, under the guidance of a friendly Indian squaw, Captain Clark reached the Yellowstone, and, constructing boats from the timber on its banks, he proceeded down the river to its mouth, unwittingly turning his back upon the great wonders of the Yellowstone, some account of which I propose to give. On a warm, pleasant morning in July 1872, a party of 9 persons on horseback wound its way out of Fort Ellis and over the rolling hills behind towards a deep canyon, through which dashes one of the bright forks of the East Gallatin. Preceding the party were 3 or 4 pack mules, loaded down with bedding and buffalo robes, hardtack and bacon, pots, kettles, and pans for the trip. One of these mules was strongly suspected of having served for a long time in the army, for he had not gone far from the post before he began to play old soldier, and very quietly laid down in the road, refusing to rise until a part of his load was removed and placed upon the back of one of his stronger or more willing companions, furnishing thus another evidence of the truth of the Darwinian theory that the lower animals are governed by the same feelings and principles as the more recent, and in some cases the nobler, development. Through a wild, deep gorge, up into the rolling hills beyond, the party pursues its way, stopping now and then to adjust a pack, to allow the animals to nibble the fresh green grass which lines the road, or to drink from the clear, ice-cold streams through which the wily trout is seen to dart at every step. Bright green slopes, dotted with flowers, rise in succession before us. At length we reach the last one. The waters run the other way, and before us lies the broad, beautiful valley of the Yellowstone, partially hidden by intervening hills, and bounded on the east by mountain peaks towering to the skies, floating clouds about their tops, and great snowdrifts extending far down the gorges in their sides. We follow down a beautiful little valley, leave it where it turns towards the Yellowstone, and, rising a gentle slope to our right, reach the top of a commanding ridge from which we have an unobstructed view of the Yellowstone River and its valley. It stretches far up to the mountains on our right, and away off to our left enters the gorge of what is called the First or Lower Canyon. Opposite to us, the land rises in successive terraces or benches, showing where, in long ages past, existed the shores of a great inland lake, which, fed by the streams above, remained at the level of these benches until the river, thundering through the gorge below, wore for itself a lower passageway. Then the waters, draining out, lowered the level of the lake, which there remained until another break in the canyon below took place. The rains and snows of season after season in the meantime bringing down from the mountains around the disintegrated rock and vegetable matter to form in the edges of the lake these level benches, and so on, until the canyon was worn down to the bottom of the lake at the lowest level, and left these benches to tell us how they were formed. On these level benches, great herds of cattle are feeding on the luxurious bunch grass which covers them. Here they can live and fatten all the year round, save only in those exceptional winters when snow falls to a great depth and lies for a long time on the ground. The sight of these cattle reminds us of civilization. We take a good look at them, for it is about the last of such signs we shall see for some time to come. We reach the bank of the Yellowstone just as the sun is sinking behind the high mountain peaks in our rear, forming long bands of bright sunlight and dark shadows across the valley. Our bivouac is formed beneath a wide-spreading cottonwood, and whilst the mules are being unpacked, our rods are brought out, and before the cook is ready for them, we have wriggling upon the grass around our campfire enough fine brook trout to supply the whole party with a hearty supper. No one but a man who has ridden for 25 or 30 miles through a new and interesting country can appreciate the appetites with which those trout, fresh from the cold waters of the Yellowstone, were enjoyed, nor the sound sleep which followed our feast. We slept as tops are proverbially said to sleep, breathing the pure air of heaven with no canopy but the star-bedecked sky, and opened our eyes to greet the smiling sun as he came up over the tops of the mountains the next morning. Remember, this was the last day of July. We were in sight of perpetual snow. The night was cool. We were covered with blankets and buffalo robes. And you, who were sweltering in the heat of the east, may be able to fancy how we did sleep. Our route the next day led us directly up the valley of the Yellowstone, growing narrower and more narrow as we approached the place where the river leaves the mountains. At times the trail, a well-marked wagon road, led directly along the bank of the river, still unusually high for this season of the year, its peculiar light green waters being tinged with mud. Now and then the stream was divided by wooded islands, and in places where, from the formation of eddies, the water had a chance to settle and become comparatively clear, great trout could be seen lying lazily in the water with heads upstream, or dashing suddenly to the surface to capture some imprudent fly, which, unmindful of the many sharp eyes on the watch for him, would venture too near the surface. In other places, our route would lead us across the flat prairie bottom, far back from the river bank, where occasionally would lie a great tree trunk, devoid of limbs and rubbed smooth, showing how, at times during the spring freshets, the water extended back so as to cover all but the highest points. We passed several ranches with little patches of cultivated gardens, flourishing with potatoes, onions, tomatoes, and other vegetables, and at one of them 2 or 3 little tow-headed children appeared on the doorstep to look with open-eyed wonder at the unusual sight of a party of white men. Suddenly a fence appears, and enclosed by it a wide field of luxuriant grain. We cross the irrigating ditches leading from the hills, and from which this field obtains its moisture. and approach a house nestling in a beautiful little nook in the hills, surrounded by a grove of trees, and with a clear stream alongside. This is Bertler's Ranch, with one exception, the most advanced of the settlements in the valley. Here is kept a post office, and letters and papers are mixed up with milk pans, cups, and butter dishes. For Bertler's is a dairy ranch, and one portion of it is literally filled with pans full of rich cream-covered milk, from which we are invited to drink with true Western hospitality. The noisy brook, as it tumbles down from the hills, has been led into a trough and rendered still more noisy by being made to turn a wheel attached, with Yankee ingenuity, to a churn where butter for the Bozeman market, some 40 miles away, is made. It costs nothing to keep the cows, which roam at will over the broad, rich bottomland or crop the sweet bunch grass on the foothills. We turned our backs upon Bertler's thrifty, homelike ranch and continued up the river towards the second canyon. South of us, on the other side of the river, Immigrant Peak rears its top amidst the clouds, and in a deep gorge at its foot, in Immigrant Gulch, men are delving for gold. The mountains now come down close to the riverbank, and in one place we have to cross a steep spur along which the trail, still a wagon road, runs, with the great river roaring as it rushes along, far below and almost at our feet. We are now approaching the second canyon of the Yellowstone, and after crossing two deep, rapid mountain torrents, turn to the left, and leaving the wagon tracks, which terminate here, follow a narrow trail into the mountains. At the very mouth of the gorge stands a great rock, 100 feet high or more, and as we pass along at its foot, its face towards the canyon is seen to be worn as smooth almost as glass, with here and there deep furrows. This is a relic of the far distant past, standing here like some old sentinel of the guards, to speak with his seams and scars of the battles he has passed through. As it cannot, like the old soldier, shoulder a crutch and tell how fields were won, we shall have to do it instead. And fancy the time when this immense gorge in front of us was filled to the top, perhaps, with a mass of ice, rock, sand, and rubbish slowly pushing its way down to the sea. This great glacier encounters here in its path the solid obstacle. Against it, the mass crushes and grinds. Other masses come behind, driving the forward portions ahead and trying to open a way to the sea. Bravely the old sentinel stands his ground, whilst high up upon his front the rocky, icy mass is piled, and goes grinding, crushing across his face towards the narrow gorge at his side, down which it finally makes its way, flanking the obstacle, but leaving upon its face ample records of the struggle to tell to future ages the battles of the past. Passing the old sentinel, our way becomes more and more contracted, shut in by high hills on the right, by immense mountain peaks on the left, with the river dashing along at their feet. Right before us rises a steep wall of rock, seemingly barring out further progress, but wild animals have been here before us, and tame ones too, for far up along the steep hill, somebody has evidently been trying to cut a road. We pick our way carefully among the rocks and along the narrow path, dismounting here and there where the route is steeper or more difficult than usual. At length we reach the top and gaze with silent wonder at the grand view before us. Still towering above our heads, the hills on our right are covered with timber, whilst on the left the far higher, rugged, rocky peaks are devoid of all foliage except a few scraggly pines, and the long, smooth slopes of their disintegrating sides in places extend from near the top down hundreds of feet to the very edge of the river, into which fragments of rock are continually falling. Directly before us lies a peaceful little green valley crossed by sparkling streams, beyond which rises another wall of rocks, narrowing the valley until there is just room enough left for the river to make its way. On the left, and almost beneath our feet, rushes the river, here of a bright sea-green color, there turned into a milk-white foam, where the channel is still further contracted by great masses of rock which have toppled from the crags above. Beyond, far up through the gorge, the country widens out into a green valley covered with trees, through which the Yellowstone is quietly flowing, preparatory to its mad rush through the gorge below, whilst still further beyond, as far as the eye can reach, mountains rise above mountains to the skies. We take a long look at the wild but beautiful scenery, and then lead our horses down a steep slope to the valley below. Crossing this, we enter the narrowest part of the gorge, picking our way along the narrow path between overhanging masses of rocks, sometimes crowded so close together as barely to allow room for the passage of a horse, much less a horseman. Many an exclamation of pain is uttered as shins come in contact with the sharp rocks, and one is tempted to echo the wish of the discontented individual who made the remark that if he had had originally the making of man, he should have put the calf of the leg in front, where it would at least have been of some use. Here the slightest misstep would send one hurling into the raging cauldron below. After making the passage in safety, we halt to wait for the packs, eat a lunch, fish, and shoot young grouse, which are just now reaching a proper size. The packs get through for a wonder without being rubbed off more than once, and we push ahead again over dry, arid hills to our camp by the side of a mountain torrent, by whose music we are lulled to sleep after a hearty supper on immense trout caught in the deep, quiet pools. The country is now becoming more broken and rougher than before. Dark, black, volcanic hills rise up in all directions around us, throwing up here and there a peak higher than the rest, in the gorges near the tops of which banks of snow appear, and from these come the ice-cold streams which cross our paths at intervals. The disintegrating sides of some of these hills present a curious appearance, looking for all the world as if some great factory had been for ages dumping down on the slopes all their refuse coal and scoria. Some of the hills again present in places bright red streaks suggestive of iron or cinnabar, and one of these is so strongly marked that it has been named the Cinnabar Mountain. If it deserved its name, it would prove a mine of wealth, and would, ere this, have been covered with claims. But no valuable metal, I believe, has up to this time been discovered in the vicinity. Our route today leads us along the foot of Cinnabar Mountain. When we reach its southern face, the formation of the mountain is seen, and in one place presents a curious spectacle. Volcanic action has thrown up the layers of rocks until the strata stand almost vertical, outcropping towards the sky. In some places, the outcropped edges have become disintegrated, and form slopes extending from the top of the mountain in curves to the bottom. This is especially marked in one place where the disintegrated material of a deep red color sweeps in a graceful curve for hundreds of feet down the side of the mountain. Of course, the softest material is disintegrated first and fastest. Where the rock is very hard, the weather seems to have but little effect upon it. Hence results a remarkable formation to which the name of the Devil's Slide has been given. 2 great ledges of hard rock have been thrown up until they stand vertically upon the length of the mountain. These ledges, some 6 or 8 feet across, are distant from each other some 300 or 400 feet. Between the two, the softer material has been entirely washed out to a depth in places of some 100 feet, leaving these great bare walls standing like the ways of some immense shipyard. The immensity of the work done impresses one with the magnitude of the watery power which performed it, and the long period which must have elapsed since the forces ceased to act, is shown by the great trees now growing in the amphitheater between the walls, and the still larger ones which lie decaying on the ground. We turned our backs upon the Devil's Slide, casting many a glance behind, supposing we were taking a last look, and little thinking that in a day or two some of us should see it again. Our route now leads us over ranges of desolate, barren hills, till we strike the valley of Gardiner's River, up which we turn to the right, following a plainly marked trail along its bank. After traveling some 5 or 6 miles, the trail grows suddenly fainter and soon disappears entirely in the grass. The appearance of the country, several streams of warm water, which our horses refuse to drink, and the hollow sound given out by our horses' feet, assure us that the object of our search, the hot springs, cannot be far distant. All eyes are turned upon the ground, searching for the trail. Someone looks up, and an exclamation of surprise arrests the attention of the whole party. Looking over to our right, a great snow-white hill is seen looming up like an immense snowbank surrounded by timbered mountains. We turn towards it and cross several smoking streams, where the yielding and hollow-sounding rocks under our horses' feet produce the disagreeable impression that it is barely possible we might break through and be swallowed up in some great cauldron, or disappear we hardly knew where, but the smoking water suggests that the place might be uncomfortably warm. As we proceed, however, we gain confidence and finally reach solid ground in a belt of tall timber through which passes a trail with fresh horse tracks upon it. This we follow, gradually rising until we reach an open and perfectly level plateau, upon which, here and there, a great tree is growing, and bright-colored flowers are occasionally seen. To our left and in front of us, high hills, covered with trees and grass, rise up from the plateau. The dusty trail and some horses in a grove nearby assure us we are nearing the end of our day's journey. Turning a point of the hill to our left, a magnificent but novel view bursts upon us. The valley, shut in by high hills, is, where we stand, only about 200 yards across. It widens out farther up to as much as 1.5 miles. As far as we can see, the whole valley above us is filled with a pure white, marble-like structure, arranged in terraces, one of which stands some 50 or 60 feet in height, and is the snow-white hill we first noticed. Directly before us stands a column 60 or 70 feet high, which, from its form, has been named the Cap of Liberty. At its foot, and extending some distance beyond, is a structure which looks as if the giants of old had been laying a foundation of the purest white marble for some great edifice. The perfectly horizontal tiers rise one above the other like successive layers of masonry, and at a little distance each successive layer looks as if composed of stone, on which the chisel of the sculptor has engraved the most exquisite forms. We stop and look in wonder, dismount, and walk through a substance which reminds one of walking on loose flour. Approaching a place where the substance is a little damp, we take up handfuls of it and find it just like plaster of Paris and molding in the hand like putty. A closer inspection shows that the horizontal lines, which at a distance resembled layers of masonry, are the rims of basins formed by the deposition of material held in solution by the water. These basins are of all sizes, generally of a semicircular form, and rise to a height determined by the level to which the water rises in each. If, from any cause, more water runs in, the deposition takes place most rapidly on the edge, where the water is stillest, building up the edge and keeping it always just above the surface of the water at all points, and hence always perfectly level. Where the water runs out of this basin, another one is formed, and so on indefinitely. Anyone can start a new basin to forming by breaking an opening in one of the old ones. The formation, although solid enough to bear our weight, yields to the foot, and as we move about, we destroy thousands of beautiful forms, which probably have been years in forming. At first, a feeling of regret is experienced at the idea of such destruction. But this is soon removed by the reflection that thousands of new ones are forming every day, and in every direction, wherever the water runs. These basins rise step by step from the general level of the plateau to a height of 6 or 8 feet, where a large oval basin of boiling hot water is found, the source of all the basins below. We are warned by the heated air and seeing the center of the pool boiling up 18 or 20 inches high, not to test the heat of the water with an imprudent hand. But whilst we are waiting, looking at and admiring all these wonders, our poor animals are nearly eaten up by the great buckflies, which swarm around them like bees. Teeth, tail, and feet are kept constantly at work to beat them off, and now we begin to understand why it is that the drove of horses we have just passed are, on a warm day like this, crowded so closely together, trying each one to get in the center of the herd, and rubbing against each other to drive away the innumerable pests. In a pretty little valley close by, thickly shaded with trees, and with a stream of snow water tumbling down through it, several rude cabins appear. Near these are a number of tents pitched, and farther back shelters of a ruder kind, pieces of canvas stretched over a ridgepole, with perhaps one end closed by a blanket. These are all for the shelter of the invalids who come out to this modern Saratoga of the wilderness in search of that health which the use of these waters is said in the most marvelous manner to bring. Men, women, children, and dogs rush out to greet the newcomers, and a shade of disappointment may be seen to pass over the faces of some when all of us leap lightly from our saddles, and none in the last stages of disease need to be helped off. So natural is it for misery to love company. We locate our bivouac higher up in this pretty little vale, and saddles, bridles, and packs are hastily stripped from our suffering animals, with the hope that by rolling or running they may gain some relief from the swarms of flies. We were soon assured by the oldest inhabitants of the place that there was absolutely no escape for the poor creatures, as they were tormented all day long by a constant succession of flies, and that animals sometimes stampeded under the infliction and sought places lower down the river where the flies were not so bad. To guard against losing our horses, it was proposed to picket them out, but we were assured this was certain death, as no picketed animal could defend himself against the swarms of flies, and we soon, by ocular proof, became satisfied of that fact and let our animals run loose. The poor creatures, maddened by their pests, which would settle like a swarm of bees on their withers as the safest spot, ran off to the hills, and we felt secure in the fact that they were tired by their day's journey and probably would not go far. The buck flies did not trouble us so much as they did the horses, but swarms of mosquitoes, bred probably by the ponds of warm water, surrounded us, and we were glad after a lunch to move about and explore the vicinity of our novel position. Our first visit was to the neighborhood of the Cap of Liberty. This singular column we found on inquiry to be hollow. In ages past, this open space was filled with the hot water of the springs from above, which, running over at the top, deposited the substance it held in solution, and built up the column now standing. In the course of time, the water found an outlet at some lower level, and left the column standing to tell its own story as to how it was formed. The storms and frosts of many a winter have beaten against it, and decreased somewhat its dimensions, without much, if any, lessening its height. Not far off stands another column, of smaller size, and standing between the two, the rush of subterranean waters could be plainly heard. On the plateau between the two columns, several bathhouses have been erected, and troughs from the main spring conduct the water into the bathing tubs. We saw the first primitive bathing tub which had been used. It consisted simply of a hole dug in the soft yielding material, large enough for bathing, and into this the water, hot from the spring, was led by a trough, hollowed out of the surface of the ground. Over the hole is pitched a tent, and this constitutes the bathing establishment. Other more pretentious structures have since been erected, and these are now occupied by wooden bathing tubs, to which the water is conducted in wooden troughs. 3 or 4 of these bathing houses are scattered over the plateau, and each one is supposed to possess some special health-giving qualities, this one for rheumatism, that for gout, etc. Not being possessed of any chronic disease, and it being a warm afternoon, I chose for my ablutions the coolest bath to be found. A stream of what was called cool water was turned on, and I prepared for the bath with a feeling of satisfaction at the coming luxury. The feeling was, however, short-lived, and at the first plunge I thought I was so too, and uttered what must have sounded to outsiders like a dying war-whoop, for the water was almost scalding hot, and the sensation experienced somewhat akin to what may be imagined, that of a lobster when being prepared for the table. What the hot baths would be, I did not care to test, but for the benefit of future visitors, I would suggest they go prepared with bathing dresses made of asbestos or some other heat-defying material. As I languidly sauntered back to camp, I took a better look at the boiling cauldron which supplies all this heated water. Thinking over my recent experience, I could not help fancying what a splendid institution this would be for one of those hotels where all the provisions, beef, pork, mutton, wild turkey, tame turkey, venison, ducks, and potatoes taste as if boiled together in the same pot. On the edge of the pool, where the water is more shallow and cooler than elsewhere, a thin film of porcelain-like structure forms, looking like a thin layer of ice. As if in keeping with my idea regarding cookery, several pots, kettles, pans, and bottles were standing in this shallow part, embedded through the sheet of ice. Had the water been cold, it would naturally be supposed these vessels contained milk and other substances placed there to cool. As it was, we were informed they were filled with the yeast settlings of the visiting housekeepers, put there to rise. Later in the afternoon, when it became cooler, we all sallied out on an exploring expedition to see wonders which we were informed were awaiting us higher up the valley. Taking a steep, well-worn path, we mounted to the plateau immediately behind that on which stands the Cap of Liberty. This plateau is evidently an old one, for the pure white of recent formation is replaced by a dull brown. The surface is much disintegrated and worked down into a soil. Here and there, large pine trees are growing, and patches of grass and flowers are scattered about. Now and then we pass a vent with hot steam hissing forth, and occasionally a hole is met with from which the gurgling sound of subterranean waters issues. Right before us is the grandest spectacle of all. On the far side of the plateau rises the wall of the next one. Tiers of beautiful, pure white basins rise one above the other to the height of 60 or 70 feet, the basins of all possible shapes and sizes. Most of these are filled with water in all states of temperature, except cold. Some are cool enough to bear the insertion of the hand. Others are still and covered with the thin ice-like film already referred to, whilst others are in an active state of ebullition, showing an underground connection with the hot springs above. In one spot, the hill of basins juts out with bold prominence and steep sides, at the top of which a bold stream of smoking water comes tumbling over. In places where the flow of water was greatest, it was observed that instead of forming basins, the materials were deposited in the form of a cascade, and as the deposition appears to be uniform when the water, from finding some other outlet, ceases to flow, it leaves what may be described as an exact white plaster cast of rippling water, and so perfect is the imitation that in a photograph of the scene, the eye is unable to decide which is running water and which solid stone. Hence the name, Frozen Cascade. The general effect may be described by imagining 1,000 small-sized Niagaras placed alongside and above and beyond each other, suddenly turned by a magic wand into solid white marble. As we pass along the foot of this bold point, we reach a spot where the water has broken out anew within a comparatively recent period, and with its deposit overwhelmed a grove of trees growing upon some more ancient formation. The dead and decaying limbs stick out above the surface of the still forming deposit to tell how they were overwhelmed. Picking our way through this grove and tramping through the shallow spread of water which is warm to the feet, we turn towards the hill and commence to climb up its steep face, using the edges of dried or partially dried up basins as stepping stones, and crushing under our feet at every movement the beautiful crystal-like structure. At every few steps, we pause to enjoy the ever-changing and always novel view presented to us. Each new view appears more charming than the last, as it brings in sight more water, nearly every basin in this portion of the cascade being not only full, but running over. At length we reach the top, and stand at the same time upon the highest point of the terraced slope, and on the edge of the corresponding plateau, the witnesses of a scene which it is thought few white men have ever enjoyed. The eye cannot take in with satisfaction at the same moment all the beauties presented, and after gazing for a moment in silent wonder at the magnificent spectacle, I turn from the more beautiful part, as though desiring to leave that for the last, and picking my way along the very edge of the plateau, halt at a point where the whole hill is brought under the eye, and each successive white marble basin filled with bright blue water. The edges, beautifully curved and scalloped, stand out in relief, one beneath the other, down to the bottom of the hill, and then, with a gentler slope, the basins disappear in the grove of dead and dying trees at its foot. Such a sight amply compensates one for many a weary mile of travel, and yet it is not the finest we are to see. Turning around and stepping a few paces back from the edge of the plateau, we find ourselves standing upon the rim of an immense boiling cauldron, some 20 feet across, or rather a series of cauldrons, for there are several of them, divided by walls built up by themselves through apertures in which the water flows off from one to the other. The pool nearest to us is of a bright sky blue color, and on the edge where it is, still we look down into its clear depths to an unknown distance. We approach the edge with a cautious awe, for a false step or a weak spot in the rock would send one to certain death. Step by step we approach and peer over into the depths below. One naturally starts back in a fright, for the rock, growing thinner and thinner as it approaches the edge of the water, projects over as it rises, and the water is so very clear and pure that we seem to be standing suspended in mid-air. Closer examination shows the rock perfectly solid and firm, and now, becoming bolder, we proceed to a more minute inspection. The projecting edge rests just at the surface of the water. It is formed of beautifully undulating curves, and these are tipped with a series of pure porcelain-like pieces, shaped like fingernails. These are as hard as flint, as sharp on the outer edge as a knife, and so firmly attached to the rocky edge as to require a sharp blow with a hammer to detach them. This peculiar scalloped edge extends all around the pools. Nearby us is one of the partition walls, through a break in which, highly colored with rich red and brown, the water flows into the neighboring pool, changing its blue tint into a rich brown or saffron. The color is not constant, but varies as the waters intermingle, so as to give almost every conceivable tint, and the variations are still further increased by the waters mingling with those of a third pool, deeply tinged with yellow from the sulfur held in solution by the water which supplies that pool. Now, imagine all these pools boiling and bubbling in the center, sending their little tiny waves surging to the edge, splashing up under the porcelain scalloped edges, a white mist rising from the whole. The play of all these colors in a bright sunlight, and some faint conception may be formed of the sight. Words are weak in any attempt to describe the picture, and the photograph makes no record of the colors, to which even the skillful painter's brush fails to do full justice. A most admirable picture of the scene I have attempted to describe has been painted by Moran, and was some time ago on exhibition at Shays on Broadway, New York. The same artist painted the view of the Great Falls of the Yellowstone, which was put up at the head of the Senate stairway in the Capitol. These falls we shall visit as we prolong our rambles in the Rocky Mountains. We linger in admiration around these beautiful pools, noting the splendid play of the colors and finding new beauties at every step. Apparently there is no living thing in the water, but where it runs off from the pools to dash itself into the basins beyond, there is deposited at the bottom of the channels a sort of vegetable substance, as fine and soft as silk, which clings to the rock and waves back and forth in the rippling water like long feathery plumes. On these long plumes, the water deposits a part of its coloring matter, and the effect, as they sweep gracefully from side to side in the running water, flashing up their rainbow hues, is indescribably beautiful. All the way down the slope, these colors can be traced, growing fainter and fainter as they near the bottom. We turn our backs with regret upon this beautiful view, returning to it again and again afterwards, to gaze in wonder at a scene which changes and seems to present new charms at every new position of the eye, and at every new angle at which the sunlight strikes it. End of section 33. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 18th of November, 2021. Section 34 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Rambles in the Rocky Mountains. Segment 1, Part 2, by General John Gibbon. We now climb terrace after terrace and reach plateau after plateau, all old, worn out, and disintegrated. Soil has been formed upon them, great trees are growing on them, and patches of grass and bright flowers are scattered about. This is the scene of the operation in former times of just such springs as those we have seen below, but now nothing more than a remnant of their working remains. Here a deep hole is encountered, up through which the sound of gurgling waters reach the ear. There, a small vent through which hot steam issues forth. Wandering along, we come suddenly upon a structure which at once arrests the attention. In the midst of a clump of large pine trees, and with some small dead ones embedded in its surface, stands a rocky structure, 6 or 8 feet high, say 20 feet long and half as broad, looking like a great rough jelly mold turned upside down. From the top and down the sides of this are running in every direction little streams of water, depositing their rocky material and building the mound still higher and broader, as they have been building it probably for thousands of years before Columbus told the world there was such a place as America. We climb upon the top of this oval-shaped mound, and find along the axis of its length a row of apertures of all sizes, from that of a quill to one of an inch in diameter, and from each one of these, steam mingled with hot water is rushing forth with a noise which threatens to blow the whole structure to pieces. Each aperture is surrounded with delicate little porcelain fingernails, beautifully colored, and the mingling of sounds produced by the hissing steam has suggested the name which has been given to this singular spot, the beehive. An engine whistle placed over one of the vents of the beehive might well impress the visitor with the idea that the iron horse had invaded these solitudes. Our rambles at length brought us to the foot of a high, steep bluff covered with dense timber, where we were shown into a cave excavated by water trickling from above. We crawled down into it, enjoyed the cool atmosphere, lit a candle brought along for the purpose, and gazed in admiration at the thousands of stalactites and stalagmites which flashed back their rays to us. The formation of the rocky structure in which the cave was hollowed out was the same as that about the springs below. In fact, the whole valley, 4 miles long, and from 200 yards to 1.5 miles broad, is filled with the same material which abuts against the solid rocks of the hills at the sides. Returning, we walked for 1/2 mile or more along the top of a ridge stretching like an immense backbone over the plateau, and formed evidently by the water boiling up through the top and depositing its materials from openings which we passed at every step. The waters have long since found some outlet at a lower level, leaving the former channels now empty. At one point we came to a wide opening, down which we looked into a great cave, some 12 or 15 feet deep, where countless bats, disturbed by the sticks and stones we threw down, flew from side to side in wild dismay at their solitude being so roughly invaded. The materials of which this great backbone is made are evidently identical with the hot springs deposit. They rest in layers, and the slightest break serves to show the manner in which the deposit was made. The rippling of running water is still there, but with none of the freshness of the recent formation lower down the valley. In fact, nearly all this portion of the valley bears evidence of operations long since extinct. There was a time, however, when the disintegrating masses around us presented all the fairy forms and brilliant colors seen today at a lower level. Now quite a soil has formed on top, and in this are embedded the roots of lofty trees. Taking into account the incalculable length of time which must have elapsed to form this great deposit, layer by layer, of almost unappreciable thickness, like leaves of paper piled one on top of the other, the period after the water ceased to flow, required by disintegration and other causes to produce the soil necessary to support vegetation, and after that the time for these trees to grow up, one may form some vague estimate of the thousands of years which have probably elapsed since the active powers were at work on the space where we are now standing. Here and there a faint trace, as if a mere draining of the former system exists in the form of a little pool, out of which boils water strongly impregnated with mineral substances, dyeing with beautiful colors the little basins which it seems to form as naturally as the leaves form on a tree or flower. The number of charming views, beautiful forms, novel structures, and curiosities of all kinds to be seen here seems to be limited only by one's amount of physical endurance. For whichever way we turn, something new and strange is sure to meet the eye. Weeks might be spent in exploration, and every hour furnish a new wonder. Our time was limited to hours, and we found them only too short to explore the springs themselves, without attempting much in the surrounding country, which contains some magnificent scenery. From the top of the hill near the head of the valley, we obtained a fine view which made us yearn to explore the deep canyons of the three forks of Gardner's River and the highlands intervening between them. Each of the three forks, before reaching their junction in the valley below the springs, passes through a deep, dark, rugged canyon with almost perpendicular sides, and directly before us, far up on the eastern fork, we see a magnificent waterfall, with here and there a patch of snow, so hidden in the gorge that the warm August sun has not yet succeeded in melting it. Of this fall we shall obtain a closer view when we come to resume our rambles towards the great falls of the Yellowstone, but for the present we have to content ourselves with a distant one. Far off to the south of us can be seen great mountain peaks, towering to the skies and covered with perpetual snow. These, we are told, are around the headwaters of the Madison, and with the wings of a bird we might reach in a few miles what, on horseback, will consume many difficult days of marching. Making our way back down the valley, we linger about the great hot spring, admiring anew its formation and colors, and as we pick our way down the steep slope, we stop to examine an impromptu shower bath, which some enterprising individual has improvised halfway down the slope, where the water has cooled sufficiently to render parboiling improbable. A pretty little arbor of pine boughs has been constructed over one of the basins in which a board seat has been placed. A wooden trough, with one end so placed against the bank above as to catch the water, conveys it so as to strike the neck and shoulders of a bather seated on the bench. We did not stop to try the bath, but since bathing in warm milk is considered the height of luxury, we can readily imagine what a bath here would be, especially since the bather, if dissatisfied with the temperature of the stream he was under, could satisfy the most fastidious taste by doing as the thermometer does, rising for more heat, falling for less. Returning towards our bivouac, we met and conversed with some of the visitors, some 30 of whom, men, women, and children, are here for the benefit of the waters. They are taken both externally and internally, and one old man we saw seemed to have made a mistake, and fancying his stomach a bathtub, was trying with all his might to fill it at the earliest possible moment with water a good deal hotter than any coffee ever drank in more civilized regions. He was seated by a spring with a quart can in his hand, with which he dipped up the boiling fluid and poured it down his throat as fast as he could swallow, stopping only now and then to lick his lips and utter a grunt of satisfaction. I looked at him in astonishment, and asked him if he liked it. "Oh, yes," he replied. "It is better than any of your coffee, tea, or such truck." On his invitation, I tried it. and it is no exaggeration to state that the first mouthful scalded me. The second one, taken with the usual precautions, I managed to swallow, and did not try a third. The old man regarded me with that silent look of pity with which a habitue of Saratoga regards the first attempt of a novice to enjoy a glass from Congress Spring. The water is strongly impregnated with sulfur and other substances, smells like an old hen house after the setting season, and I have seen iced drinks I like better. Most wonderful stories are told of the cures produced by these waters. Persons so weak as to be held on their horses to get here are in a short time strong enough to move about and take all sorts of exercise. There is no question that with easy means of reaching these springs and accommodations for visitors on the spot, which last would soon follow the first, people would flock there from all parts of the world. The route of the Northern Pacific Railroad, although not yet definitely decided, will, in all probability, go within 75 or 80 miles of the springs. Returning to our bivouac, it was found that our poor horses and mules, tormented beyond endurance by the hordes of flies, had concluded to vacate the country and seek less objectionable company lower down the river. Parties sent out in search of them found that, as is the custom of animals under such circumstances, they had taken the only route they knew anything about, and gone back on our trail. Rapid pursuit was made, but they were not overtaken till they had reached the canyon of the Yellowstone, some 25 miles away. Here the formidable rocky ascent before them probably caused them to pause just before they were overtaken. Had they succeeded in getting through the canyon, we should in all probability not have overtaken them before they reached Fort Ellis, 66 miles away, which would have caused a serious delay in our ramblings towards the Great Lake and Falls of the Yellowstone, for which we were to start in the morning. Additional precautions were, therefore, taken, and as it was out of the question to picket the animals in the daytime and find them alive at night, a man was detailed to watch them. So troublesome, however, were the flies that the poor creatures could not even eat during daylight, and occupied themselves in crowding together and rolling in the dust to get rid of their pests. At night they had to be let loose to feed whilst their enemies were asleep, a few only being kept picketed in the best grazing ground, and with the hope that the rest would not desert them. This, however, proved a vain hope, and the horses, remembering how they suffered after the sun got up, concluded to get out of the way in time, and when daylight came, all but those picketed were found to have disappeared. In the western country, when a man loses his horses, the first thought is Indians, the last one strayed. But here we were under no apprehension of Indians, for although they sometimes come as high up the Yellowstone as Bettler's Ranch, they never, we were assured, visit this section of the country, although it is said there are near the lake region some few poor miserable wretches called sheep-eaters. They are very seldom seen, and avoid, like any other wild beast, a white man. It is said, too, that occasionally wandering members of the Bannock tribe sometimes pass through the country, but they have a holy dread of it, as closely allied with the infernal regions. It is stated to be a fact that should an Indian fail to return from this country, his tribe would never think of attributing his disappearance to murder, but would conclude, as a matter of course, that he had been swallowed up by one of the numerous hot springs or geysers and gone straight through to report to his satanic majesty. This renders the passage of white men through the country pleasantly secure. We therefore had no fears that Indians had jumped our stock, and at once made preparations to follow it. Several parties were started out, and as it is best under such circumstances not to stand on the order of going, but go at once, myself and another officer mounted our horses, and ascending the hills back of our camp proceeded to search for the trail. We found it at last, but the horses were then evidently feeding, and much time was lost following the tracks here and there over the dry, hard ground. After some perseverance and a good deal of grumbling and hard words, we found the trail leading in as direct a way as the broken nature of the country would permit, in a northeasterly direction towards the home trail. Down into deep ravines and up onto high hills we followed it, slowly picking our way along over the rough rocky places until the tracks lead us into the plain, well-beaten trail we had followed 2 days before. Here the footprints were plainly seen in the dusty road, and now commenced a more rapid pursuit, as the tracks could be easily seen whilst we were moving at a gallop. A stern chase is proverbially a long one, and we now pushed forward as rapidly as possible with the hope of overtaking our truant animals at least before they reached the canyon. As we rose the top of each hill, we strained our eyes with the hope of catching sight of them, but it was not until we came in sight of the Devil's Slide that we caught a glimpse of a single moving object, and that proved to be one of our mounted men going on the same mission as ourselves. We soon overtook him, dismounted to rest his weary horse, and taking the lead, we pushed ahead in rapid pursuit. The sign freshened, and as the prospect of catching sight of our animals increased, we increased our speed as much as the weary condition of our horses would permit. As we neared the gorge of the canyon, hope faded away, for in the valley before us, no living creature was to be seen. We reached the first rocky point and picked our way slowly across it, knowing that if the animals once got across the next point, we were destined to have a long chase indeed. We moved rapidly across the little valley, looking forward to a climb over the rocky slope before us, when, casting our eyes to the right, we were gratified with the sight of all our animals quietly cropping the rich bunch grass on a side hill. As we neared them, they looked up with a quiet stare, which said as plainly as words, "Is it possible we are of so much importance that you would follow us 25 miles? We quickly shifted the saddles from our tired horses to some of the estrays, and arming ourselves with long sticks, we made those animals hump it back to camp in a way which was a sight to see. We made the 25 miles in a little over 2 hours, hastily broke up camp, packed our mules, and left the beautiful frozen Cascades behind us. We followed across the country due south, crossed the middle fork of Gardner's River, a raging torrent up to our horses' girth, where the animals could scarcely keep their footing on the smooth, round boulders which covered the bottom, struck the east fork, crossed that, and followed up its right bank by a steep game trail leading up the side of the valley. From a point on the steep side hill, where we stopped to take a drink from a little ice-cold spring which gushed from the rock, we had a splendid view of the falls of Gardner's River, East Fork, where the water makes a perpendicular plunge of 60 or 70 feet. Still toiling up the slope, we stand at length upon the flat, horizontal ledge of rocks, through a break in which, worn out by itself, the river makes its plunge. Halting to rest and turning back, a sight meets the eye which causes a burst of admiration from the whole party. Far down below us is the gorge through which we have just come. Our pack mules are still struggling up the steep pathway. Away off to the left and rear, rising one above the other, are the rocky, broken hills surrounding the valley of the hot springs, here and there cloven with steep-sided openings for the passage of the branches of Gardiner's River, while standing like a great white marble castle, in marked contrast with the dark foliage behind, is the prominent point in the frozen cascade, glistening like snow in the bright rays of the now setting sun, a thin misty cloud of steam rising from its top. One might well linger in admiration over such a view, but the sun is fast sinking behind the western snowcaps, and we push on to find a pleasant camp in a grove of pines, with plenty of rich grass for the horses, bright clear water for them and ourselves, and a store of hard, dry lodge poles for our fires. Years ago, this must have been a favorite camping place for Indians, for we find plenty of tepic poles, but all old, dry, and partially rotted under the rank grass which has grown up around and over them. The next morning we encounter our first difficulty, for the trail becomes dim, and as no horsemen have lately passed over it, we wander about for a long time searching for it in vain. We are now on the high rolling divide which separates the headwaters of Gardiner's River from the Yellowstone, and have nothing to guide us but general directions and the fact that we know the Yellowstone lies to the east of us. We know, however, that one of Professor Hayden's pack trains has recently passed over the route, for we met it the day before, returning to Fort Ellis for supplies. If we can only strike its trail, we will be all right. At length, after a search of several hours, we strike the broad, fresh trail of the pack train. With shouts, our party is assembled, and we move confidently forward again towards the falls of Tower Creek, some 18 miles away. That our elevation is now considerable, we can plainly see, for along the slope of a low range of hills to the south, long snowdrifts extending well down are glistening in the bright, warm August sun. Away off to the eastward, the broken Rocky Mountains on the right bank of the Yellowstone, cut up into deep, dark canyons, are in full view, and we pass every now and then clumps of quaking asp, whose roots are fed by moisture from the melting snow. The country has evidently once been a fine game section, but now, as we move along, we see nothing but a few antelope, which scamper away as fast as their fleet legs can carry them, evidently well acquainted with the crack of a rifle. Our route leads us through some beautifully wild wooded valleys, and at length we stand on top of a hill, looking once more down upon the Yellowstone. In the valley below us stands the first and only bridge which has ever yet spanned the virgin waters of the river. It was built by miners to enable them to reach the gold diggings on the headwaters of Clark's Fork, a stream which empties into the Yellowstone several hundred miles below the point where we are now standing. Our trail leaves this bridge to the left, and we follow it till it enters a thick and matted wood, where we meet with our first difficulty in the way of fallen timber. It lies in almost every possible direction, and we twist and turn in all ways to avoid it, sometimes losing the trail, and now and then encountering a hill so steep as apparently to preclude the idea of our pack mules scrambling up it. Rising all the time, we reach the edge of an immense chasm standing directly across our path. The trail seems to lead to the left across a rocky ledge, along the steep edge of which I follow until the view opens a little, and a cry of alarm escapes me as I call to the rest of the party to halt and hastily spring from my saddle. My horse and I are standing upon a projecting ledge with scarcely room enough to turn around, and I have a sort of feeling that at length I have reached one of the ends of the earth. The spot is an overhanging ledge of rock, the disintegrating edges of which render it uncertain at what moment the whole thing may go toppling over into the depths below. You cannot get close enough to the edge to see the bottom of the abyss before you, and from it, far down below you, comes up the hoarse roar of falling waters. This is Tower Falls, so deep down in this great rent of the earth, and so surrounded by tower-shaped masses of rock that from this point no sight of it can be obtained. The tops of great trees can be seen far, far below where we now stand. On the other side of a vast amphitheater, the steep, almost perpendicular rock rises up for hundreds of feet, cut into all sorts of fanciful forms by the action of water in former ages. At the foot of this wall, far off below us, the Yellowstone comes tumbling along with its characteristic sea-green color, here and there worked up into milk-white foam, as ledges of rocks interfere with the current. We are now looking into the very mouth, the lower opening of the Grand Canyon, and its slopes near the water's edge are tinged with the bright colors which we are to see in all their glory at the other end of the canyon, some 25 miles above, to which point the great falls of the Yellowstone have worked their way back after who shall say how many centuries of labor. The trail ends where we stand. There is no place for it to go except into empty air. After gazing with that feeling of admiration and awe which a sight of magnitude and splendor always produces, I carefully picked my way back along the perilous edge and started to search for the trail which was to lead us down to the bed of Tower Creek. After a long hunt, we found it, and commenced the descent by a path so steep that we had to dismount and lead our horses down. Down, down we go for hundreds of feet, passing by the tops of great trees until we finally reach where their roots are embedded in the banks of the creek, a foaming mountain torrent rushing over a bed of boulders towards the falls below. Crossing this, we turn down the narrow valley and obtain a fine view of the Devil's Den, a wild, narrow, dark gorge through which the stream rushes boiling to make its fierce leap before it mingles its waters with those of the Yellowstone far down below. The country is here exceedingly broken. Wild and beautiful high hills rise in every direction around the point where the two streams join, the enclosed space being also broken up with steep rounded hills, clothed in a luxuriant growth of grass, flowers, and trees. To the top of one of these hills we mounted to enjoy a sight of the Tower Falls. The stream, after passing through the Devil's Den, enters a still narrower gorge, with great pinnacle-shaped towers rising on each side, and, bending slightly to the right, plunges over a perpendicular precipice 50 or 60 feet high, and in a sheet of foam strikes below with a roar, sending up clouds of cool spray, which makes the chasm below feel like an ice house compared with the heated air above. From a point lower down, we get a side view, which, concealing the channel of the creek, makes the water appear as if plunging out of a hole in the solid rock. Far above is the projecting point of rock upon which we stood an hour ago, and we can now appreciate what a tumble a false step there would have given us. The path down to the river is too steep for our horses, so, tying them to a tree, we pursue our way on foot, and climbing down to the very edge of the surging waters of the Yellowstone, put our rods together and prepare to test the truth of the assertion that the speckled trout from that stream will not take the artificial fly. We stand at the mouth of a little stream whose warm water and sulphurous smell tell of hot springs nearby, and no fish rise to our flies. We wander lower down, and where Tower Creek comes plunging in with a roar, forming eddies, which we feel sure must entice the trout to lie in them, we try again. I select a large brown-winged fly with yellow body, and scarcely has it touched the surface of a deep pool just above the mouth of the creek, then a pair of jaws, large enough to take in your hand, opens at the surface of the water, and immediately my reel commences to sing and my rod to bend, as if a whale were tugging at the line. What with the trout's surprise and fright, and my eagerness, it is a hard struggle to land such a monster through the rushing torrent. But at length my fingers are in his gills, and the great fish, with spotted sides of the color of liquid gold, lies panting on the shore. Another and another soon follow him, and in a time entirely too short, we have a string of 3 and 4 pound trout, enough to supply the whole party, and entirely too large to carry up the steep ascent behind us with any sort of comfort. Our camp is pitched in a little valley close by, where we enjoy our feast with travelers' appetites, and are lulled to sleep by that most delicious of all sounds to the sleepy senses, falling water, provided always it does not come in the shape of rain. Our next day's trip was over a rough and rugged path. We first had to climb the rough, steep, and wooded slope which bounds the valley of Tower Creek on the south. Here one of our pack mules slipped, fell, and got rid of his load, which had to be repacked. Then the country opened out into a rolling prairie, and as we reached a high point, a magnificent view was opened to us. The whole surface below us, as far as the eye could reach in every direction, was covered with dense masses of pine timber. On the left was the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone, beyond which mountain rose beyond mountain, until in the far distance to the south, peaks covered with perpetual snow appeared. On our right, we could trace the deep canyon of Tower Creek, running far to the westward, whilst to our front, Mount Washburn, named after the late Surveyor General of Montana, the first modern explorer of the wonders of the Yellowstone, rose up as if to bar our further progress south, its long sloping sides striped here and there with long, deep snowdrifts. Along the northern face of Mount Washburn, the trail led us over a rough country, now passing through dense masses of timber, now threading our way through intricate meshes of fallen trees, and now deep down into great gulches, washed out by streams running from the melting snowbanks above. We at length reached the top of a divide to the west of the peak, from which we looked down and over an immense wooded district, with the now far-famed Yellowstone Lake glistening in the distance. Here and there, over the landscape, rises a column of white steam, serving to remind us of the hot springs, geysers, and other wonders we have before us. We climbed down the steep slope in front of us along a path well beaten by recent horse tracks, and enter a pleasant region of thick timber, alternating with pretty little valleys, well watered and covered with grass and flowers. In passing through one of these, we missed the trail, and whilst searching for it, came across a great bank of white plaster of Paris-like substance, in which our horses sunk up to the fetlock. It was evidently a deposit similar to that made at the hot springs, and along its base sulphurous water was boiling up, and bubbles of gas rising through the stagnant pools. Our directions were to follow along the southern face of Mount Washburn to obtain a fine view of the Grand Canyon and the Great Falls, and as we were now fast leaving the mountain, we decided to halt for the night and made camp in one of the bright little valleys alongside of a clear stream. It being early in the afternoon, myself and a companion started out to search for the falls, and, guns on shoulder, we plunged into the deep forests. Our provisions were growing scarce, at least the fresh meat part, and we were not without hope of finding game of some kind. We proceeded, therefore, very carefully, walking lightly, and every now and then halting to listen. The stillness was almost oppressive. Not even a breath of air seemed to break the monotonous quiet of the pine woods, when suddenly, as we rose the slope of a hill, and stopped, as usual, to listen, a startling sound broke upon the ear of so singular a nature that we looked at each other in alarm. Again it sounded, with a dull sort of thud, easily magnified into a growl. "Listen, what is that?" "A grizzly," comes back in a hoarse stage whisper from my companion. Now a grizzly bear is an awkward kind of an animal to meet sometimes, especially in a lonely wood with the only help within 100 miles of you, a mile or two away. The trees, fortunately, furnish one means of escape if resorted to in time, and we both instinctively picked out the most convenient one near. But neither of us contemplated such an ignominious retreat before an invisible foe, and now eyes and ears were eagerly bent in the direction of the sound, with the hope of obtaining some definite clue to its origin. For an instant it seemed to me that I was all turned into eyes and ears. Again and again did the sound come booming through the otherwise silent wood, and in the absence of any bodily presence, light commenced to break in upon our frightened senses. It was observed that the sound came at regular intervals, did not vary at all, and did not sound like the voice of an animal. This set us to thinking, and in a moment the woods resounded with a shout and a cry. "It's a mud volcano!" The mere suggestion was enough to carry conviction, and we rushed forward in the direction of the sound, as eager now to go forward as we had been before to go back. We traveled in this way for nearly a mile, the sound being our compass, and at last, pushing our way through a thick piece of wood, stood in an open space, on the far side of which rose a steep, bare hill. At the base of this was a circular pool of dark, muddy water in an active state of ebullition. At regular intervals, a few seconds apart, a column would shoot up from the center of the pool to the height of 6 or 7 feet, scattering the dirty-looking water in every direction, and giving out the sound we had heard. At every burst of the volcano, the water would rise slightly, and a little run off through a channel, the depth and worn appearance of which showed that the flow at some periods was much more copious than at present. Nearby was another pool, but of clear water, and in place of shooting up like the other, it was quietly boiling, the surplus water flowing off in a drain. The side hill above was filled with vents, from dozens of which hot steam and water hissed forth as though eager to escape from the pressure below. In one place, in a sort of pocket half filled with well-mixed mud, the steam bubbled through and reminded one of boiling mush. We stood, long wondering at this singular spectacle, the sounds given forth from the vents in the side hill, reminding one of those heard in a railroad depot, when half a dozen engines are hissing forth steam from their partially closed valves. As we turned to leave the place, we quietly laughed at the recollection that we came very near taking to trees to avoid a mud volcano. Continuing our ramble, and with our eyes now open for new wonders, we entered one of those pretty little prairie-like openings which seem to be so common here. Talking as we walked, and thinking only of the singular phenomenon we had just witnessed, I suddenly became aware of a great pair of bright eyes, surmounted by a long pair of ears, both of which were turned eagerly towards us from the other side of a pile of dead trees, lying one on top of the other, not 30 steps from us. "Stop! What is that?" And I had to look twice before I could make out that the eyes and ears belonged to the head of a deer, whose body was concealed by the pile of fallen timber. Our camp was out of fresh meat. I was but an indifferent rifle shot. If the deer ever made a spring, she would expose her body, but in motion she would be safe from my bullet. These thoughts passed rapidly through my mind. As if by instinct, my rifle came down. A moment, and the woods resounded with a shot, and before my companion had even seen what caused my exclamation, the game disappeared behind the logs. A few steps forward, and there, almost in the very bed from which she was startled by the sound of our voices, lay a fine, fat doe with a bullet through her eye. Of course, it was a splendid shot of the William Tell order, and of course I accepted with becoming modesty all sorts of compliments about snuffing candles at 50 paces, etc. But I could not conceal my exultation at our good luck, and exhibited an excitement entirely inconsistent with the aplomb of an old hunter. The deer was quickly disemboweled, one leg cut off, and shouldering this, the liver, and our 2 guns, we commenced a rapid movement towards camp, giving up for the time all hope of seeing the falls, and filled only with the idea of what a welcome sight we had for the rest of the party, and what a feast we should have when we got back. Oh, what a trip that was! I don't think I ever saw mosquitoes more numerous or more bloodthirsty. They swarmed around us in myriads, covering our faces, our meat, and our hands, and pushing in their bills wherever they could find an unguarded spot. We cut branches of trees to whip them off, but all to no purpose, for both of our hands were constantly occupied, and no sooner were they driven from one spot than they reappeared at another. But as night came on, and it commenced to grow cool, which it always does as soon as the sun sets, they gradually lessened their attentions, and allowed us to enter camp in triumph and comparative comfort. Our appearance was hailed with delight, and our little camp resounded with good cheer and merriment. This was the only deer we saw upon the whole trip, and although we saw plenty of signs of both deer and elk, we failed to catch even a distant glimpse of the animals themselves, and concluded that they, during the summer, resorted to the highest mountains, where, in the vicinity of the snows, they were comparatively safe from both heat and flies. Seated around our bright campfires, we ate, drank, and were merry, planning our expedition to the Great Falls the next day, neither knowing nor caring for the disappointment in store for us. End of section 34. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona on the 21st of January, 2022.
Section 35 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jeff Welker, The American Quarterly, Volume 1, Section 35. Miraculous Powers in the True Church. Supposed Miracles. An argument for the honor of Christianity against superstition, and for its truth against unbelief. By Reverend J.M. Buckley, New York, Hurd and Houghton, 1875, page 54. Reverend Mr. Buckley's pamphlet is the substance of a speech delivered by him in September last in the New York ministers' meeting of the Methodist Episcopal Church. We place it at the head of our article and shall review some of its statements, not because it is a production of any great merit, but because it seems to represent the opinions of that class of Methodists who prefer to be wiser and more enlightened than their fathers and their simpler brethren, and who would fain thrust out of sight the antiquated notions of their founder, though clinging tenaciously to his form of church government. Wesley's teachings can imagine them saying to themselves are childish and superstitious, and can only provoke a smile from the advanced Protestantism of today. Therefore, let them be dropped as noiselessly as possible. But his allegorical system has in it the germs of wealth and power, and on that account it must be retained. Let the disaffected in the South and West grumble as they will, and cry out for the clerical yoke. Such, we fancy, is the guiding principle of those Methodist ministers who are trying to bring Wesleyan doctrine up as near as possible to the rationalistic level of the day, and by the show of liberality, on one hand, help to stifle the growing clamor for the lay representation on the other. Besides this general purpose, the immediate causes which gave origin to Reverend Mr. Buckley's address may be gathered from the pamphlet itself. Our readers must remember that not long ago Professor Tyndall and some of his scientific friends or followers made a proposal that the efficacy of prayer should be submitted to the following test. Let 2 wards of the hospital be set apart. Let the patients in one merely be prayed for, while the patients in the other are treated as nature and science require. If, after sufficient trial, the former are cured, it may be allowed that there is some reason for saying that prayer has the power to set aside the laws of nature. This challenge, as silly as it was insolent, of which we have given the substance rather than the words, was flung in the faces of the gaping crowds who flocked to hear and applaud the British professor, who vends his materialism and thinly disguised atheism under the name of science. They were, for the most part, if not all, non-Catholics, on whom their religion, such as it is, sits very lightly. The challenge was not and could not have been meant for Catholics, whose doctrine about prayer and miracles does not depend on private judgment or individual caprice, but is grounded on fixed, unchanging principles, as Professor Tyndall very well knows. Of the Protestant clergy, some, few, it is to be hoped, though we are not aware of the fact, may have given at the time a rational Christian answer, but many others failed to do so, or rather did the contrary. Some of them were for accepting the test outright. Others, more cautious, declined unless a perfect parallelism of condition between the 2 sets of patients as to age, temperament, previous history, etc., could be secured beforehand. Others finally yielded the point by maintaining that prayer obtains spiritual blessings only, and that, if offered for temporal advantages, it fails to procure them, though the very act of such prayer may be justly said to produce a beneficial effect on the mind and heart of him who offers it. This last theory contradicts not only the whole history of Christ's church upon the earth, but also the uniform teaching of both Testaments, Old and New. All that need to be said of it is that a characteristic specimen of the results of a private interpretation of the Bible. The prayer test was not accepted, and this fact, especially when backed by such motives for refusing, must have furnished, no doubt, abundant manner of merriment, scoffing, and probably triumph to the disciples of materialism. It provoked likewise some dissatisfaction and complaint in the evangelical camp, on the part of those who thought it a pity and a shame that they had not been allowed to enter the lists, and, with the aid of heaven, to spoil the scientist Dagon of his boasted trophies, and with confusion blank his worshippers. Among these, or their representatives, was a godly Methodist, Reverend Smith H. Platt, who had all along been a believer in the miraculous power of prayer. He had indeed, apparently before the Tyndall challenge, been cured, according to his own statement, of a rheumatic affection in the knees by the prayers of one Dr. Cullis of Boston. But the next day he overtasked his strength and relapsed into his infirmity. Yet this did not in the least destroy his faith in the prayers of Dr. Cullis, and in the reality of the cure effected by him. Let us listen to his own explanation. The next morning, after the overexertion, there was no essential change for the better, and I concluded that at once the Lord had healed me in honor of the doctor's faith, but that he did not want me to be well, and therefore permitted me to overdo and bring back my difficulty. This sounds very strange, and to say the least of it, the Lord doing and then undoing his work, healing and forthwith making sick again? And why this change of divine counsel? Was it to punish Mr. Platt because his faith had abated since the cure, or because he had not been sufficiently thankful for the blessing vouchsafed him? Not at all, nor would any Christian reader ever imagine the cause unless Mr. Platt had been pleased to make it known. God, he says, wished him to be lame, and that he might have the leisure to write certain books which he never would have written had he enjoyed the perfect use of his limbs. The reader will naturally ask, what was the character of these books, so valuable to cause of God and religion that divine providence should undo its own miraculous work, to compel Mr. Platt to write them? The answer involves nothing short of downright blasphemy, and lest we should be suspected of exaggeration, we prefer to give it in Mr. Buckley's words. Concerning these two books, it may be said that they are unfit for circulation, and must have been a product of a mind abnormally excited on subjects usually, as far as possible, excluded from the thoughts of decent people. But though lamed for this high and holy purpose, Mr. Platt felt confident that a day would yet come when the triumphant answer to the Tyndall challenge would be given in his person. And if we are to believe him, that day came at last. It was Sunday, July 25th, 1875, at Ocean Grove, New Jersey, where Miss Mossman, whom he had never seen before, called to visit him, and announced that the Lord had sent her to see and heal him. She touched his knee, prayed, and then declared him healed. But in spite of her declaration, the pain returned on Tuesday, and repeatedly at intervals, until, at last, he says, after long and desperate internal struggles, a permanent cure was effected. Though such bungling and jugglery need no refutation, Mr. Buckley takes some pains to prove that Mr. Platt has not made out his case. Indeed, this seems to have been one of his chief objects in writing the address. We shall certainly not follow him through the details, nor through his discussion of other late miracles pretended to have been wrought by Adventists, Mormons, Spiritists, and other impostors outside of the Church. There must be, in spite of the 3 centuries of enlightenment, a vast amount of gross credulity and superstition among Protestants, when they are found giving serious attention and firm belief to such shallow miracle-mongers. But it is the fate of those who disobey St. Paul 2 Thessalonians chapter 6, verse 14, and reject apostolic tradition, to fall into the beliefs of old wives' tales. They will not believe the miracles of God in His saints, and are condemned in just punishment to swallow any lying wonder that presents itself, any idle tale or absurd story, as the poet says, of prophecies, and of a dragon, and a finless fish, a clipped-winged griffin, and such a deal of scammable stuff, as puts one from his faith. If it not in the true gospel of Christ, surely in its 16th century counterfeit. We prefer to examine Reverend Mr. Buckley's notions about the purpose of miracles and the duration of the miraculous power in the Church, as this will give us the opportunity of stating the Catholic, which is this, as in everything else, much as our Protestant friends may doubt it, is the scriptural view of the question. Why are miracles wrought? Reverend Mr. Buckley, with an eye to his main purpose, answers thus adroitly. The purpose of the divine miracles, comprehensively stated, is to demonstrate that God speaks. This purpose is well expressed in the words of Nicodemus. Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher, come from God. For no man can do these miracles that thou doest, except God be with him. While it would be highly unreasonable without a purpose, it would be most reasonable with the purpose of obtaining a proper hearing for a divine teacher. And it was the only means by which he could obtain a hearing at once. And miracles accomplished their purpose. Christianity got a foothold in the world, and has kept Judaism a permanent dwarf, destroyed paganism on the continent of Europe, and in many parts of other continents, made the New World technically a Christian hemisphere, etc. The words we have italicized show the way, more artful than honest, in which the writer passes over from the general to the particular, addicto simpliciter ad dictum secundum quid, as logicians say. Miracles prove indeed that God speaks, but divine speech is manifold. Sometimes it teaches, sometimes it commands, at other times it warns, rebukes, threatens, or condemns. At others, it is meant only to console, encourage, or reward. And all these voices from the thunder tones of the Sinai to the light, gentle sound heard by the prophet, with the accompaniment of their miracles, may be traced to the pages of inspired history. Since then, God speaks through his miracles in so many ways. Why does Reverend Mr. Buckley limit them to the one form of speech, viz., the teaching or revealing of new doctrines? His mode of reasoning is, to say the least, unfair, but his object is clear. He would make out that miracles in the new law were intended only to establish Christianity, and this end accomplished, they must disappear. Yet, Holy Writ nowhere teaches that this is the only or even the chief end of miracles. It teaches the contrary. Miracles, he says, without a purpose would be highly unreasonable. But it is equally unreasonable to assign or limit such purposes according to our caprice, or, still worse, to gain a point for religious prejudice. Quote, who hath known the mind of the Lord, or who hath been his counselor? Unquote. Romans 6, verse 34. It is at all times perilous to enter into the divine counsels, but we may, by studying his works and their motives, as revealed by himself, reason by analogy from them to his subsequent works, even when their motives are left unrevealed. This is the safest and most reverent way to investigate the unsearchable ways of God to man, by making him, so to speak, his own interpreter. Let us then examine the divine economy with regard to miracles in the Old Law, which was a prelude and type of the New. The great miracles of the burning unconsumed bush, the rod changed into a serpent, the leprous hand, still more plagues of Egypt, the passage of the Red Sea, the cloud by day and pillar of fire by night, the manna from heaven. All these may be regarded as miracles intended to prepare the Jews to believe that God spoke on the Sinai, and that Moses was his accredited messenger and prophet. They were necessary to establish the law of Moses, to wean the chosen people from all relics of idolatry, to force upon Israel the conviction that, quote, "The Lord, He is God, and that there is no other beside Him," unquote. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 35. They were meant to surround with solemn glorious testimony the covenant that the Lord our God made to His people in Horeb, when He spoke to them face to face out of the midst of fire, with Moses as mediator between them. The Mosaic Church may be regarded as established from the day of that covenant, or from its renewal in the land of Moab. After that, the worship of the true God alone existed among the Israelites, bound up as it was with their daily life, political, social, and domestic. The idolatry of their ancestors from beyond the river had totally vanished, and the son of Beor, among the blessings forced from his reluctant lips by divine agency, had to acknowledge that there was no idol in Jacob, no image god to be seen in Israel, no soothsaying or other superstitious practice flowing from idolatry to be met with among the people of Jehovah. Numbers chapter 23, verses 21 and 23. But did this bring about the succession of miracles? If their only purpose had been to prove that God spoke as a teacher, and that Moses was his legitimate envoy, then they had accomplished their end. Any repetition of them, therefore, would have been without purpose and consequently unreasonable, as Mr. Buckley says. But this theory is repugnant to the whole history of the Old Testament. Miracles continued even after the Israelites had set foot in the land of promise, and the reason why they were wrought are either explicitly mentioned or may be clearly deduced from the narrative. 1. Even their very entrance into the land of the new inheritance was miraculous, the prodigies of the Red Sea having been renewed in the waves of the Jordan. The object of the miracle was not to convince them that God had spoken through Moses, but that Hosu was his legitimate successor, that the Lord was their protector, and that he would fulfill his other promises, and dispossess their enemies of the land. It was also to be a warning to the heathen, and an encouragement to Israel, to persevere in the service of the one true God. Quote, "This day will I begin to exalt thee before Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I am with thee also. By this you shall know that the Lord, the living God, is in the midst of you, and that he shall destroy before your sight the Canaanite and the Hittite, that all people of the earth may learn the most mighty hand of the Lord, that you may fear the Lord your God forever." Unquote. Joshua chapter 3, verses 7 and 10. Chapter 5, verse 25. The great wonder, which stands without a parallel in sacred history, of the sun and the moon arrested in their heavenly course, was intended to show that God was pleased to obey the voice of man. Obediente Deo voci hominis, who should be his friend and servant, and that he fought for Israel. Joshua chapter 10, verses 7 and 14. During the period of Judges, from Ahod down to Samuel, the frequent miraculous interpositions of providence were designed to save the repentant Jews from their enemies, and to convince them that God alone was the author of their prosperity, and the false gods not only unable to save them, but the source of their calamities. The victory of Gideon and his 300 was given expressly to teach Israel that they were delivered from the Madian by God, and not by their own strength. Judges chapter 7, verse 2. All these were so many protests, if we may so call them, on the part of God against the tendency to defection on the part of his people. and signal encouragements to those who remained faithful to the Mosaic law. In the days of Saul, David, and Solomon notwithstanding, the evil example of the last towards the end of his life, public worship flourished and was in no danger from schism or idolatry. Hence, during this period, we find that the miracles publicly wrought were few in number compared to those of Hosea and Judges. But after the death of Solomon, when the kingdom was rent by schism of Jeroboam, we find miracles multiplied both in Israel and in Judah, to rebuke the idolatry prevalent in the former, to sustain the consistency of those who even there were faithful among the faithless, and would not bow the knee to Baal, and to encourage the orthodox who dwelt under the rule of the descendants of David. This renewal of miracles began in the days of the chief seducer of the people, Jeroboam. It blazed forth with increased luster in the glorious thaumatology of Elias and Eliseus. Its flashes lit up the gloom of the Babylonic captivity, and even in the last epoch of Judaism, shed a halo over those faithful patriots who fought and bled to save their country and religion from the idolatrous yoke of the Syrian. 2. Besides these miracles wrought for the defense and preservation of the Mosaic law, long after it had been established, we find recorded many others, the sole object of which seems to have been to enforce the respect for sacred persons and things, and to punish the sin of sacrilege. Such were the cases of Mary, stricken with leprosy, and the seditious Cor and Dathan, and Avrion, swallowed up alive by the abyss, and the 250 laymen who presumed to handle the censer, of their 14,000 rebellious adherents slain by the pestilence, and of Achan stealing from the consecrated spoils of Jericho. Numbers, chapter 12, verse 10, chapter 16, verses 33, 35, and 49, and Joshua, chapter 6, verse 11. To these we may add the casting down of Dagon by the ark, the plagues brought by it upon Azodith, Gath, Acharon, and the Besamite. Uzzah slain by God for what might seem almost pardonable irreverence. 1 Kings, chapter 5, verses 4, 6, and 9, chapter 6, verse 19, and 2 Kings, chapter 6, verse 7. 2 Kings, Saul and Ozias, presumed to invade the sanctuary and usurp the priestly function. Forthwith one, by divine sentence, forfeits his kingdom. The other becomes a leper till the day of death. 1 Kings, chapter 13, verse 14, and 2 Parlet, chapter 26, verse 21. Passing over Antiochus and Heliodorus, models and precursors of the unholy kings and nobles of our epoch, and their crime and its chastisement, we have in the New Testament the unhappy fate which, by miracle, overtook 2 Christians, Ananias and Sapphira, not to impress gospel teaching on Jews or Gentiles, who may never have learned the facts, but evidently to teach Christians to respect St. Peter and abhor sacrilege. Acts chapter 5, verses 2 through 11. And all these miracles, as they were wrought, so too have they been put on record for a purpose. It is to warn and rebuke, and if that be unavailing, to rise up in judgment and condemn those who, claiming to have no guide but the Bible, have come at last to believe that there is no such sin as sacrilege. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Miraculous Powers in the True Church, Part 2, by Very Reverend James A. Corcoran. 3. The miracles hitherto spoken of were public, and as such might have some indirect influence on the propagation and maintenance of an established religion. But many likewise are recorded that took place in private and were performed solely for the benefit of individuals. They were special tokens of affection, if we may so call them, on the part of God, meant only for his chosen servants and friends. They brought back in some measure the blissful days of Eden, when God walked in the garden and held friendly, familiar converse with our yet innocent first parents. Of this character were the frequent apparitions of the Lord to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who were full of faith and needed no miracle to confirm it. Even if they did, one would have been sufficient. In one of these apparitions we behold Abraham, with the freedom of a privileged friend, beseeching and actually prevailing on God no less than 6 times in succession to change his counsel with regard to the doomed cities of the plain. If we call it a miracle when God alters or suspends the laws of nature, how much more applicable is the name when the creature by a word moves the Creator to alter his fixed purpose and decree. And what was the object of these miracles? To give a proof of God's love for Abraham, and obviously at the same time to teach men how powerful with God is the intercession of his saints. Let us recall here the case of Gideon, who, after having been told by God that he was appointed to deliver Israel from Midian, asked in proof a miracle, and was convinced, as he himself confessed, when he saw the devouring flame evoked from the rock by the tip of the angel's rod. Alas, my Lord God, I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. Yet firmly believing as he did, he again demands a miracle, namely, that a fleece stretched upon the ground by night should receive the falling dew, while all around remained dry. His prayer is heard, for rising early next morning, he beholds the ground dry and the fleece alone saturated with dew. This ought to have satisfied even an unbeliever, but Gideon, with what we should, humanly speaking, consider almost unpardonable importunity, is not satisfied, and seeks further proof. He demands that the miracle be repeated in a contrary sense, that the fleece remain dry, while the earth around it is bedewed with moisture. And the God of all mercy, instead of being wroth or reproaching him, works the miracle. Here were 2 miracles quite useless according to the non-Catholic theory, not wrought for the establishment of religion, but to gratify what seems at first sight idle curiosity or sinful importunity on the part of Gideon. Had any such miracles been registered in the lives of our saints, what a welcome theme of jest and mockery to the anti-Catholic world! Why, they were wrought in this special form, and what they were intended to teach is well known to the Catholic Church, who alone has the key of lawful interpretation. What shall we say of the miraculous stream that issued from the jawbone of an ass to refresh the valiant son of Manu, when wearied with thirst and fatigue after the slaughter of God's enemies? Or of David's choice of evils offered him from heaven by the prophet Gad? Or of Solomon's gift of long life, riches, glory, and wisdom, because he had desired the last alone without any thought of the others? What had these supernatural occurrences, which were unseen of men, to do with the establishment of religion? Again, amongst the miracles recorded of Elias and Eliseus, how many of them were performed without witnesses and solely for the benefit of individuals? Such were the wonders wrought on behalf of the Sareptan woman in a pagan land by Elias, on behalf of the prophet's wife and the Sunamitis by Eliseus, to which may be added the daily provision of bread and flesh brought by ravens to the holy Thespite in his hiding place near the torrent of Kerith. Such, too, was the miracle wrought privately by Esaias in the bedchamber of the sick Ezekias. And the counterpart of all this may be found in the New Testament, where angels, unseen of men, either ministered to Christ in the desert with heavenly food after his long fast, or consoled him in his agony in the garden. Never should we have known this had he not been pleased to reveal it to his inspired historians for our edification and instruction. Many miracles likewise are related in the Old Testament, in which individuals were punished without any intervention of witnesses. Examples of this may be found in Balaam, when his eyes were opened to see the angel threatening with his sword, or when he was rebuked in rational speech by the dumb beast on which he rode. In the wife of Jeroboam, whose disguise could not hide her from the blind prophet Ahias, and to return to her threshold bearing the message of death to her child, whom she had sought to save by her secret visit to the man of God in Gehazi, punished with leprosy for a sin known to none in Israel but himself and his master Eliseus. It is evident then from Holy Scripture of the Old Testament that there are other purposes besides the establishment of religion for which God may work miracles, and if he did it under the old, why should he not do it under the new dispensation? Is the arm of the Lord shortened? Has he less at heart the maintenance of the revelation made through his only begotten Son than the upholding of that made through his servant and creature Moses? Is sacrilege less offensive to him in the new law than it was in the old? Or are his chosen friends who walk in the brightness of Christian faith less dear to him, less privileged to enjoy and dispense his bounty than those who lived under the shadowy gloom of types and figures? There is surely nothing in the New Testament, nothing in the teaching of Christ or his apostles, to warrant any such conclusion. On the contrary, our blessed Lord has positively declared that any one not staggering in his heart, but having the faith of God, and believing that whatsoever he shall say shall be done, shall have his wish accomplished, were it even to raise mountains from their place and cast them into the sea. Again, he promises that every believer shall be enabled to do the same wonderful works that he has done, and even more wonderful, majorum horum faciet, than those wrought by his own divine hand. There is here no limitation of time, place, person, or nature of the miracle. Christianity destroyed paganism on the continent of Europe, says Mr. Buckley, but when? Not in the days of the apostles, nor of their immediate successors. He does not seem to be aware that a good portion of pagan Europe was not comprised within the Roman Empire, and that even the paganism within its limits was not destroyed immediately upon the appearance of Christianity. The Goths were converted only in the 4th century of our era, the Scotch, Irish, and Southern Picts by their respective apostles, Saints Palladius, Patrick, and Ninian, towards the middle, the Franks at the close of the 5th century. After the middle of the 6th century, the northern Picts received the faith at the hands of St. Columba. And not long after, the Britons of America were converted by St. Paul of Lyon. In the 7th century, the Angles and Saxons of England were brought to the knowledge of Christianity by Paulinus, Mellitus, and other envoys of Pope St. Gregory the Great or his successors. And not long after, missionaries, English and Irish, were deputed for the conversion of Friesland and Franconia. The same century also witnessed the conversion of a great part of Flanders by St. Eligius of Noyon and of Bavaria by St. Robert of the royal house of France. In the next century, the English apostle and martyr St. Boniface planted the faith in Hesse, Thuringia, in part of Saxony, St. Virgil, an Irish bishop in Carinthia, St. Adalbert in Holland, and another Englishman, St. Willibald, had the happiness of seeing the Saxons among whom he labored all converted to Christianity before his death. In the 9th century, Moravia and Bohemia, with the Sclavonians and Bulgarians, received the light of the gospel, while the first attempts were made to convert Denmark, Sweden, and northern Germany. The next century added to the Church Prussia, Hungary, Poland, and Polish Russia. and the good work previously begun in northern Germany, Gothland, and Sweden was successfully continued by the labors of St. Adalbert and the English St. Siegfried. About the same time Russia was purged of its idolatry by the pious zeal of Queen Olga or Helen. Its first faith was Catholic or Roman, and those writers, among whom are even Catholics, who imagine that it renounced paganism only to take up the schismatical creed of Byzantium, are much mistaken, as has been proved by the learned Bolandus Hengenius, Paperbroke, and Stilting. In the 11th century, Norway became almost entirely Christian, owing to the English missionaries brought over by the Holy King Saint Olav, and the conversion of Sweden was completed by the preaching of Saints Ulfrid and Eskil. It was only in the 12th century that Pomerania and Finland were rescued from the darkness of idolatry, the former by Saint Otho, the latter by Saint Henry, Archbishop of Uppsala. Thus it appears nearly 12 centuries or more than half the Christian period elapsed before paganism was destroyed in Europe. Were those idolatrous nations converted by mere preaching without miracles? Certainly not. If signs, as the Apostle says, are meant for unbelievers, Christianity could have been established among them in no other way. Why should they so readily believe a mere man who came to teach them a new religion, unknown to their fathers and hateful to human nature, and to overthrow the old one, which was intimately bound up with their education, traditions, political and domestic life? Were they to yield in his case, in a matter involving, as it often did, life or death, to a mere, as the Greek puts it, which they would not submit to from the wisest of their own in the ordinary transactions of daily life? If miracles had been necessary for the establishment of Christianity in the Roman Empire, why should the fiery Celt, the warlike Teuton, the fierce Hun, and the Sarmatian be denied the proof which had been so freely accorded to the effeminate Greek and the degenerate offspring of Romulus? Were the pagan prejudices of the dwellers on the Rhine and Baltic less inveterate than those of the refined populations that clustered round the blue waters of the Mediterranean? The historians of these converted nations bear witness to the miracles wrought for their conversion, and we have no more right to withhold our assent from their testimony than we could have to deny that Pepin ousted Childeric from the royal palace of France, or that the brutal William of Normandy conquered the Anglo-Saxons on the battlefield of Hastings. But besides the necessity of miracles to convince pagans amongst whom Christianity is preached, the other reasons for which God worked miracles in the Old and New Law still subsist, and put it out of a rational man's power to deny that miracles may continue down to the end of time. We have enumerated those reasons above, not imagining nor inventing them, but giving the authority of Holy Scripture, in which they are either expressly stated or clearly implied. Man changes, but God does not change. He is, as his apostle tells us, yesterday and today, and the same forever. Mirabilis Deus in sanctis suis, says holy David. Why should he not be wonderful in his saints now as he was of old? Why should he not condescend even now, as he did in the case of his servant Joshua, to obey the voice of man who makes himself worthy of his love, and enter the lists with his omnipotence to do battle for his Israel of the new law? Is not reverence for holy persons, places, and things as essential now as it was under the shadowy ritual of Moses? Or has sacrilege, which was such an awful crime in the old law, dwindled down to a venial trifle, needing no chastisement in the new dispensation? Reverend Mr. Buckley claims that he has proved to a demonstration that miracles no longer exist. It is worthwhile to examine this demonstration. In the first place, he tries what he himself admits to be no easy matter, to prove the negative by an illustration. There are many caves and chasms in the mountain regions of our country not yet explored. Yet any one is authorized to affirm that there is not in the United States a single living mastodon, and that the species is extinct. So though we cannot explore every cave and crevice of history, we can furnish conclusive and irresistible proof that miracles have ceased. This is simply no illustration at all, for it does not touch the point in question. It is well understood that the fossils of one period do not reappear in another, and all naturalists agree that the mastodon species is extinct. But all Christians do not agree that miracles have ceased. The far greater portion of the Christian world in our own day thinks differently, and so thought the whole Christian world for 15 consecutive centuries. Miracles have been recorded by Christian historians and universally believed. If doubts have ever arisen, it was the character of the witness, not the possibility of the fact, that was called in question. We will try to give an illustration far more to the point than Mr. Buckley's. The dodo, or drante, a gigantic bird of the genus Didus and of our own period, was found on the island of Mauritius by the Portuguese at the close of the 16th century. It was seen repeatedly afterwards by Dutch and other travelers or colonists down to a late period in the 17th century, 1678, or some say in 1697. Naturalists have now come to the conclusion that the species has become extinct, and skeletons of the bird, whole or partial, are jealously preserved in the museums of London, Paris, and Glasgow. Now suppose a party of travelers, men of integrity and versed in natural science, were to visit the unexplored wilds of Madagascar or Australia, and there come across a live specimen of the dodo. Would not the naturalists of Europe unhesitatingly reverse their decision? Would they shake their heads dogmatically and say no specimen of an extinct species can possibly be found? No, they would admit the facts unreservedly, after satisfying themselves that the travelers were men of character and competent to judge. And so it is with miracles. These are not fossils of the ante-Christian period, and when their existence is alleged, they must be met not with a priori theories, but with an inquiry into the character of the witnesses. Mr. Buckley's second proof is this: in the great Lutheran Reformation and the contemporaneous movement in Switzerland, believed by Protestants to be a mighty struggle with Antichrist, none of the reformers had the miracle-working power. Neither Luther nor Melanchthon, Calvin or Farel, Zwinglius nor Manuel claimed to work miracles. To the other apostles who preached a new creed but wrought no miracles, he adds John Knox and John Wesley. Why did he not add those other immaculate reformers of religion, Cranmer, Henry VIII, and his spotless daughter Elizabeth? If Methodism is a mere offshoot of the Anglican Church, or as John Wesley maintained for more than 50 years, nothing but Anglicanism pure and renovated, why not throw in the founders of the English Church by the side of those of Germany and Switzerland? Mr. Buckley's course of argument discloses the great secret of hostility to Catholic miracles. He seems to say, you Catholics boast of your miracles. We, it is true, can show nothing of the kind. We claimed a divine commission to reform your church, but when you asked us to prove our mission by miracles, we had none to offer. But we have a safe refuge in the principle that miracles have ceased under the new law. This renders our miracles unnecessary and disproves yours. Does not this recall the fable of the fox who wished to argue the rest of the tribe into sharing his loss? We may grant that the reformers work no miracles, but we cannot consent to be argued out of our own. Miracles were neither needed nor possible in the case of the reformers. The change of religion was everywhere forced upon reluctant populations by covetous nobles and arbitrary princes, by fire and sword, by crime, and in England, as Mr. Hallam admits, not without shame, by the aid of foreign mercenaries. Luther, of whose magnanimity we hear so much, shifted and shuffled until he was sure of the material aid of Hutton, Franz von Sickingen, Schauenberg, and other Franconian nobles. Zwingli attempted to coerce his Catholic fellow citizens into the new religion by famine and bloodshed. Calvin had his theocracy, penal laws, prison, and the sword, and were he alive now and in power, would burn Methodists as backsliders from Calvinism. Would any man in his sober senses imagine that God gave miraculous power to those wicked men who, to say nothing of their opinions, relied solely on the arm of flesh? But Reverend Mr. Buckley is mistaken in saying that the Reformers claimed no wonder-working power. They did not accord it to each other, but some of them claimed it for themselves. Amongst others, Luther, says Sir William Hamilton, had an assurance of his personal inspiration, of which he was no less confident than of his ability to perform miracles. He boasted of his having raised 3 persons from the jaws of death, one of whom was his Catherine Bohr, another was the humbled and repentant Melanchthon at Weimar. He tells also of a gracious rain produced by his prayers, and gives day and date, June 4th, 1532, Tick-Sredden, Frankfurt, 1567. Luther believed that nothing could be refused to his earnest prayer, and that were he to ask seriously for the destruction of the world, nothing more would be required to precipitate the advent of the last day. Sir William Hamilton. John Wesley, who denied that he had miraculous gifts, is not always consistent with himself. He speaks more than once of miracles, obsessions, diseases cured by his prayers, supernatural facts which could not be naturally accounted for. These are scattered past him through his journal. Take the case of John Haddon and his own. He admits the old Christian theory of miracles and denies that God has precluded himself from working miracles in any kind or degree in any age down to the end of the world. I do not recollect any scripture wherein we are taught that miracles were to be confined within the limits of either the apostolic or the Cyprianic age, or of any period of time longer or shorter, down to the restitution of all things. He recognized the undoubted truth of the miracles wrought at the shrine of the Jansenist Paris, and said that one might as well attempt to deny the existence of the city of Paris. So that Mr. Buckley does not present quite fairly the religious opinions of his founder. Mr. Buckley alleges as further proof the fact that miracles are not wrought by Protestant missionaries, nor by the best men of all branches of the Church Protestant, those most conspicuous by their humble piety and self-denying labors, those most blessed of God in genuine revivals, those men and women in different branches of Protestantism who profess to be entirely consecrated to God, wholly sanctified body, soul, and spirit. The man who alleges proof of this kind must either be very innocent himself or presume too much on the simplicity of his readers. It is not necessary to read Herman Melville, Ida Pfeiffer, Commodore Wilkes, or Dr. Marshall's Protestant Missions to discover why Protestant missionaries work no miracles. Without recalling the memory of such unprincipled traitors as the Gutzlaughs of China or the Pritchards of Oceanica, we need only to point to Reverend Mr. Smith and his brethren of our own Indian agency. Is it from men of this stamp that miracles are expected? In the next place, if the best men of the Church Protestant, in other words, Protestant saints, do not work miracles, does it logically follow that Catholic saints do not or cannot work them? Some might reason differently and argue from the want of miracles to a want of sanctity. And surely, according to the gospel as well as Catholic teaching, men and women who profess to be wholly sanctified body, soul, and spirit are not saints but Pharisees. The ante-Nicene fathers who testify to miracles are dismissed by Mr. Buckley as worthless witnesses. He quotes to their disparagement passages from John Milton and John Wesley. Let Milton pass. He was a Socinian, and as Sir William Hamilton says, a polygamist in theory. No wonder that he despised the fathers. But as to John Wesley, Mr. Buckley tramples on candor and honesty. In the very passage of Wesley referred to, after saying that he loves the fathers in spite of some of their faults, and this is the passage Mr. Buckley triumphantly quotes, he goes on to say that one reason why he reveres them is because they were true Christians, and because they bore witness to the numerous miracles performed in their day. And this passage Mr. Buckley has suppressed. Here it is. I reverence them because they were Christians. I reverence their writings because they describe true, genuine Christianity and direct us to the strongest evidence of the Christian doctrine. Indeed, in addressing the heathens of those times, they intermix other arguments, particularly that drawn from the numerous miracles which were then performed in the church, which they needed only to open their eyes and see daily, wrought in the face of the sun. It would lead us too far to enter here into any detailed examination of the many illustrious miracles related in the different ages of the Church, or even of a few of them. This has often been done by competent critics. Let the candid inquirer after truth investigate closely even one of these, weigh calmly the evidence in its favor, and if it be proved, let him accept it, as he would any other fact of history. We ask him merely to do what we do ourselves, and admit no miracle for which the evidence is not satisfactory. But neither common sense nor the just judge will hold him guiltless who refuses to investigate on general grounds, such as the alleged cessation of miracles, the corruptions of the Church, etc. It was absurd, impious generalities of this kind that moved the Jews to reject the miracles of our Lord, and thereby fall into the unpardonable sin of blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. End of section 36. Section 37 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. General Banks as a Historian, Part 1 by M.F.S. The Republic, Will It Endure? A lecture delivered in Chicago and at other places, 1875 and 1876, by General N.P. Banks. If General Banks were merely a private citizen, appearing as such upon the Lyceum platform, his utterances, however at variance with historical accuracy or violative of good taste, might be passed over in silence. But he is a gentleman whom many of his countrymen highly esteem for services in both the forum and the field. He has been honored for more than a quarter of a century with public station, and as a representative in Congress from the historic state of Massachusetts, his public assertions necessarily carry weight for good or evil, and are entitled to candid, courteous, and impartial consideration. The fact that he has so frequently enjoyed public trust is sufficient evidence of the readiness with which the mass of the people would heed what he might choose to say upon any theme which related to their interests. He was Speaker of the House of Representatives of Massachusetts in 1851. In the year following, he entered the Congress of the United States and became Speaker of the House in 1856, having served his constituency for 5 years with energy and distinction. Having been chosen governor of Massachusetts in 1857, he secured the honor of 2 re-elections. At the outbreak of the late civil strife, President Lincoln sent him a commission as Major General of Volunteers, and from that time until he was relieved from command after the evacuation of Alexandria by the Federal forces in 1864, he participated in the struggle with sturdy zeal and varying success, proving himself a confident rather than a bold or a capable commander. He entered Congress again in the same year, continued a member of the House of Representatives for 2 succeeding terms, and occupied the important and responsible position of Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the 40th Congress. Although his political prestige has been reduced by his military record, and in the light of the calmer judgment of peaceful times, he is considered a man of only mediocre abilities, yet his popularity as a campaign speaker contributed largely to his latest candidacy, and he is again a member of the House of Representatives. In the biographical dictionaries, General Banks is classified as a statesman. There be indeed in these latter days statesmen and statesmen, but whatever qualifications are required for rank in this very high category, whether the individual so ranked be prudent, learned, patriotic, far-seeing, and scrupulous, or whether he be only a politician owing his notoriety or success to accident and a certain small cleverness, it will certainly be admitted that he should be held to a fair and reasonable account for his public declarations. During the winter of 1875-6, General Banks delivered upon the lecture platform a discourse entitled "The Republic, Will It Endure?" He thought it just and becoming to include therein a very curious and, as it will be made to appear, a wholly unaccountable attack upon the Catholic Church. The specific portion of General Banks' lecture which we propose to consider is included in his allegations concerning democracy, divine right, and hereditary sovereignty. General Banks, discussing these topics, said in substance, as reported: 1. That the elective principle existed in all ages of the world, and that democratic government had its inception from the very creation. 2. That the idea of the rule of kings by divine right and hereditary sovereignty was invented by a pope for selfish political purposes, and first applied in the case of Pepin. Is it reasonable to doubt that General Banks has read the Old Testament? How then shall we account for his assertion that democratic government had its inception from the very creation? It existed in the mind of God, but General Banks's assertion has to do with political organization only. How shall we justify him in declaring that the divine right of kings was an invention of a pope? How shall we account for his extraordinary discovery that the principle of hereditary sovereignty was unknown until the head of the Christian Church formulated it for selfish purposes in the coronation of Pepin in the 8th century? The first political principle in the Old Testament is rule by divine right, and the second is hereditary sovereignty. As early as chapter 13 of Genesis, we find divine right and hereditary sovereignty proclaimed by God himself to Abraham. Abraham is commanded to leave his own country and kindred and depart into a land which God should show to him. And when he reached Canaan, the Lord appeared unto Abraham and said, "Unto thy seed will I give this land." In chapter 13 we read again, "And the Lord said unto Abraham, after Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward and southward and eastward and westward, for all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever." Will General Banks inform us what meaning he places upon these words of the Lord to Abraham, if their meaning be not ruled by divine right and hereditary sovereignty? God repeats his promise in chapter 17:8, and in the same chapter we find an explicit declaration of a like character concerning Ishmael, verse 20. "And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation." Can General Banks discover any import in this except monarchy by divine right and hereditary royalty? The Lord confers upon Jacob the divine right through the mouth of Isaac, whose heir he is. "Let the people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down before thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee." Could there be a more lucid and positive affirmation than this of rule by divine right, and of the fact as well as the principle of hereditary sovereignty? Nor was the rule thus established by God himself from the very creation a democratic one. God appeared unto Jacob, Genesis 35, and said unto him, "I am God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land." Jacob understood this assurance in its simple and obvious purpose, and on his deathbed he names his heir, proclaims him to the brethren, and prophesies that the scepter shall not pass away from him. The land of inheritance is formulated by God in Numbers 27, and again in 34. Here the Lord directs Moses, saying, "These are the names of the men who shall divide the land unto you, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and ye shall take one prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance." The Israelites understood the law of hereditary sovereignty as being divinely ordained for their government. They say unto Gideon, Judges 8, "Rule thou over us, both thou and thy son, and thy son's son also." General Banks will search the history of the Jews in vain for any trace of democratic government as he intended the term to be understood, or for any application of the elective principle, either in the heads of tribes, the princes of the people, in the national leaders, or in the selection of kings. Divine right and hereditary sovereignty mark every page of the history of the people of God. He chose the founders of their tribes. He authorized the great dictators of the Jewish nation to name their own successors if he failed to nominate them. And although the kingship was not assigned as the property of any branch in any tribe, the king was invariably named by God, anointed by someone appointed by him for that purpose, and the throne passed from son to son so long as the natural heirs were worthy to wear the crown. Thus Moses selected Joshua, and the Lord approved of the action and gave his commands unto him. On the death of Joshua, the people did not assemble en masse or by representatives and elect his successor. They knew that they were to be governed by divine right, and they asked the Lord, saying, Who shall go up for us against the Canaanites? Judges 1:1. And the Lord said, Judah shall go up. When the people desired a king, they did not propose to elect one, as they would naturally have done had they been accustomed to the democratic idea, as General Banks would have us believe. God acceded to their desire and said, Thou shalt set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. Deuteronomy 17. It is true that Abimelech was not chosen by God, but neither was he by the people. He reached the throne of the Shechemites by a bloody usurpation and revolution, having murdered his brethren. But the sole claim which he made was that of hereditary sovereignty. My father fought for you and adventured his life for and delivered you out of the land of Midian. Because he was a revolutionist and a usurper, God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem, and in the conflict which followed, he lost his life. We see the principles of hereditary sovereignty and divine right even among the prophets. For when Samuel became old, he appointed his 2 sons to govern Israel in his name. And when the people became dissatisfied with their administration, they did not organize a convention or foment a conspiracy, but prayed Samuel, as the chosen representative of God, to give them a king. 1 Samuel 8. According to divine direction, the aged prophet described the monarch whom the Lord would appoint, and made known to the Jews the despotic qualities which would characterize royal supremacy. But they persisted in their prayer, and Samuel, under the inspiration of God, anointed Saul and proclaimed him king. The people had no voice in the selection. Saul had no title whatever to the throne except that of authorized selection by God, and his rule was therefore exclusively by divine right. Indeed, the people were greatly astonished at the choice and cried out in their amazement, Is Saul also among the prophets? Samuel answered, Behold, the Lord hath set a king over you. 1 Samuel 12. The royal authority was also intended to be hereditary in Saul's line, and would have so remained had not that monarch offended God by assuming sacerdotal functions. For this offense he was pronounced unworthy to be the founder of a race of kings, and Samuel, commanded by God, anointed David as his successor. So accustomed were the Jews to the idea of heirship that on the death of Saul the northern tribes supported the claims of his son Ishbosheth, and David's title was recognized only by the tribe of Judah. A long war ensued, terminating in the murder of the pretender by his own guards and the universal recognition of the divine right of David and his heirs to be kings of Israel. David was succeeded by his son Solomon. Solomon was succeeded by his son Rehoboam. The 10 northern tribes revolted according to divine orders and accepted as their king Jeroboam, whom the Lord had chosen by the mouth of the prophet Abijah. But it was a part of the divine purpose to keep the crown in the line of David, and after many cruel experiences, through all of which we find the principle of hereditary sovereignty scrupulously observed, the revolting tribes were carried off into captivity. Rehoboam continued to rule over Judah and was succeeded by his son, and the crown descended in legitimate succession in the house of David for 500 years and expired only with the destruction of Jerusalem and the captivity into Babylon. At no period in the history of the Jewish nation, whether the head of the state were a tribal chief, a priest, a prophet, or king, do we find any trace of democracy. Their political institutions enclose two principles, divine right and hereditary sovereignty, the two principles which General Banks declares to have been invented by Pope in the 8th century of the Christian era, or nearly 3,000 years after they were in indisputable force among the chosen people of God. General Banks will be equally unsuccessful in maintaining the existence of the democratic idea among the nations with whom the Jews had social or commercial relations. There were kings that reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the children of Israel. 1 Chronicles 1. Kings governed Egypt when Abraham visited that country, and more than a century before, Lower Egypt had been subdued by a roving people from the Mediterranean, who were also governed by kings. Indeed, we read of kings on almost every page of history contemporaneous with the Jewish, and the number of monarchs must have been exceedingly great in proportion to their domain. In one of the early chapters of Genesis, we read of the battle of the 4 kings against the 5. It was under one of the pharaohs that Joseph acted as regent, and the immediate descendants of Noah were formed into a monarchy in which the Assyrian Empire was founded. When Joshua reduced the city of Ai, he hung the king thereof, Joshua 8, and afterwards contended against kings which were on this side Jordan, in the hills and in the valleys, and in all the coasts of the great sea over against Lebanon, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, Joshua 9, who formed an offensive league against him. He rescued Gideon from an assault by 5 other kings whom he slew. There were kings of Hazor, of Madon, of Shimron, of Asaph. There were kings on the north of the mountains, and kings on the plains south of Kinneroth, and kings in the valley, and kings in the borders of Dan in the west. Joshua slew them all, destroyed their armed followers, and took all the land, and went on his victorious way, only to find and destroy still more kings. He smote 31 kings on the other side Jordan toward the rising sun, and when Joshua had become old and stricken in years, he divided his dominions among the natural heirs. Joshua 25. General Banks need not fear the accuracy of our citations. So exact a historian as he would be liable to discard any version of the Scriptures except that which he had been pleased to adopt as his own. We have scrupulously, therefore, made every reference to the King James Bible out of compliment to the correctness of General Banks as a chronicler of fact, to his impartiality as a commentator, and his fairness and courtesy as a public speaker. General Banks may insist, however, that the Jews, being under the direct government of God, are not to be offered as witnesses against his proposition that the elective principle had been sanctioned in all ages, and that democracy had its inception from the very creation. He may direct us to other nations than the Jews for proof of his assertion, and to accommodate him we will waive, in starting on the quest, that portion of his bewildering remarks in which he positively declares that the elective principle had received the divine and human sanction. The hero of so many brilliant and successful retreats will find no difficulty in admitting that he must give up this point also, for the divine sanction, it will not be pretended, was ever given to any ancient polity except to that of the Jews. We shall seek with General Banks the evidence of his theory among nations who did not enjoy the immediate control of Providence. Shall we turn to Assyria? It is the oldest state of which either legend or archaeologist affords us curious and reliable information. The Babylonians have a cosmogony of their own, corroborating in many respects the Mosaic account of the creation, and the first political feature discernible is a dynasty of native kings who reigned 34,080 years. This, of course, is fabulous, but not even in prehistoric fables can we detect a suggestion of General Banks' elective principle, which had its inception from the very creation. Niebuhr says, this is evidently a fable, for while the kings at first reign upwards of 2,000 years, the reigns of the subsequent ones becomes shorter and shorter, until in the end they have the duration of an ordinary human life. This dynasty, therefore, being quite fabulous, must be put aside. We must look upon it as analogous to the empire of Nimrod in Genesis, but it may be asserted that where it ends at least 2,000 years before Alexander, the real history of Babylonia commences. But the first fact of the authentic history is the existence of kings. Berosus, a Babylonian priest who lived 62 years after the taking of Babylon by Alexander, wrote a treatise on the antiquities of his nation based, as he claims, upon ancient documents. And he found no trace of an elective principle or of a democracy, for according to his sources of information, Babylon was ruled by a king Zoroaster immediately after the deluge, and the crown was hereditary. Niebuhr does not wholly decline the authority of Berosus. He virtually admits that the dynasty of Zoroaster included 8 kings, that it was succeeded by another dynasty including 11 kings, and this in turn by another and another, the duration of each being determined by extinction, revolutions, or invasion. The authentic history of Babylon and Assyria contains no form of government except the monarchical, and the scepter was always hereditary, no matter how won or by whom won. It is true that the Medes threw off the rule of the Assyrians and for a period lived without kings, but it is equally true on the authority of Herodotus that this period was one of anarchy, each tribe of the Median people governing itself as best it could under a tribal head until a chief arose strong enough to reunite the scattered factions. It appears to be equally true in all ancient history that when kings did not rule, anarchy did. No democracy arose in the early years of the world upon the ruins of an empire. The elective principle never tossed a crown off a despot's head, nor set up a senate to express the popular will. Unhappily, too, for General Banks, the Assyrian rule, in addition to being hereditary, was exercised by divine right, for the Assyrians had their divinity, such as it was, and rendered unto it abject and awful homage. Ashur, the god of gods, was also king and father of kings. The ruling monarch reigned under divine protection, and offences against the throne were therefore offences against the deity. The king was high priest of Ashur, and his commands, whether in religion or politics, were absolute. New light has recently been thrown upon ancient history in the East by the deciphering of monumental inscriptions, as well as by the large increase in the number of well-preserved antiques, whose recovery supplies omissions and corrects misapprehensions concerning events which shaped the destinies not only of the Eastern nations but of the world. But this new hieroglyphic and monumental testimony is all damaging to the roseate theory of General Banks. It supplies historians with a complete list of Assyrian kings whose hereditary sovereignty was disturbed only by conquest or revolution from 1850 BC downward. It demonstrates also that monarchy was the universal regime among contemporaneous nations, and that every tribe numerous enough to fight and strong enough to rob, and nearly every city capable of defense, was ruled by a chief whose power was absolute and whose office was hereditary. Some of the finest of the Assyrian sculptures in the British Museum were found in the palace and temples which a victorious Assyrian conqueror erected about 860 BC, the one to perpetuate his own glory, the others to honor the gods who had protected his royal person. Shalmaneser, son and successor of this monarch, won some of his greatest triumphs east of the Euphrates, and he invariably won them from kings. Macaulay says that historians rarely descend to those details from which alone the real state of a community can be collected, hence posterity is too often deceived by the vague hyperboles of poets and rhetoricians who mistake the splendor of a court for the happiness of a people. But all the trustworthy evidence which has come down to us of the Eastern nations relates almost exclusively to courts, kings, and wars. The people existed as subjects, soldiers, or slaves. The kings constantly crowd the foreground. The people, like the Greek chorus, appear to perform whatever part the exigencies of the royal military hero or the wishes of the despicable tyrant require. History is left upon the monuments is neither more nor less than biography on a large scale, as Lamartine said, but it is always the biography of despots, not of democrats. Rawlinson thus epitomizes the political institution of all the early Asiatic nations. The form of government is in every case a monarchy. The monarchy is always hereditary, and the hereditary monarch is a despot. Unlike General Banks, this patient and erudite historian was unable to discover either democracy or the elective principle in any land among any nation. Despotism, he says, is the simplest, coarsest, rudest of all forms of civil government. It was thus naturally the first which men, pressed by their need, extemporized. In Egypt, whose dynasties are traced 3000 B.C., the joint ideas of divine right and hereditary sovereignty were so intimately allied that the first dynasty of kings coalesced with the last dynasty of gods. The sun was the great god, the king was a kind of sun on earth, and was believed to be descended from the gods. The government of Egypt began with the native gods. They were succeeded by a dynasty of demigods, and these again by one of deceased kings who likewise were not human beings. So devoid were the Egyptians of the perception of an elective principle having the divine and human sanction from the very creation that, to complete the record of their royal houses, they had recourse to the fabrication of a series of dynasties, uniting men with gods, the rule being always by divine right and the sovereignty hereditary. Does General Banks presume that the obelisks and pyramids support his proposition? The obelisks belonged to the 18th dynasty of Egyptian kings, and the pyramids to the dynasty of Memphis more than 2,000 years before Christ. There was no democratic rule in Egypt prior to the building of these wonderful works, and the history of the country is too well authenticated from those times downward to admit of any debate regarding an elective principle. The political history of Egypt is repeated throughout Africa. Kings ruled by what their base cultists reckoned a divine right, and dynasties were changed only by revolutions. Shall we look into Persia? We shall find no elective principle there. The earliest form of government was tribal, which crystallized by natural process into a monarchy, and the tribal chieftainship, like the later crown, was despotic and hereditary. The relation between the gods of Persia and the king was extremely intimate, and the occupant of the throne was deemed the highest and most sacred representative of the deity. The Persians were religious fanatics in politics and in war, and wherever they carried their victorious arms, they burnt and destroyed the temples of their nature-worshipping enemies. Throughout Asia, wherever the domination of the Persian throne in the time of Cyrus was not acknowledged, there were no political institutions of any fixed form. Nomadic bands wandered hither and thither today, conquering tomorrow, conquered. Dynasties kept the Persian throne with a relatively secure tenure, and they were sometimes changed by such military tactics as resulted in the elevation of Darius. The chief general of the army murdered the king, and his son, according to the established rule, mounted the throne. The murderer, finding the young monarch too self-asserting, put him and all his children to the sword, and awarded the scepter to his personal friend Darius. Although Alexander overthrew the Persian Empire when he defeated Darius at Arbela, even that conqueror respected the principle of hereditary sovereignty by which he held his own throne, and the native line of Persian rulers continued to exercise a nominal dominion over the province of Persia as dependents on the Greek Empire. The oldest monumental inscriptions at Persepolis are over the figure of a king, and another inscription, also referring to the king, indicates the personal protection which his majesty was believed to receive from the gods. Nowhere of late years has the antiquarian and archaeologist been more successful than in India, whose traditions, scriptures, and legends have been made familiar to modern ears and eyes through many trustworthy media. And we are now in possession of the very words of the men who wandered by the banks of Indus 3,000 years ago, and possessing those words we are truly nearer to them as intelligent beings than we can even hope to be to Egyptian or Ninevite. The Rig Veda hymns date back 12 centuries before the Christian era, and these, unhappily for General Banks, give no hint of an elective principle, but describe and glorify kings. One of the ancient lays declares that the king before whom there walks a priest lives well established in his own house. To him the earth yields forever, and before him the people bow of their own accord. Unopposed, he conquers treasures. The gods protect him. The divine rewards were plentifully lavished on the king, who gave his Brahma priests thousands of girls and tens of thousands of elephants. Kings were more or less identified with the gods, and the royal authority was a rigid application of rule by divine right. The Ramayana, the Odyssey of India, is the story of a hero now worshipped in India as a god, who was the son of a king, and the native Homer, knowing nothing of General Banks's theory of a democracy sanctioned by God and man from the very creation, and being familiar with only a single political form, to wit the monarchical, represents even the monkeys as governed by a king, with whom Rama enters into a compact for the invasion of Ceylon. Rule by divine right was quite as clearly established as hereditary sovereignty among all the nations that achieved renown prior to the development of political power in Greece. Philology alone advances convincing proof of this, and General Banks will not accept to the dictum of Professor Max Muller, although we fear that his reluctance to do so cannot be based upon an acquaintance with the writings of that pertinacious scholar. Muller says, "If I ventured to characterize the worship of all the Semitic nations by one word, I should say it was preeminently a worship of God in history, of God as affecting the destinies of individuals and races and nations, rather than God as wielding the powers of nature." In other words, the Semitic nations saw God in their governments, which regulated their destinies, and to this stupid superstition despots were often indebted as much as to their guards and armies for the prolongation of their intolerable and hideous conduct. Of the people who lived in Italy 1,000 years before Charlemagne, Muller says, "We could easily prove by their language that they had kings." The name for king is the name in Sanskrit, Latin, Teutonic, and Celtic, and we know again that kingly government was established and recognized by the Aryans at the same prehistoric period. In many of the oldest tongues, the same word means king and god. General Banks may not care to dispute that in China the earliest and the unbroken form of government is hereditary monarchy by divine right. He may not, however, be equally amiable in surrendering prehistoric England. It becomes necessary to assure him that the architecture and sculpture of that country prove that kings were the original rulers, and that the cromlechs, of whose history and character so much was written a few years ago, are royal tombs whose occupants governed the island in advance of Roman invasion or contemporaneous knowledge, the date of the commencement of whose reigns is entirely unknown. We have said nothing of Greece, Greece of the poets and the mythologists, or Greece of history. We might be excused for omitting it from the discussion altogether, because General Banks was ingenuous enough to admit that the Greek republics, on account of the prevalence and legality of slavery, were republics only in name. And he did not urge them in proof of his assertion that the democratic principle had existed from the very creation. We do not propose, however, to take advantage of General Banks in any respect. We decline to accept the concession which might thus be claimed with entire propriety, and our omission of Greece up to this point in the discussion has been with the specific design of putting not only Greece of the legends, Greece of the kings, Greece of the aristocrats and the oligarchies, but even the Greece republics in evidence against General Banks's proposition concerning divine right and hereditary sovereignty. The first objective characteristic of Greek mythology is the existence of kings. The second is their divine right, and the third is hereditary sovereignty. In the authentic history of Greece, popularly so called, the first fact discovered is the existence of kings. The second is hereditary sovereignty, and the association of royal prerogatives with the attributes, functions, and protection of the gods was so universal and complete that it was equivalent to rule by divine right. The Greek republics were such, it is true, only in name, but in whatever quality and quantity of democracy we are to accredit to them, we shall discover not only the absence of the pure democratic principles, as General Banks and we alike understand it, but we shall establish the existence of the principle of hereditary sovereignty and the records of the republics themselves shall prove that kingly government by descent was the only ancient polity with which the Greeks were acquainted. General Banks argued that the existence of slavery in these republics practically nullified their claim to respect as popular democracies. He would not hesitate to admit, we presume, that slavery and pure democracy are inconsistent in principle and incompatible in fact. For this we thank him, and it will be extremely interesting a few moments later to carry the admission to its logical end, waiving in advance any right to his thanks, in return being fully convinced that we shall receive none. Taking in a collective sum the fables, legends, mythology, and poetry of that nation, we have prehistoric Greece, and the literature thus classified bears us back to the farthest limits of Hellenic guess, tradition, or knowledge. Whatever form of human government the Greeks conceived to be the oldest, we shall find within this literature. Mythology and the poets lead us unerringly, if the historians cannot, to what Greece supposed to be the very creation. What form of government is thus revealed? The democratic? Never. Can we find there any trace, even a faint one, of General Banks's elective principle? None. The most fantastic mythology discloses Uranus, the oldest of the gods, king of heaven and earth. His sons, the Titans, assailed and dethroned him, and Saturn, the boldest of the conspirators, was permitted to mount the regal chair on condition that he should destroy his male children in order that the crown should not descend in his line. Here we have a king ruled by divine right and hereditary sovereignty on the very threshold of Ionian culture. Jupiter, the great god of the Greek and the Romans, obtained his immortal supremacy by this principle of hereditary sovereignty, thus proclaimed from the very creation, for Rhea, the wife of Saturn, concealed the birth of Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto. And after a bitter strife, Jupiter wrested the scepter of the world from both his father and his assailants, and divided the universal dominion between his two brothers and himself, keeping heaven as his own domain, assigning the sea to Neptune, and awarding Hades to Pluto. The fabulous lore of Greece, so abundant in details, so rich in imagery, so extensive in range, both of imagination and tradition, only confirms the deduction afforded by this brief resume of the essence of mythology. The poets, tragic, comic, or epic, the dramatists, the philosophers of Greece, the classic orators, the lawyers, the demagogues, and the men who by street harangues arouse the martial passions or inflame the malicious and selfish caprices of the populace, none of these, so far as we can judge by the residue of their writings or utterances, had any belief in the existence of a pure elective principle, or any suspicion that such a form of polity was known to or prevailed among their ancestors. The Greece that preceded the republics in history and story and in song was a royal Greece. The republics were but aristocracies in which the most forcible, the effective, and the favorite popular ideas were those associated with royal glory and hereditary power. Thus the Greek chorus cries in Sophocles' Electra, after hearing of the disaster in the chariot race which resulted in the supposed death of Orestes, "Alas, the race of my old sovereigns hath perished, it does seem, e'en to the roots." Again Electra cries, "O King Apollo, hear propitiously their prayer," etc. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anita Shabazian, The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. General Banks as a historian. We can scarcely open a page of Homer without finding allusions to kings, rule by divine right, and hereditary sovereignty. Nor is our reading exceptional. Yet, lest so precise a scholar as General Banks should demur to Catholic construction of the classics, we will offer him a commentator no less distinguished among statesmen, no less popular among the enemies of the Catholic Church, than the ex-Premier of England, Mr. W.E. Gladstone, who has made Homer a study in such hours as he could spare from politics and polemics, and who has given to the booksellers, if not to posterity, more than one volume on the works and the personality of the father of poetry, from which lovers of classic verse are able to derive new recreation. Is it possible that a recondite savant like General Banks, who essays to lecture on the forms of government which have existed from the very creation, has not read Juventus Mundi? It is evident that he has not. Homer, moreover, was something more than a poet. He was a historian, but he was still more. He painted whenever he could, with the brush of a Claude Lorraine, and no page of what he offers as Greek history fails to make his beloved nation, its heroes, its institutions, or its laws as much more admirable than they were in fact, as his Greek pride and prejudices and the marvelous genius of his pencil could inspire. He systematically belittles and degrades everything and everybody inimical to Greek interest or Grecian glory, while he exalts, at the same time, his own country and countrymen to the skies that enveloped Mount Olympus. And yet Homer never suspected that his nation possessed so beautiful and ennobling a gift as the elective principle. The rule of the kings by divine right appears to have been clearly believed by him, and is no less explicitly understood by Mr. Gladstone. The king, as such, stands in a special relation to deity. The epithet theos, divine, is only applied to such among the living as have this relation. The king is also Diotrephes, or reared by Zeus and Diogenes, or born of Zeus, and these titles are given rarely below the kingly order even to a prince or ruler, or of inferior degree or eminence. It is expressly declared that kings derive the right to rule from Zeus, from whom descended, by successive deliveries, the scepter of Agamemnon. Here General Banks must surely see kings rule by divine right, and hereditary sovereignty in a single sentence. Yet he cannot doubt that if history were capable of developing so startling a fact as that rule by divine right and hereditary sovereignty were coined by a pope for the furtherance of papal pretensions, Mr. Gladstone would have run upon the fact during some of his incursions for antiquated polemical weapons to be refurbished against the Vatican, while General Banks was zealously engaged in planning some of his retreats. Again, speaking of Agamemnon and the great chiefs, Mr. Gladstone says, "The office which these persons bore was hereditary in the line of the eldest son." And one more, the case of Telemachus supplies us with an express declaration of the title of the son to succeed his father. The principle of hereditary sovereignty seems to have been universal and unqualified, and its application to have been disturbed only by usurpation or revolution. We have other means of connecting the name of Iasos with western Peloponnesus, for Amphion, the king of the Minian or Chomenus, was the son of Iasos. He was also the father of Chloris, whom Neleus married, and who became queen of Pulos. Further, Homer acquaints us that he, Amphion, and his brother Zethos, first founded and fortified Thebes for, says the poet. Not even they could hold it unfortified. As his daughter married Neleus, this fortification must have been effected 4 to 5 generations before the Iroca. But he founded no dynasty in Thebes. On the contrary, we find from Homer that Oedipus ruled there, apparently in succession to his father, 2 generations before the war. And according to tradition, he was the descendant of Cadmos, who had colonized Thebes from Phoenicia. Not to carry to the verge of minimism these evidences of kings' divine right and hereditary sovereignty, General Banks can satisfy himself by reading the Iliad or Odyssey, if his leisure permits. And Mr. Gladstone's commentaries will supply him with a safe and convenient guide. He will not fail to observe that the ex-premier almost mourns that Homer could not give to heroic Greece a tinge of even constitutional democracy, such as would be consistent with an Englishman's ideas of political prudence. There is no decision by numbers, he says. The doctrine of majorities is an invention, an expedient of a more advanced social development. Mr. Gladstone has been unable to trace the democratic idea or elective principle back to the very creation. And yet Mr. Gladstone is accounted a man of exact and general information, albeit in matters relating to the dead past, whereas General Banks has never been accused, so far as we are aware, of scholarship of any kind whatever. Scholarship, pity 'tis true, not being a necessary qualification for a statesman in our country and our time. When we enter upon the authentic history of Greece, the portal we cross is that of a royal palace, and our first salutation is made, on bended knee, before the footstool of a king whose scepter is hereditary, and whose diadem boasts the touch of divine right. The kings, says Niebuhr, descended from the gods, rule as instituted by the gods. This skeptical historian, always slow to accept as fact anything savoring of the mythical, says, all the tribes of Greece anciently had kings belonging to some heroic family. In a word, the principle of hereditary sovereignty obtained so fixedly among the Greeks that in their myths, as in their acts, they feel compelled to annihilate a reigning dynasty, in order to place a fresh hero on the throne. Niebuhr notes this: I have already noticed the peculiar manner in which the heroic age, and especially its kingly families, are made to disappear and perish. All these stories evidently have no other meaning than to explain how the Greek people of the mythical age and the race of heroes vanish from history. It would be a mere waste of space to dwell upon the administration of the kings of Greece, about whose epochs and achievements there is no dispute. They ruled by divine right. Their prerogatives passed to their sons, and the succession was not taken away, except by social or military violence, when it had not been extinguished in death. An examination of the laws and conduct of the Greek republics confirms General Banks's admission that they were democratic only in name. The number of free citizens was exceedingly small in proportion to the whole population, and the freedom of this small number was political rather than civil. The free citizen of Athens was not subject to any power outside his own state, but he had very little liberty within it. He was as much a slave to the state as his own bondsman was to him. Corinth, Athens, and Sparta were politically free, but their people were civilly enslaved. The idea of personal liberty, such as it exists among us, was quite unknown in the most glorious days of these quasi-democracies. And even idealists like Socrates and Plato did not understand it, nor think it the proper aim of their country. As for Aristotle, he repudiated democracy with unconstrained candor and proclaimed his belief in an aristocracy. The Greek republics were aristocracies. It is absurd to affirm that they were anything else. The few ruled the many. They were what we may justly call aristocratic despotisms. The minority held the mass of the people in an abject subjection for which we have no modern parallel except Russia and the German Empire. Slavery, in a most horrible form, was maintained by law. Church and state were united. Freedom of speech was not tolerated, and the wisest and purest sometimes suffered, like Socrates, for differing in opinion from the faction which happened to be dominant. And when all regular or judicial methods of tyranny failed in accomplishing the desired limit of interference and oppression, that ingenious device of spite and malice, ostracism, was flung into the hands of demagogues for the worry and persecution of the innocent. The demos of Greece never has been clearly understood or satisfactorily explained. We do not know what part even the free fraction of the people actually had in shaping the destinies of the republics. But it is a singular fact that through the quickly shifting scenes of Greek democracy, we find the pro-cohesive and conservative principles to be divine right and hereditary sovereignty. Nor is this to be wondered at, for upon these rested the foundations, historical, political, traditional, and poetical, of the nation. Lycurgus, for instance, became lawgiver under the sanction of the Delphic oracle, and he was a member of the royal family of Sparta. He proved a despot of the most stubborn character, And while he unified and strengthened Sparta, he destroyed every vestige of personal freedom. The moral standard by which the efficiency of individual conduct was measured was deception and hypocrisy. In Athens, the rule of the archons was hereditary, and after it became elective within limits, the aristocracy grew bolder and more oppressive, and the agora, or general assembly of that portion of the people which was entitled to merit, ceased. Draco was one of the nobles, and so little respect had he for the rights of the people that he made death the penalty for every crime, and reserved to the aristocrats the function of determining what constituted crime. Solon was a lineal descendant of King Codrus. Pisistratus was an heir of the kings of Athens, and after his death his sons continued to govern the republic solely by right of hereditary succession. In Athens, Miltiades traced his lineage to a ruling family of Corinth. Themistocles owed his first popularity to his princely origin. Miltiades, Aristides, Pericles were all aristocrats, and their right to command was hereditary. Cimon belonged to the most ancient nobility of Athens, and when he was expelled after brilliant service for the Republic, he was succeeded by another hereditary aristocrat, Pericles. When one-man rule passed away, mob rule ensued, and then Athens fell an easy prey to Sparta, still clinging to hereditary aristocracy, and when aristocratic rule was restored. The first act of the 30 was to limit the franchise to 3,000 of the citizens. We do not propose to touch the history of Rome. Every lad poring over his desk knows that the Romans did not enjoy any elective principle, that their government was by kings, hereditary, and of divine right, until invasion, excess, and decay, after producing many changes, none of which had the form of genuine democracy, finally overthrew the empire. It is possible that General Banks will not be content with our chronology. He may place his creation as far back as the surmises of Haeckel and the ultra-German scientific speculators suggest. He is certainly at liberty to do so, and if he detects in that unknown but much talked of bourne, whence no traveler has yet returned, satisfactory evidence of the elective principle, enjoying both the divine and human sanction, the world will owe him a heavy obligation. He may make the startling discovery that democracy existed among the protozoa. Here are, however, fashions in chronology as well as in science, and we wish to give General Banks the benefit of the very latest, if it be not a highly approved style of hypothesis in dates. The beginning of the pharaohs, for instance, has been placed as early as 2800s BC. That is approaching very nearly to the creation, but then, on the other hand, it only confirms the existence of kings and not of democracy. Here is China. Industrious guesswork may be credited with establishing the historical period of the Flowery Kingdom as early as 2637 BC. But unfortunately, again, it is a dynasty that we find there. There are the Indo-Europeans. Professor Whitney is quite sure that philology demonstrates their national existence at least 3000 BC. Did they not contrive, inherit, or maintain an elective principle at that dim and awful distance from the possibilities of precise investigation? No, they were petty tribes having hereditary chiefs. It is to be deplored, moreover, for the sake of General Banks's argument, that the speculators who recede beyond usually accepted historical limits insist that as they recede, civilization disappears, kingdoms become tribes, and kings petty chieftains, tribes disintegrate into inchoate, quarreling, savage elements. And finally man, instead of appearing in a magnificent transformation scene from savagery into an elective principle with the divine and human sanction, proves to be a mere brute having nothing in common with his fellows except ferocious and deadly instincts. We have now explored antiquity to the very creation, for the elective principle which this distinguished soldier and statesman promised us we should find there. That promise history has been found unable to fulfill. He assured us also that the rule of kings by divine right and hereditary sovereignty was a comparatively modern invention of the 8th century of the Christian era. On the contrary, we have found kings, divine right, and hereditary sovereignty in every age and among every nation of antiquity. And if any political institutions existed from the creation, it has been made manifest that these political institutions included kings, divine right, and hereditary sovereignty. We approach the assertion of General Banks in regard to the Pope and King Pepin with sincere mortification, and we shall not inflict upon the unfortunate author of such a statement an unnecessary word of reproof, much less an expression of reproach or derision, the facts whose publication General Banks's deliverance compels, is too convincing a demonstration of the quality of mind possessed by that gentleman and too pitiless a commentary upon the sense of responsibility cultivated by a representative public man, to admit of additional odium at the hands of a review to which the American name and honor are exceedingly dear. General Banks stated in substance that the Pope, by making Pepin king of the Franks, established the principles of the root of kings by divine right and hereditary sovereignty, these principles not having been previously in existence, and that the Pope did so in order to further his own selfish interests as represented in the temporal power. We shall quote only Protestant historians upon the action so characterized. Parkadwin, in his History of France, Volume 1, page 392, covers this event thoroughly. Was it not time, he says, professing to speak for Pepin, whom by the way he calls Pippin, to bring the protracted comedy of the Merovingian dynasty to an end? For more than 60 years his family, fertile in great men, had by their valor defended and by their wisdom governed the Frankish nation. During that long interval they had been at the head of its armies, maintaining the integrity and unity of its possessions, repulsing invasions, subduing revolts, and forming alliances, and receiving oaths from friendly or conquered princes. No doubt the old Merovingians had been the vital men of their day, but now their descendants were merely the dead images of that vitality before entering upon so important a step. His prudence, if not his religion, suggested the propriety of advising in regard to it with the acknowledged head of Christendom. Accordingly, he dispatched an embassy composed of Burchard, Bishop of Würzburg, and Fulrad, Abbot of St. Denis, his own chaplain, to the see of St. Peter with the significant question whether it was better that one who wielded no authority in the land should retain the name of king, or that it should be transferred to him who really exercised the royal power. Zacharias the Pope was, no doubt, prepared for the question and the answer. He replied that he should be called king who had the proper wisdom and power for the office, and not he who was king only in name, anticipating in this the famous saying of Napoleon, "Less carriers ox talents, the tools to him who can handle them." It was a sensible, even a democratic response, answering farther than was needful. This is the statement of Gibbon in The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The Franks were perplexed between the name and substance of their government. All the powers of royalty were exercised by Pepin, mayor of the palace, and nothing except the regal title was wanting to his ambition. His enemies were crushed by his valor. His friends were multiplied by his liberality. His father had been the savior of Christendom, and the claims of personal merit were repeated and ennobled in a descent of 4 generations. The name and image of royalty were still preserved in the last descendant of Clovis, the feeble Childeric. But his obsolete right could only be used as an instrument of sedition. The nation was desirous of restoring the simplicity of the constitution, and Pepin, a subject and a prince, was ambitious to ascertain his own rank and the fortune of his family. The mayor and the nobles were bound by an oath of fidelity to the royal phantom. The blood of Clovis was pure and sacred in their eyes, and their common ambassadors addressed the Roman pontiff to dispel their scruples or to absolve their promise. The interest of Pope Zachary prompted him to decide, and to decide in their favor. He pronounced that the nation might lawfully unite in the same person the office and authority of king. Could there be a more explicit statement of the true basis of democracy? Gibbon continues, "The Merovingian race disappeared from the earth, and Pepin was exalted on a buckler by the suffrage of a free people accustomed to obey his laws and to march under his standard. The mayoralty of the palace was an elective office. The right of Childeric to the throne was merely dynastic, and Clovis, the founder of the dynasty, acquired his right partly by concession of the Roman emperor, who had no right in particular, and partly by conquest. The question, therefore, is between a hereditary sovereign, who is also an imbecile, and a great leader elected to his post, and acceptable to the entire nation." Hallam gives this version. The mayor Pepin, surnamed Le Bref, to distinguish him from his grandfather, inheriting his father Charles Martel's talents and ambition, made in the name and with the consent of the nation. A solemn reference to the Pope Zacharias as to the deposition of Childeric III, under whose nominal authority he himself was reigning. The decision was favorable, that he who possessed the power should also bear the title of king. The unfortunate Merovingian was dismissed into a convent, and the Franks, with one accord, raised Pepin to the throne, the founder of a more illustrious dynasty. Here we rest the case. It is due to General Banks, in the sorrowful attitude in which this unimpeachable evidence, all drawn from enemies of the Catholic Church, leaves him to add that the action of the Pope, in relation to Pepin's inquiry, has been the cause of many and very bitter wrangles between historians. It has been assailed as unwarranted interference by a spiritual prince in temporal affairs. It has been eloquently defended by Gallicans themselves. We do not choose to make or quote any defense. The historians whom we cite are all Protestants of high repute and all inimical to the papacy, and we prefer to let the recital stand even in their hostile phraseology. It is also true that in the order issued by the Pope for the coronation of Pepin, the hereditary right to the crown was declared to be thereafter in his family. This was in accordance with universal and immemorial precedent, and the legitimate succession was based not upon any novel or ingenious assumption of divine right, but upon the fact that the nation of the Franks had chosen to be ruled by a new dynasty, to whose lawful members they voluntarily bound themselves with the same fidelity which they had observed toward the preceding dynasty of the Merovingians. This, then, is the truth. 1. The hereditary king upon the throne was an imbecile. 2. The next officer in command was the mayor of the palace, Pepin, who held his office by election, and had been for years the actual king. 3. He wished to become king in name as he was in fact, and by faithful public service, and the people wished to make him king. 4. Pope Zachary never interfered in the situation until his opinion was solemnly asked, and his reply was the formulation of the true democratic principle that the people had a right to make him king whom they chose. 5. Pepin was made king, not by the Pope's selfish and individual action, but by the joyful suffrages of a free people. Only a word remains to be said. General Banks frankly admitted that the prevalence and legality of slavery in the Greek republics nullified their democratic claim, and we assume that, with equal candor, he will concede that slavery and theoretical democracy are ideas essentially opposed to each other. General Banks then gives his argument away, for the Catholic Church first formulated democracy when it declared the perfect equality of men before God. This equality was unknown prior to Christianity. Every nation of old, Jewish as well as Greek, held slaves and bought and sold them, and the practices of the most enlightened nations in this regard were too sickening to be dwelt upon. In Athens, at one time, there were 20,000 citizens and 40,000 slaves. Poets and philosophers looked upon slavery with complaisance. Homer considered it a proof of the wrath of Jupiter, and esteemed this victim of divine vengeance as half-witted. With Homer, a slave is but half of a man. Plato endorses this curious opinion, and Aristotle explicitly affirms that nature meant one portion of men to be free and another to be slaves, and set upon each appropriate marks of distinction, a thought which Richard Rumbold, whom Macaulay speaks of, seems to have had in his mind when he said, "On the scaffold, I never could believe that Providence had sent a few men into the world ready booted and spurred to ride, and millions ready saddled and bridled to be ridden." The Catholic Church, as quickly as it was possible for her to take any action upon the subject, proceeded to enact laws embodying the words of Christ spoken by the Apostle. "There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female," and in the records of councils, century after century, will be found solemn and effective declarations mitigating slavery and affirming the natural rights of the slave. The Church could not at once procure universal emancipation, for the slaves were Caesar's, and she was able to render them only such assistance as her own position in society permitted. But this assistance was constant and energetic. The slave who took refuge in a church was not restored to his master until the latter had agreed to impose upon him neither corporal punishment nor additional labor. The Church defended with money and eloquence the freed slave who was in danger of reduction to servitude. Priests and monks, under the sanction of the Church, devoted themselves to slavery as a ransom for captives who were thus restored to their wives and children. Even the altar ornaments and sacred vessels were sold to purchase freedom for slaves, and it was expressly ordained that, when the church property was thus used, neither the freedman nor his heirs should ever be required to return the whole, or any portion, of the amount expended in his behalf. The Council of Rheims in the 8th century excommunicated those who attempted to enslave men, and the Council of Koblenz declared that persons were guilty of homicide who seized a Christian to sell him into slavery. The whole record of the Catholic Church is consistent with the principles herein affirmed. Let General Banks point out, if he can, any contradiction in her doctrine, whereby she can be shown to waver in her devotion to the best interests of all classes of society, of the low as well as the high, of the slave as well as the free. It is not her function to prescribe forms of political government. She leaves that to the people. And when they have agreed among themselves, she requires them to respect the institutions and authority, thus legitimately created, until they shall have been legitimately changed. She is the conservative force of civilization. Her democratic spirit is further illustrated in regard to woman. With only one or two exceptions, the position of women in all nations prior to the Christian era was little better than that of the slave. The lifelong victim and serf of man, she was slain by authority of law. If weak in childhood, or permitted to mature, she was bartered, sold, or exchanged by father or husband. The skilled woman of the Iliad is worth in the market 4 oxen. Aristotle, calm philosopher and the greatest Greek of his age, writes of the inferiority of woman to man in terms closely similar to those which he applies to the inferiority of slaves. It was undoubtedly to the civil subjection of woman that St. Paul had reference when he writes to the Galatians, "There is neither bond or free, there is neither male nor female." It appears to be a prudent distribution of duties even in a democracy, that to the domestic burdens of woman political cares and excitements shall not be added. But there is nothing in the doctrine or discipline of the Catholic Church to prevent a woman from sharing the democratic suffrage, if she could legally exercise it. Then there is to withhold from her the crown of a monarchy when it falls justly upon her head. The Catholic Church recognizes and teaches the divine right of government, but she expressly repudiates the notion that divine right is tied down to any particular form of political government. There is absolutely no justification for General Banks's charge, and that reckless gentleman must have borrowed the slander from some absurd calumniator, or thrust it into his context without any clear consciousness of what he was doing. The doctrine of the Catholic Church in regard to the source of political power is thus stated by the greatest of her doctors, from whom there is no dissent, St. Thomas Aquinas. The law, strictly speaking, is directed primarily and principally to the common good, and to decree anything for the common benefit belongs either to the whole people or to someone acting in their place. Again, wherefore, the choice of rulers in any state or kingdom is best when one is chosen for his merit to preside over all, and under him are other rulers chosen for their merit, and the government belongs to all. Because the rulers may be chosen from any class of society, and the choice is made by all. Bellarmine is still more direct. He is speaking of divine right in civil power. This power resides immediately as to its subject in all the multitude, for it is by divine right. The divine right has not given this power to any man in particular, for it has given it to the multitude. The simple truth is that General Banks was merely speaking to the sea. The people of Athens assembled in the Pinks, the seats of which were cut out of rock, and Themistocles turned the speaker's platform from the land to the water, because the popular fancy of Greek sovereignty was associated with the sea. Themistocles, the most consummate of demagogues, calculated, with the sagacity of instinct, that thereby he could most successfully arouse the prejudices and inflame the passions of his audience. So General Banks spoke to the sea. He assumed that his audiences would be chiefly non-Catholic. He surmised that the favorite vogue on the rostrum at this time is to excite the feelings of Protestants against their Roman Catholic fellow citizens, and he expected the popular applause which usually follows so equivocal and sentimental a course. How lamentable the weakness of such conduct on the part of a public man! What a noble and manly sense of moral responsibility is thus displayed! How fine a conscience moves this representative of the dignified Commonwealth of Massachusetts! Temporary success waited upon Themistocles, so pleasing fortune may coyly loiter with General Banks. But even the Greeks wearied of the demagogue. He who had caused the ostracism of Aristides was himself ostracized. The momentary plaudits of the thoughtless were remembered by him and them only as a reproach in the unloved obscurity into which he sank forever. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Book Notices 21 to 25. Manual of Universal Church History by Reverend Dr. John Alzog, Professor of Theology at the University of Freiburg. Translated, with additions from the 9th and last German edition, by F. J. Pabish, Doctor of Theology, of Canon and Civil Law, and Reverend Thomas S. Byrne. Volume 2, Cincinnati, Robert Clark and Co., 1876. English-speaking Catholics are under very great obligations to the translators of this work, the second volume of which has been lately issued by Clark and Co. of Cincinnati. It supplies a want long felt in England and Ireland, as well as in the United States, by ecclesiastical students and by intelligent lay Catholics generally. Before it appeared, we had absolutely no work, in English or Latin, sufficiently critical and comprehensive, without being at the same time too voluminous to be made a suitable textbook in our seminaries. This occasioned trouble to professors in preparing matter for their classes, which were all not willing to undergo, and incalculable loss to successive generations of students. Palma was the best class book to be found in Latin, but it was hard to procure, and is very incomplete as a history. It is a collection of dissertations on detached historical subjects, admirable of their kind, but which do not show us the march of historical events in their synthetic unity. This is an objection that cannot be urged against Alzog. According to him, church history, in its objective sense, is an explanation of the origin and growth of the kingdom of God on earth, of its progress and spread from age to age, during both the period of preparation before Christ and of fulfillment after, and in particular a statement of the foundation, nature, development, and vicissitudes of the Church of Christ, the regeneration of man, and his gradual union with God through Christ in the Holy Ghost. And in the progress of his work he loses sight of no particular matter involved in this true and philosophical conception of his subject. The ancient world and its relations to Christianity, the life and labors of Christ, the history of the apostles, the form and constitution of the church, Christian life, worship, discipline, persecutions, heresies, missions, councils, doctrinal developments, ecclesiastical writers, the aim and growth of religious orders. All these and other important facts in the history of the church he notes and discusses, briefly it is true, but with such abundant references to standard sources of information on each particular topic that anyone desirous of pursuing it further can do so to his heart's content. His scientific introduction on the nature, division, and sources of church history and historical criticism is admirably adapted to prepare the student to fully profit by the study of the work and to train his mind to habits of criticism that will be invaluable to him in his more extended historical studies afterwards. All through the book he is kept in mind of the principles laid down in this introduction, by signs affixed to the names of the authors cited in the footnotes, and which determine the intellectual and moral weight of each in particular. We are happy to be able to congratulate the learned translators on the manner in which they have done their work. Their task was a most difficult one, but they have, thus far, performed it faithfully and well. Their success in putting into intelligible and idiomatic English the scientific introduction just referred to is of itself an achievement for which they deserve the highest praise. But the notes, additions, and amplifications by which they have elucidated and enriched the body of the work show more clearly still the reach and value of their labors. The style in which the 2 volumes have been brought out is all that could be desired. The price, $5 a volume, is undoubtedly high for a book so much needed by a class whose means are generally very limited, but taking into account the nature and variety of the work to be done by the publishers, we are surprised that they have been able to put it at so low a figure. The volumes, though well adapted for library use, are rather too heavy and unwieldy for the classroom. For this reason, we think, in future editions of the work, it would be an improvement to bind each volume in 2 separate parts. Ritter's Handbuch der Kirchengeschichte in 2 volumes would be a more convenient class book. It is written on the same plan as Alzog's, but is clearer and much more concise. Still, it would hardly suffice for a 3 years course, and if we are not mistaken, it is disfigured by prejudices and opinions that would make it unacceptable to entirely orthodox readers. A History of Ancient and Modern Philosophy by Joseph Haven, D.D., LL.D., New York, Sheldon & Co., 1876, pp. 416. This book seems to have grown out of the author's lecture notes. It may be regarded as a series of popular lectures on the history of philosophy. The style is imbued with Germanisms. For the beginner in philosophical studies, the book contains much useful and sound information so far as the mere statement of facts is concerned. This is especially true of the part treating of ancient philosophy. The chapters on Plato and Aristotle are exceptionally good, though in them is to be found little or nothing that marks the author's originality. Perhaps they are good because the author did not strike on an independent line of treatment. We learn from the preface that the author brought to bear a certain amount of enthusiasm on his subject, and that he has written 3 other works which have had a favorable reception. And still, judging from the book before us, we could safely say that he lived and died talking and discussing his favorite theme without a proper conception of philosophy in its bearings and relations. He had learned to repeat systems and remember facts with more or less accuracy, but to think philosophically was beyond the grasp of his intellect. He is unable to go back of a system in order to determine what in it is good and what is bad. We consider it unphilosophical in the author to break the nexus between the East and the West, and to begin with the philosophy of Greece. True, he quotes Schweigler for the precedent, but that does not in the least mend his case. Whatever of good Greece had in her system was imparted to her by the East. Her sophistries were her own. Egypt, Palestine, Chaldea, each contributed its share to build up the thoughtful theories of Pythagoras and the lofty ideal of Plato. Philosophy is meaningless apart from the profounder questionings of theology, even as man without God would be an anomaly. When the author breaks away from the plain, unvarnished tale to comment upon it, he is frequently illogical. Here is an instance. He says on page 71, "The sophists were of great use in philosophy," and explaining how, he adds, "they taught men to doubt, and so made them more cautious ultimately in philosophizing." He further tells us that they prepared the way for Socrates. As well might he have said that a plague is physically useful, that tares prepare the way for good grain, in a word, that evil is good. A Socrates was needed, but assuredly he was not, as the author would have us to infer, the outcome of sophistry. He was needed as the physician is needed for the disease, as the husbandman is needed for the field overrun by briars and thorns, as the sun is needed to dispel the darkness of night. And then a Socrates could not create truth. He could only lead back to it from the paths of error into which the sophists had led men. Again, on page 194, Dr. Haven asks, "What was the result now of all these profound investigations from Thales downward?" And he answers, "They are the germ of modern philosophy, the seeds of things, the dawn of a brighter, higher day that shines on us. Our eyes behold what these old kings and prophets of the mental world desired to see, but died without the sight." Page 195. With Hamlet, we call this words, words, meaningless words. Not to stop at the bad composition, we must say that it admirably illustrates the author's philosophical obtuseness. He seems not to know that philosophical speculation is as much a necessity with a people of education as is thought itself, that all these questionings are the oscillations of man's soul away from its final resting place, that they are yearnings of the intellect to fulfill the law of knowing to which it is subject. He seems not to know that these speculations in one shape or other were the determining principle of men's lives and actions, that thoughts invariably become facts, that the idea which yesterday was an object of curiosity has today become a hotly contested problem, and tomorrow will be an impelling force driving men to action for good or for ill. The absence of such knowledge proves his inability to treat the history of thought. Still another instance of philosophical obtuseness. On page 241, speaking of the characteristic feature of the Cartesian system, the author says, "The starting point of the whole system, the basis of all belief and certainty, is doubt." The italicizing is the author's. Shades of Descartes. Was it for this you wrote so clearly and beautifully, so that it should be said of you that you may doubt the basis of your philosophy? Was it with prophetic vision in which you saw Dr. Haven dabbling with your system and misinterpreting it to this extent that you requested none to read your books but those disposed to think? The philosophic sins of Descartes are many, but this piece of absurdity is not one of them. The fact of consciousness expressed in the famous formula cogito ergo sum and the principle of evidence form the basis of the Cartesian system. We now pass to the final question to be answered in connection with the book under review, viz., can we recommend it to our Catholic institutions of learning? How does it treat the great masters we would have our Catholic youth know and revere? There is a chapter devoted to scholastic philosophy, but it is evident the author has very little sympathy with the subject. He has not the least idea of the value of scholasticism. It is to him a dry skeleton. His ideas of it are drawn from the history of scholasticism, not from a sympathizing study of its great masters. St. Thomas's beautiful method and profound reasoning were unknown to him. At least he shows no appreciation of the angelic doctor. The author reveals his true animus toward the great medieval philosophers on page 217. There he announces an important discovery which he has made. He tells us that in the days of Bacon, men were beginning to think for themselves independently of ecclesiastical dictation and the authority of the fathers. Remember, beginning to think. This was in the latter part of the 16th century. Bacon was born in 1561. So it is now an ascertained fact that up to that time men did not think for themselves. Gerbert did not think for himself. Of course not. Neither did Roger Bacon, even though he did anticipate in detail the inductive method of Francis Bacon. Neither did St. Anselm, though he dictated the proof of the existence of God, with which Descartes is frequently credited. Neither did Albertus Magnus, who could find no public hall large enough for the audiences that hung on his lips, nor Thomas Aquinas, the greatest genius of medieval times. This is news indeed, and news enough. We close the book lest we hit upon something still more wonderful. Catholic youth require more wholesome food than that prepared by Dr. Haven. Matilda of Canossa and Yolande of Groningen, by Reverend A. Bresciani, S.F., author of The Jew of Verona, Leonello, etc., translated by Anna T. Sadlier, New York, D&G Sadlier & Co., 31 Barclay Street, Montreal, 275 Notre Dame Street, 1875. This story carries us back to the gloomiest period of Italian and German history. European nations were then emerging from the barbarism that followed the downfall of the Roman Empire. International wars were as yet unknown, but civil strife was the normal condition of every country. Feudalism had just been consolidated into the forms it retained down to the 14th century, and was spending itself in fierce and sanguinary contests between vassals and their lords, and between the latter and their sovereigns. In the Church, the condition of things was most deplorable. The system of lay investitures had practically secularized the great majority of the bishops in all European countries. They had become mere civil lords, more familiar with the sword than the crozier, with the helmet than the mitre. Had Richard of England lived about the middle of the 11th century and sent to Leo IX, instead of Celestine, the coat of mail of a Philip, Bishop of Beauvois, with the request, "Look, if this be the coat of thy son or not," he would hardly have received for answer, "No, it is the coat of a son of Mars. Let Mars deliver him if he can." In that century, bishoprics, abbacies, benefices of every kind, holy orders were bought and sold with little regard to the qualifications, intellectual or moral, of the recipients. Licentiousness soon became as widespread as simony, and schism, inaugurated to perpetuate both, threatened for a while the unity itself of the Western Church. There were not wanting bold and generous spirits, who, like St. Peter Damian, denounced in no measured terms the disorders of the time, nor others who sought to heal them by the more violent remedy of the sword. But their efforts would have been in vain had not the genius and the indomitable courage of a Hildebrand been brought to the rescue of religion and social order. He thoroughly understood the magnitude of the struggle in which the Church was engaged. He knew that the question at issue was whether she should remain Catholic and free, such as her divine founder had made her, or become national and the handmaid and slave of the civil power, and ultimately be torn into as many sects as there would be petty rulers in each kingdom to usurp her authority. That authority once lost, the great pontiff felt nothing else would remain that could hold in check the fierce spirit of that semi-barbarous age, or keep society from plunging back into the chaos from which the Church had called it. What he did to meet the exigencies of the time, how he labored, both before and after his elevation to the pontificate, to remove abuses, to restore discipline among the clergy, to give freedom to the Church, and peace and protection to oppressed nationalities, we need not tell the reader. These things are among the facts of medieval history with which all are familiar. The object of the volume before us is to bring out the real nature of the struggle between St. Gregory and Henry IV, to describe the important part taken by the Countess Matilda in that struggle, and to show us, in the person of a noble woman, a brilliant example of heroic fidelity to the Holy See under the most trying circumstances. This it does with singular ability and success. It does not, like most of our historical novels, give us fiction in the form of history, but history in the dress of fiction. It is truly a historical romance. The real heroine is not Matilda of Canossa, but Yolande of Groningen, a German countess. This selection of a heroine interferes very materially with the unity of the story, but it was necessary to the object the author had in view. In point of fact, Matilda had never been in Germany, and it would have been very difficult, if not impossible, to depict Henry in his true colors, had not a good part of the scene been laid in that country. In the estimation of those who read for something more than mere excitement or pastime, this defect will be more than compensated by the truth and beauty of the narrative, the insight it gives into the domestic, monastic, and court life of the 11th century, the extraordinary antiquarian research displayed by the author, and the clearness, precision, and force with which he states and argues the questions at issue between the Church and the Empire in the days of which he writes. With the exception of a few verbal mistranslations, clearly the result of inadvertence, the story has been faithfully rendered into our vernacular, and in such style as might lead one to suppose that it had been originally written in English. Les droits de Dieu et les édits modernes, par l'abbé François Chenel, vicaire général de Quimper, Paris et Poitiers, Henri Wooten, 1875, 8 VO, pp. 394. Our Christian ancestors for 15 or more hundred years had a great deal to say about the duties of man, duties towards God, the state, the family, and his fellow man. To know those duties accurately was considered the height of Christian wisdom. To perform them faithfully was the perfection of Christian life. They were taught in the schools, they were inculcated from the pulpit. They formed the material of ponderous treatises for the learned, and of homely manuals for the humbler classes. But ever since the great religious revolt of the 16th century has begun to develop its pernicious fruits, all this has been changed. A new language has been introduced, and we hear no more of duties, but of rights. We hear of the right of free thought, the right of free speech, the right to freedom without limit in the political order. And from this, with fearful but logical steps, the claim has extended to freedom in the social and moral order. Some, alarmed at the results of their own wild theories, are trying to draw back. But the logical wave they set in motion will not return at their bidding. The consequence is that Europe sees at this day, and our own country may soon see, a numerous and formidable party of men who have progressed from the rights of free thought and free speech to the right of free pillage and bloodshed. And meanwhile, amidst all this silly criminal prattle about the rights of man, nothing is ever heard about the sovereign rights of God, as if the Lord and Master of all stood among his creatures alone without a right that they will recognize. This is what seems to have roused the indignant zeal of the worthy author of the book before us, as its very title shows. He divides his work into 3 parts or books. The first treats of the absolute sovereignty of God over man, whether individually or socially considered. This may sound to most persons a very simple, plain truth, and so it is. But man needs to be recalled perpetually to the acknowledgment of this elementary truth. Its denial is at the bottom of all the evils that weigh so heavily on our humanity. However clear to right reason it may be, it is an unpleasant truth, and the will rejects it first and then tries to darken its light in the eyes of the understanding. Satan and his rebellious crew in heaven, and afterwards our first parents in Eden, found this yoke of the divine sovereignty as unbearable, as do the liberals and Freemasons of Europe in our day. Some who pretend to moderation, while admitting God's sovereignty over the individual, will not allow it over the social man. And this is the basis of state worship, which is the practical atheism of our times, the curse that is desolating Europe and threatens even now to invade our own country. In the course of his argument, the author shows that the state, like all creatures, must be limited. He discusses and defines the limit of its power, and enumerates its duties, which he says may be reduced to two general heads, religion and justice. This is the only part that has yet appeared, and the author intimates that the issuing of the other two will depend on the reception that may be given to his first essay by the public. The work is generally written not only with that clearness which results from the lucidus ordo, but also with solidity. We must say, however, that the form into which he has thrown his book, that of a dialogue between master and scholar, is open to objection. Not that the dialogue may not be used to great advantage in religious or philosophical discussion, for the examples of the great masters of antiquity, Plato, Cicero, St. Augustine, St. Jerome, and others, are proof to the contrary. But the interlocutor, to be convinced, should be on an equal footing. He should be an adversary who reasons, not a disciple who learns. The remarks of the scholar would seem, in some places, to lengthen the dialogue uselessly, if not tediously. And even if it had the laconic brevity of a catechism, the catechetical form would scarcely be available in our day against the enemies of the Church, to confound or convert whom the book has been written. Characteristics from the writings of John Henry Newman, arranged by Samuel Lilly of the Inner Temple, barrister at law, with the author's approval. New York, D. and J. Sadlier and Co., 1876. This volume ought to be, and no doubt will be, most welcome to American Catholic readers. As far as we know Catholic opinion in the United States, there is no writer in our language so admired here as Dr. Newman. This we consider complimentary in no slight degree to American Catholics. Among the learned everywhere, he is admitted to be the greatest intellect of the age, and one who has had very few superiors in any age. But that he should be so regarded by all classes of Catholics in this country is a proof of their ability to appreciate mental gifts of the very highest order, even when used in a manner not calculated, nor even intended, to captivate the masses. Dr. Newman is assuredly not a popular writer or preacher in the ordinary meaning of the term. Yet his sermons and lectures are read here with no less pleasure than profit, by the least as well as by the most cultivated classes. How is this to be accounted for? Only by the fact that with faith there comes an infused logic or intuition of truth, more or less vivid, as faith itself is allowed to influence our conduct, and which, in the apprehending of moral and revealed truth, does for Catholics what reflection and study are not able to accomplish in others. We once heard Dr. Brownson say that what he considered the nice points in his philosophical lectures he had always found to be best appreciated by Catholic audiences composed chiefly of the working classes. And we all remember how instantaneously audiences of this kind were wont to respond to the keen and elevated satire of Dr. Marshall 4 years ago. But it is not the intellectual gifts only of the great Oratorian that are appreciated on this side of the Atlantic. The many beautiful traits of character revealed in his writings, but fully understood only by those who have known the charm of his society, have enkindled a love for him in the hearts of our people greater than is felt by them for any other living author. His candor, his humility, his charity, his love of country, the strength and tenderness of his friendships, the sacrifices he has made, the sufferings he has endured for the truth and for fidelity to his convictions of duty, are claims to the affectionate regard of all men, long since recognized and felt by Catholics in America. This volume of selections enables one to form a better idea of Dr. Newman's character and intellectual ability than a desultory reading of detached productions of his could possibly give. It tells us, in his own words, the history of his religious thought from boyhood till his conversion in 1845, and of his earnest, though fruitless, efforts to find a theological basis for Church of Englandism. It presents him to us as a philosopher, historian, theologian, preacher, and lecturer, showing us, as it were at one glance, the depth, brilliancy, and versatility of his talents in these various capacities. And yet, there are many other points of view in which he might be made to appear to no less advantage, about which this volume is silent. His knowledge of the Greek and Latin classics, especially of the former, is said by those who know him best to be most profound. His Church of the Fathers is a masterpiece in the line of hagiography. Callista is, we think, unequaled as a work of fiction in any language. His verses show him to be a true poet, and we have it on very good authority that he is an accomplished musician. About the time of his conversion, he broke into fragments a valuable Cremona, which for long years had been the solace of his lonely hours and less cheerful moods. It is needless to say in what spirit he made this sacrifice of an object so dear to him. But the chief merit of these selections is yet to be told. They are a collection of thoughts, sometimes brilliant, often original, always beautiful and suggestive, on a variety of subjects connected with the philosophical and theological issues of the present time, clothed in exquisite language by the greatest living master of style. Each separate extract is either a sketch that will be remembered as a masterpiece, or an analysis exhaustive in its reach, startling in its distinctness, or an argument that leaves absolutely nothing to be subsumed or said by an opponent of the truth. To say that this volume is worth its weight in gold would be to give but a faint indication of its worth. We consider it the most valuable addition ever made to English Catholic literature. It is a book that must live as a classic, as a model of style, and as an authority on the subjects discussed in it, as long as the English language is spoken or understood. We wish the Messrs. Sadleir had given it to us in larger and better type, and with as few typographical errors as are usually found in their publications. The Student's Handbook of British and American Literature, containing sketches, biographical and critical, of the most distinguished English authors from the earliest times to the present day, with selections from their writings and questions adapted to the use of schools, by Reverend O.T. Jenkins, A.M., late president of St. Charles College, Ellicott City, Maryland, and formerly president of St. Mary's College, Baltimore. 12 M.O., pp. 564. Baltimore, John Murphy & Co., 1876. The compiler's intention, as we are informed in the preface, was to prepare a textbook of British and American literature, which, in its general bearing, would be free from sectarian views and influences, and in the extracts be entirely unexceptionable in the point of morality. The general object, then, is most praiseworthy to reform, or rather to do away altogether with that system of textbooks which has prevailed too long, and in which Catholic authors are carefully ignored and excluded, as if they had contributed nothing to literature worthy of preservation and study. But if, besides the recalling of Catholic works to their legitimate place in education, it be further intended to eliminate from the extracts everything that is distinctively Catholic, on the same grounds that whatever is offensively anti-Catholic is expunged from Protestant authors, the new system will not be generally approved. It is an improvement on the old, but it is far from what it ought to be, and though something perhaps may be said in its favor, we can scarcely reconcile ourselves to it for more reasons than one. In the first place, literature itself would be the loser, for the highest degree of aesthetic beauty may be found in what is distinctively Catholic. What would become of Evangeline if its peculiarly Catholic features were to be swept aside by this critical besom? Not only the beauty, but the very life of the poem would be destroyed. Besides, a textbook like the present, which deals out some small measure of justice to our authors, is scarcely likely to meet countenance and obtain circulation outside of our own schools and colleges. The remarks and criticisms of Father Jenkins are often elegantly expressed. They always show good taste and correct judgment. But in a book of this kind, the work of selection is far more difficult than that of critical judgment, and will be rarely found to please all or a majority of readers. They are more apt to note defects on this score than the many excellencies of a textbook. And indeed, it must be admitted that on this point the work before us is open to criticism. It seems to have been only a first sketch, and doubtless would have been considerably enlarged had the author lived to perfect his plan. But the editor might have remedied the defect. Why, for example, should there be no mention of the great parliamentary orators Chatham, Sheridan, Grattan, and others? Names are wanting, even in the literature of our own country, to which obscurer names might have been made to give place. And in a book for a Catholic college, the memory of the gentle Crashaw, whom Cowley saluted as poet and saint, and of the author of the Virgin Martyr, ought to have been preserved. Men, too, amongst us, like Brownson, the author of Mohammed, and others, whom we could name, have been strangely overlooked. If Father Jenkins' work should ever be reprinted, and we hope it may, it would not be amiss to add a supplement which will make up for present deficiencies. Indeed, it is only by this method that such books are generally brought to some degree of perfection. The typography, binding, etc., are in Mr. Murphy's usual excellent style. Owing to the length of several articles in the present number, the space devoted to this department of the review has been necessarily curtailed, and a number of notices of recent publications are, therefore, held over until our next issue. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The Italian Occupation of the City of Rome, Part 1. By Reverend Henry Formby. St. Paul says, "As the body is a unity and has many members, and as the fact that the members of the body are many does not prevent the body being a unity, so likewise is Christ." 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 12. If it had been the design of God to make an entirely new creation for the Christian redemption, that should come into the world totally severed and disjoined from all that existed previously, and so absorb everything into itself, the second Adam would have been brought into the world clothed with a body totally void of all connection with anything that then existed in the world. But this everyone knows not to have been the case. Christ took his human body from the existing world. His mother was a maiden of the nationality of Israel, of the tribe of Judah, and of the house and lineage of David, and his birth took place by the disposition of divine providence in such a way that immediately after his seeing the light, his name was entered as a subject on the census roll of the great Roman Empire. In this respect, the second Adam perfectly conforms himself in his entry into the world to the example of the first Adam, whose body, by the same analogy, was fashioned by the hand of God, delimo terre, from the moist earth, which, after receiving the breath of life, became the living soul, man, and obtained the name of Adam. Genesis chapter 2. As Christ, then, is the beginning of the renovated order of the human creation, which through him receives the heavenly gifts by which it becomes regenerated, so Christ in return does not fail fully and in all respects, one only excepted, to identify himself with the world that existed before his incarnation. Hence, it is that he stands before all the generations of Adam's family as 1. The second Adam, a very and true man, born of woman. 2. The Son of the Virgin Mary, in fulfillment of the promise that a virgin should conceive and bear a son. 3. The Son of David and the King of the Jews, in fulfillment of the promise made to David. 4. The seed promised to Abraham, in whom all the nations of the earth should be blessed. 5. A subject of the great Roman Empire, that is, connected with the nations of the world, whom he has come to redeem, by submitting himself equally with them to the jurisdiction of the great empire over the nations that had been acquired by the ancient city of Rome. He has proved himself to be the second Adam by his sympathies for all the sufferings of the children of the first Adam, which were brought under his observation. He proved himself to be the Son of the Virgin Mary by his acknowledgement of her on the cross as his mother, to be the Son of David by his granting the prayer of the blind man who appealed to him as the Son of David, to be the King of the Jews by accepting the title to this effect over his head on the cross. He acknowledged his being a son of Abraham by the rite of circumcision, his subjection to the Mosaic law by his presentation in the temple, and lastly, he has acknowledged his character as a subject of the Roman Empire before all the world by submitting to the sentence of death passed upon him in the Roman court of Pontius Pilate. In a word, sin excepted, he would be a perfect part and portion of the world which he came to redeem. Thus, the Christ who is the author of our redemption comes into our world in every respect perfectly associated with it, and, as it is all important to observe, not merely perfectly associated with that which existed at the time of his coming, but likewise with the past, with all that had previously existed. As the second Adam, he owns himself associated with the whole world that began from the first Adam. As the son of Abraham, with the whole people descended from Abraham. As the son of David, with the family of David and its fortunes. As a Roman subject, with the city of Rome and all the nations subject to Rome. And the practical consequence of all this is that, when we become members of his body as Christians, in him and together with him, we become equally associated with all with which he condescended to associate himself by coming into our world as man. Hence follow a series of consequences attended with no slight practical results. If, through being a Christian, I am associated with the world descended from Adam, then it becomes me as a Christian, as far as circumstances permit, to acquire a correct historical knowledge of what has befallen the world descended from Adam. As a Christian, my business is not with piety only, but also with knowledge. I need, consequently, as a Christian, to acquire a fair and competent knowledge of the general history of the world, and how it has fared with people descended from the first forefathers of the human race. Next, I need a more special knowledge of the people descended from Abraham, and after this, a more special knowledge still of the fortunes of the royal house of David. And lastly, I need a knowledge of the city of Rome and her empire over the nations. All this strictly follows from my being a Christian. It may be quite true that my lot in life may be to have to work so hard for a livelihood that, as the first law of the creation is to sustain and preserve the life that has been given, I may have extremely limited opportunities of acquiring the knowledge that it becomes me to acquire as a Christian. In such a case, of course, I must be satisfied to do the best that I can with such aids and helps that I can readily lay my hands upon. But a considerable proportion of the Christian people are able to devote either the whole of their life previous to their legal majority of 21, or at least a notable portion of it to the acquirement of knowledge in their various schools of learning. And all these schools have to be furnished with adequately skilled professors and masters in all the various branches and departments of knowledge, which the pupils frequenting them require for their future career, whatever this may be. The body of knowledge thus taught on the one hand and acquired on the other is of two kinds. First, the general knowledge above described, which it is becoming that every Christian should acquire, for the sole reason that he or she is a Christian, and which such Christian, granted the condition, which is a personal privilege and a special favor of divine providence, of being in easy or affluent circumstances, is therefore bound, with all reasonable care and diligence, to set to work to acquire. And secondly, the special knowledge and training proper to the particular calling or profession of which the person concerned may have made a legitimate choice. The first kind, or the general knowledge to the acquirement of which all who have the requisite conditions of leisure and means are bound in decency, as being Christians, forms the indispensable substructure on which those who are intended for their several careers in the various liberal professions proper to civilized social life are supposed to build their superstructure of special professional or scientific knowledge. Those again who are born to the simple enjoyment of great rank, wealth, and social position are undoubtedly to be held bound in Christian decency to extend and perfect their acquirement of this body of general knowledge. Hence, it is from the higher Christian academies and universities, where such studies can be carried to maturity and perfection, that the great and eminent Christian statesmen, magistrates, and public men may be expected to come forth to the great social advancement and good of the Commonwealth. Now, in the body of general knowledge above described, the quote, Roman Empire unquote, stands forward as the object of the very greatest prominence. And here a question arises for which, although at times there has raged no little contention about it, and it has afforded no slight matter for fierce combat on both sides, what has been said above furnishes the key to apply a satisfactory solution. On the one side, it has been contended we are Christians and not pagans. What are we Christians doing, laboring with such extraordinary care to form the susceptible minds of our youth on the corrupt and degraded models of the pagan world? To what purpose has the Christian redemption come to us, with its heavenly renovation of mind and heart, if all that we Christians can do is to go back to the beggarly elements of a lost and superseded state of society, and to exalt the old Roman mind, while we cover up and hide out of sight the glories of the redeemed world? On the other hand, it is urged that Christ declared that, by his being lifted up on the cross, he would draw all things to himself, and, in token of the accomplishment of his words, his title, quote, King of the Jews, unquote, was written in, quote, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, unquote, over his head on the cross. That is, in 3 choice languages of the world, outside of which there existed nothing but error, ignorance, and barbarism. The solution to the question thus debated, which we gain by what has been just said, is clear, and such as should easily carry conviction to both parties in the dispute. We are undoubtedly, as Christians, connected through Christ with the old Roman Empire, for the one reason, if others were wanting, that he has elected to be himself connected with it by being entered on its census roll, and by accepting a sentence of one of its law courts as the mode of offering the sacrifice of himself for the redemption of the whole human race. Christ, as we know from the Apostles' Creed, has chosen the Roman Empire to be the power by whose public sentence he would lay down his life. And he has further chosen to exhibit his power in weakness by subsequently taking to himself the chief city of the empire, to whose law courts he paid the respect of accepting their sentence of death, to become the chief seat of government to the end of the world for his mystical body, the Church. As long as Rome, the chief seat of the government of the Church, is the same Rome which was the central seat of the old empire's government of the nations, here is the link of a standing chain by which as Christians we continue to be bound up with the old empire. But our connection with it comes to us through Christ, and, if we are connected with it, we are so connected only as Christians. We are not to be, like the rest of the world, blind admirers of old Rome, but being made free by a truth higher than anything known to old Rome, whatever there is to be found in old Rome that is grand and noble, this becomes part of the spoil of which the one stronger than the strong man armed has despoiled him, and which he has given and distributed to his own people. It is for the unbelievers of the world, the men without God, and to whom the future is a hopeless, undiscernible blank, blindly to admire the old Roman Empire. For us Christians there is, doubtless, much to be learned from its history and through its literature, but the principle that we must bring to its study is always to bear in mind that we have to approach it as Christians, that, if there is very much to be learned from it, this must always be on the condition of that which we learn being subject to correction from higher Christian truth. One extreme most commonly leads to another, and a large and lamentable degree of failure on the part of the one school in respect of duly remembering that the history of old Rome and its treasures of classic literature, both Latin and Greek, are to be used and read subject to the correction of Christian truth and morality, is no doubt the chief, if not almost the only cause of the partial cry that has been raised for the banishment of the classics from the Catholic education of youth. That their banishment, however, from Catholic education is a simple impossibility must be a matter of the plainest evidence. But on the other hand, their subjection to Christian truth is not the less a sacred duty. And events have now come to pass, which we must contend go a very great way to impose upon the consciences of the teachers in Catholic schools, more than ever, the duty of taking the necessary pains to establish firmly and clearly the true connection of the old empire with the Catholic Church in the minds of their pupils. This, in other words, is to make sure that every Catholic pupil receiving a liberal education is brought to understand how it comes to pass that the Roman prefect, Pontius Pilate, has a place in the Apostles' Creed, and why Jesus Christ condescended to come into the world as a subject of the former Roman Empire, and why, from having been the first few days after his birth enrolled on the register of the subjects of the empire, and having subjected himself to the death of a public malefactor from one of its provincial tribunals. He has since vindicated his power over the earth by appropriating to the purposes of his church the city which was the seat of the very empire that passed the sentence of death upon him. Many reasons exist which may be given to show cause why the divine plan of human redemption should have predetermined to fix upon the city of Rome as the permanent home and seat of the supreme government of the Church. One of these is sufficient for our present purpose. Christ had sent his apostles, previous to his last commission given to them to go into all lands to teach his religion, quote, "All power is given to me in heaven and on earth," end quote. The infidels of the earth, to whom the Christian doctrines appeared to be the merest useless pious fantasies of the weak-minded and the devotees, laugh in their sleeves very complacently at the claim that the Christians make of the supreme power of the founder of their religion. They can very well afford to make the Christ of the Christians welcome to his power in heaven. In this they are quite consistent, as it is no concern of theirs one way or the other who may or may not have supreme power there. What they understand perfectly, however, to concern them, is the claim that he has likewise supreme power over the earth. Here, the disposition of divine providence has been such that while there is, on the one hand, very much to prove the faith and to try the fidelity of those who believe, the supreme power of Jesus Christ over the earth, on the other hand, has a veil largely cast over it to hide it in mercy from the eyes of the unbelievers, in order that their contempt and contumacy against it may not add, measure to measure, in the increase of their condemnation. Still, the divine plan would not leave the generations of men without at least one signal proof set up in the midst of the nations of the world to bear its unmistakable evidence, that Jesus Christ, the victim of the unjust sentence of Pontius Pilate, thus possessed supreme power not only in heaven, but also over the earth. And the proof consists in this, that all the nations and people of the earth have placed before their eyes the fact that he who thus suffered death takes Rome, the eternal city, the city which in past times asserted its power to subdue all the nations of the earth to its single rule, and makes this very city, and not any other city, the supreme seat of government for his glad message and covenant of salvation for all the people, tribes, and kindreds of the earth. Again, it may also be added that he was willing in this respect to show his tender consideration for his people. In his own person he would not receive testimony from men. He would be known as the simple, quote, Nazarene, end quote, and make no account of the contempt of the world for the native of so obscure a spot as Nazareth. But then, if he himself chose to be a Nazarene, his people are not to be Nazarenes, but, quote, Romans, end quote. They are to inherit the name, the renown, and the dignity of the conquerors and the masters of the world. He would bear himself to be the despised and the rejected of men. But his followers, as long as they are faithful to him, are to be constituted in honor, and to be called Romans, a name which has earned an imperishable fame in the sight of all the nations of the earth. However, all that God was pleased to do for the former Israel, to exalt the Hebrew people to great honor, and to make their city of Jerusalem the mistress of the nations, was conditional on their being faithful to the law of Moses. Quote, If Israel would have walked in my ways, I would have humbled his enemies perhaps to annihilation, and I would have laid my hand upon those that troubled him. End quote. the Book of Psalms, chapter 80, verse 14. The rule of God for his former Israel remains the same for the Christian people. If they are to be honored on the earth, honor can come to them only so long and in so far as they honor and conform themselves to the Christian law. If God is to be required to humble their adversaries perhaps to annihilation, and to lay his hand upon those who trouble them, they in return must walk not in their own ways, but in his ways. And if the behavior of the Christian people had been better, and more pleasing to God than it had been, their social position in the world would have been better and more honorable than it is. Woe to the world, said Christ, because of scandals. The Gospel of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 7. St. Paul also speaks of Christ, quote, having in readiness to punish all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled, unquote. 2 Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 6. The above homely and practical truths properly precede and serve as a suitable introduction to the following passage from Padre Ciurci's remarks on the fall of Rome under the arms of the Italian kingdom. If you put together the three elements, which up to the present we have observed in the conduct of Europe relatively to the fall of Rome, to wit, Roman numeral 1, the sanction given to the prevalence of force over right, Roman numeral 2, the manifestation of a positive hostility to the Catholic Church, which shows the general desire to see it in fetters, and Roman numeral 3, the haughty contempt for the strongest and most universally prevalent feeling among the Catholic nations. Put all this together, and you will see on what an overwhelming force of reason the inference as to the civil and moral decadence of modern Europe comes to stand. A decadence which resembles that of paganism in its worst period, when, besides having no other law than that of brute force, it was a persecutor of the Church and a tyrant over the people, two qualities which always appear in the pages of history as walking hand in hand. The whole body of the Catholic people, dispersed throughout the various nations of the world, have now been familiarized, for 5 years, with the sight of the Empress city Rome, reduced to the servile condition of serving as maid of all work for the new Italian kingdom. Quote, the mistress of the nations has become, as it were, a widow. The chief over the provinces has been brought under tribute. Lamentations, chapter 1, verse 1. When we compare the real magnitude of the injury which the Italian nation, as represented by the faction now dominant among them, has done to the honor and public credit of the whole body of the 200 millions of Catholics spread over the world, in their different nationalities, with the whole sum of the various symptoms that have been publicly manifested indicating the displeasure and indignation of this vast multitude against the act of the Italian government, can we be otherwise than painfully struck with its deplorable inadequacy? Who could easily see in the generation now upon earth the successors to the Crusaders of the Middle Ages? Let it be pleaded in our defense that the Catholic faith is now very much more widely spread over the earth than it was in the days of the Crusades, that those who are so scattered among heterodox populations, who are so separated from each other by space, language, and difference of local interests and ways of life, are taken too much by surprise, at an unexpected calamity, to know how to act, what to think, or how to communicate and to take counsel one with another. Let it be said that addresses of sympathy with the Pope in his humiliation have poured in on all sides. that the generous offerings of his people from all parts of the world flow into his treasury, and that the sacred person of the prisoner of the Vatican receives far more honor from all quarters of the world than the sacrilegious invader of his city receives from the daring faction which makes use of his royalty and name for purposes of their own. Granted all this, and would that we could make the picture still more rich in palliatives, under cover of which we might conceal from view the terrible distance which separates us from the courage, the daring, and intelligence which gathered all the choice warriors of Christendom round the standard of the cross. Let our defense be what it may, and would that we could plead much more effectually in our own behalf, there, nevertheless, still remains before our own eyes and the eyes of the whole world the fact that a mere Italian faction, not representing the faithful Catholic multitudes of Italy, dares to seize upon the capital city of Christendom. This act of daring becomes the more remarkable because the faction in question not only treats the wishes and feelings of the vast majority of the Italian people as if they were not worth being regarded, but, as if this was not enough, they equally set at naught the whole of the 200 millions of the Catholics in their various nationalities throughout the world. In this, it must be confessed for the present, they appear to have reckoned quite with their host, and to have come most comfortably to the conclusion that they need not care 2 rows of pins. For, if the worst comes, these 200 millions can never go any greater length in manifesting their dissatisfaction than in addressing a greater or less number of feeble, pious condolences to the person of their chief pontiff on the events that have come to pass. A mode of acting from which the faction in question, as may be readily supposed, do not expect to have to experience any very serious inconvenience. Perhaps, indeed, some portion of the tranquillity, let us use this word rather than apathy, of mind, with which, in the main, the vast body of the Catholic populations have acquiesced in the sacrilege of the Italian faction, arose from a certain perception of the truth that the care and protection of the city of Rome is the concern of the powers above. That, quote, qui conque moge du papa on crève, that the same God who drowned Pharaoh and the Egyptian army in the Red Sea holds the city of Rome in his keeping, and that, by and by, he will manifest his power in the city of Rome, as he did in the city of Jerusalem when an entire Assyrian army fled in dismay from an invisible power that defended the city, leaving multitudes of their dead behind them. That, by and by, those who have invaded Rome will be in a greater hurry to escape out of it than ever they were to gain it into their possession. Let us by all means hope the very best, as regards what may be said in defense of the vast helpless multitude of the Catholic people, whom the comparatively mere puny handful of daring Italian associates treat with such absolute disdain that they do not give to their dissatisfaction and to their sense of the injury inflicted upon them so much as the honor of a place in the calculation of the obstacles that stand in the way of their designs. When Nehemiah was rebuilding the walls of the city of Jerusalem, Tobias, the Ammonite, said contemptuously, quote, "Let them build. If a jackal comes up, he will be able to leap over their wall." End quote. Second Book of Esdras, chapter 4, verse 3. The Italian faction which now occupies Rome has about the same estimate of the power of the 200 millions of the Catholics to oppose their designs. Quote, "Hear, O our God," exclaims Nehemiah, "for we are despised. Turn back our shame onto the head of these men. Give them over to contempt in the land of captivity." End quote. This patent and manifest helplessness of so vast a multitude under the infliction of so dire an injury does not arise from the operation of any one cause. Neither is the remedy in the hands of any one nation or people. It is a remark of Pascal that those who are being drifted away by a current at sea never know how fast they are being swept away from their course until they come across some rock or fixed object, when they then at once discover their true predicament. The fact of the city of Rome in the hands of the puny Italian faction which has seized upon it, and which is able, in defiance of the whole of Christendom, to hold its supreme pontiff a prisoner in the Vatican Palace, stands before the Catholic multitudes of all the nations upon the earth as a fixed object before their eyes to show them the huge current of anti-Christian civilization, to a companionship with which they have blindly committed themselves, and in partnership with which they have been unreflectingly content to know themselves to be carried forward by the general current. It is impossible for a mind possessed of any power of reflection, added to a Christian sense of right and wrong, not to fix his eyes upon this fact, that the supreme pontiff of the Catholic Church is at the present moment in the power of a hostile faction, and, like a second Daniel, in the den of lions. God, it is true, has sent his angel, and, for the present, has shut the mouths of the Italian lions. The lions of the Italian faction are gathered round him, eager for their victim, but one above has said to them, quote, Noli tangere, Christos meos, end quote, and the supernatural dread has fallen upon them. The aged and venerable pontiff still rules over his flock from the place of his imprisonment, and all the treasures of the Catholic Church, the sacred records of the past, the acts of councils, the relics of the martyrs and saints, are still untouched. But in whose custody are all these treasures to be for the future? Divine Providence, in times past, for 1,000 years from the time of Charlemagne downwards to the time of Napoleon I, provided the Holy See with an armed defender of its city. One of the great Christian princes of Europe received from the reigning pope the, quote, crown of the Holy Roman Empire, end quote. And this prince became by his coronation oath the sworn protector and supporter of the rights of the papacy. Since the present century has set in, not one of the princes of Europe is found worthy to have this crown given to him. Perhaps it may even be true that not one is found who could so much as dare to be a candidate for it, in consequence of the obligation which its coronation oath would impose upon him. Is it then the will of God that the papacy should remain for the future without a material defense and protection, to supply the place of the armed crown defenders, whose race has become an extinct species, not one being found worthy or competent to succeed? It will be manifestly contrary to all intelligent faith in the omnipotence of the divine government which rules over the universe of men, for us to surrender helplessly to the thought that, because the line of crown defenders of the central see of Christendom has come to a default, the last hour of Roman Catholicism has struck. It may be perfectly true that we shall have to remain, possibly for an indefinite time, outside the knowledge of the counsels of God with reference to the future position of the Holy See in the world, and that we must content ourselves with what faith alone reveals to us, viz., that God has his counsels, and that in due time he will make these known to all the nations. The sacred proverb says, quote, Altiora tene quisieris, end quote, and the wisdom of old Rome has said, quote, Negligens de qua populus laboret, parce privatus, nimium cavere, end quote. End of section 40. Read by Maria Angela Aragon, City of Pasig, 15th February, 2024.
Section 41 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. The Italian Occupation of the City of Rome, Part 2, by Reverend Henry Formby. The various Catholic multitudes in the different nations of the world have, however, now the plainest possible evidence placed before their eyes how completely they are an object of contempt to the Italian faction, who do not see in them the least appreciable obstacle to their sacrilegious seizure of the chief city of Christendom, and who do not apprehend being in the least degree seriously incommoded by any power they may possess to raise an outcry or to manifest their displeasure. "O my God," exclaimed Nehemias, "we are despised." What then was the effect upon the mind of Nehemias of this perception, how completely he and his people were despised by those who surrounded them and who were lookers-on at their work? The effect this had upon him was to nerve and steel his resolve to go on with his work and to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. This is precisely the effect which the contempt the Italian faction has shown for us should have upon our minds. We are despised. Nothing can be plainer than this. The Empress City Rome, degraded by an Italian faction to the level of a third-rate national capital such as Lisbon or Madrid. The Christian mistress of the nations become a widow, and her supreme pontiff a prisoner, constituted under the dominion of a hostile power. Who can help pointing the finger of scorn at the huge, helpless multitude that has to make itself easy and comfortable under the indignity? Well, what can be plainer than that we are despised? Shall we mend matters by pretending not to see that we are despised? No. The act of contempt is patent and in the face of day, and there it is, set up and exposed to view in the city of Rome, in the sight of all the people of the earth. We are despised, and there is no mistake about it. What are we to do? The answer is plain. Do like Nehemias, in a perfectly similar plight, go forward with greater determination than ever to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. To rebuild the walls of Jerusalem are words of great import and of wide and extensive application, but they have this advantage, that they are capable of being understood by every individual of the great Catholic multitude in every part of the world in a manner profitable to himself and others. But for our present purpose we must be permitted to narrow their application and to concentrate their meaning upon one particular subject. Doubtless one of the reasons why the whole Catholic multitude throughout the world has received the wound inflicted upon it by the Italian faction with such comparative silence and stupor is the failure to appreciate adequately the deadly nature of the wound. Conticuit populus meus, says the prophet, eo quod non habu erit, sci entiam. O.C. 4:6. The fact of the city of Rome being the city which affords the seat of government for the Christian nations has passed in a superficial way for a geographical accident rather than for any fixed provision of the divine plan for the government of the world, for which great and serious reasons can be given. Hence the unreflecting Catholic multitude manages to satisfy itself very easily with the thought, surely any other city will answer just as well. Why should the Pope, for example, have any difficulty in accepting the offer understood to have been made to him by the British government of a residence in the island of Malta? What is there so particular in Rome? above all other cities or places, that the Pope cannot be at least quite sufficiently well provided for anywhere else. What is there again in Rome that should make the whole body of the Catholic people throughout the world at war with the Italians, if the latter, in the fervor of their joy for the acquisition for the first time of the consciousness of being a united nation, have seen in Rome that kind of preeminence which would best reconcile all the other cities of Italy to the central seat of the new national government being fixed there? Why should the Catholics of the world begrudge the newly born Italian nation the possession of the one city of their country to which all other cities of Italy would cheerfully yield precedence? And why should the Pope render himself any obstacle to so necessary and judicious an arrangement? Under the new state of things, all the guarantees that can possibly be required for the perfect freedom of the Pope in his spiritual capacity are freely and generously offered by the Italian kingdom. What more, then, can the most orthodox and zealous Catholic by any possibility desire? There is, perhaps, if the sad truth must be confessed, little ground for wonder in the present state of popular Catholic knowledge on the subject of Rome and Roman, that the Catholic multitude should be induced to acquiesce for the moment in an order of ideas that screen from view the real depth of the wound inflicted, and which steer clear of the unwelcome conviction as to the terrible decadence of faith and intelligence that must have been known to have spread far and wide, in order to allow of the possibility of that which has come to pass. The prophet's words recur again and again, Conticuit populus meus eu quod non habiterit siniantiam. We do not know, and it is for our misfortune and calamity no part of our current popular system of instruction that all classes, high and low, rich and poor, should be made to understand what the city of Rome is to the Catholic religion. All the nations of the world know the sound of the name Roman Catholic, but to be familiar with the name Roman as the associate and companion of Catholic is rather a simple fact than a pledge that our multitudes at all rightly understand the real force of the reasons why all the nations of the world have now for several generations unanimously agreed to call themselves not simply Catholics, but Roman Catholics. Here then Nehemiah's example and pattern finds something definite on which to set to work. Here is a manifest and well-defined gap in the walls of the city where the defense is required to be rebuilt and to be made secure. Our multitudes, even where the recent act of the Italian faction fills them with a certain vague sense of a wrong perpetrated, fail to render a reason to themselves clearly and distinctly why the act in question contains so great a wrong. And the cause is want of the requisite knowledge. Did we all know the true reason of our being Roman Catholics, we should know why and on what grounds to cry out that the city of Rome is the gift of the God who reigns above to the whole body of the Christian people, to be to them their center of unity, where they can claim brotherhood with all the other nations of the world, to be the seat of supreme government for the Christian religion, and the treasure house where all the various precious records and documents of the divine revelation can be securely preserved in the hands of their proper responsible custodians. Rome, in the custody of the sovereign pontiff and of all the various members of his household and his court, is in the hands of those to whom God has given Rome. And through the sacred person of St. Peter's successors, every person in any official position in the city becomes responsible to God for his care of that which is committed to his keeping. Rome in the hands of an Italian faction is not only a jewel of great price in the snout of a swine, but none of the Christian treasures Rome contains are safe in their keeping. The sole cause, then, why a cry of indignation is not raised against the sacrilege of the Italian faction from every part of the earth is the same which drew forth the lament of the prophet, Conticuit populus meus eo quod non habiterit scientiam. In the spirit, then, of the faithful and undaunted Nehemiahs, it will henceforward become us to resolve to redress this great defect, and to take such measures as lie within our reach to bring about for the future that at least the necessary knowledge shall not be wanting to give nerve and vigor to the universal cry of Catholic indignation against the daring and sacrilegious usurpation of the capital of Christendom. And here we have only to reflect upon the rich resources which the providence of God places at our command, to be filled with a kind of wonder and amazement that through the goodness of God we should possess a territory so vast and ample, and by our own inertness should fail so largely to reap from it the harvest it is calculated to yield. Let us quietly and impartially look into the case that is before us. We have then the very obvious fact before our eyes, that every one, male or female, who has the least pretension to have received a liberal education, has been taught the history of the Roman Empire. And all men who have this claim, with a certain proportion of the feminine sex, acquire their share of knowledge of the literature, Latin and Greek, which was the basis of a liberal education in the time of imperial Rome. Here then is the plain and obvious fact of a connection existing between ancient Rome and the liberal education of the youth of the nations of the world. There is simply no such thing known as a liberal education in which old Rome has not its place, and in which it is not in all cases represented by its history, and in the majority of cases also by its literature. In the case of the youth of the Catholic Church, old Rome and the new Christian Rome are combined together. The authority of the Roman pontiff extends over all that concerns the education of the youth of the Catholic Church, and with the exception of the national literature proper to each nation and people, all of which is everywhere amenable to the judgment of Rome, all liberal education is founded on the sacred scriptures and the Christian classics, and on the history and literature, Greek and Latin, of old Rome. The history of old Rome and its literature necessarily bring up the present city of Rome before the mind. It is simply impossible for the mind to dissociate the worldwide action of the old Rome, which is the substance of all early liberal knowledge, from the present Christian city, whose acts of Christian government extend far more widely still over the earth. The human understanding and its powers of intelligence must plainly cease to be what God has made them, if it were possible to prevent a liberal education in Roman history and literature from solidly implanting in the mind a wonderful feeling of the greatness and the majesty of the city of Rome. If Horace could say with truth 19 centuries ago, "Alme sol coru nitido niem qui promis et celis elisque et idem nascertus passus nihil urbe Romam viscere magis," the heart of every student at the present day re-echoes the sentiment with an increased force. The distance of time lends a certain enchantment to the view, and the mind unconsciously reflects how great must have been the glories over the memory of which time has no power, which lapse of ages cannot obscure, and which generations as they come and go all honor with the same undying loyalty and veneration. So far, liberal education produces in all alike its uniform fruits, but contrasts both the antecedents and the sequel in the respective instances of the intelligent Catholic student whose studies have been directed in the manner which it is our purpose here to advocate as forming the rule and the norm of a true Catholic treatment of Roman history, and the manner in which the same study is directed in all schools and universities, whether Protestant or simply secular. To the ordinary Protestant student, the rise of the city of Rome from the Roma Quadrata of Romulus and Remus on the Palatine Hill to the city's universal empire over the nations is a mere fact of history, a bare phenomenon, a sort of comet or meteor in the great atmosphere of the world. The meteor first made its appearance in the persons of Romulus and Remus, ran its career through the air, and finally disappeared in the person of its last emperor, Romulus Augustulus. And all that can be said of it is that its career through the air was marked with many extraordinary marvels, but whence it came and where it is gone, or whether it is not simply dissolved into space, no Protestant student so much as learns to inquire. And should any student by chance conceive the desire to inquire, he would certainly have to go to some other quarter for an answer to his inquiry than to his teachers. For these would not only be unable to give him one, but would in all probability express their extreme surprise at his wanting to know. And then as regards the wonderful city which was the seat of this marvelous meteor power, has this turned out to be a meteor also which has been absorbed into space, and which has passed out of the world of the living? Or has it come to be a mysterious Palmyra, buried in the sands of the desert, from time to time visited by some enterprising traveller at the risk of his life? What has become of it? Before it ceased to be an object of his studies, he had learned that it claimed to be eternal, and had even stamped its money with the words Romi Eternitati, to the eternity of Rome. What has become of its eternity? Poor student of a Protestant or secular school of learning, where will you find one who will take compassion upon you and try to answer your question? However, our Protestant student finds, when he comes to know a little more of the actual world in which he lives, that the great conquering meteor, whose brilliant career has been the object of his study, has left its city behind, that the city still bears the same name of the Eternal City, and that if it was then the central seat of a power that gave laws to the bulk of the then known world, it is now become the centre of a power which makes its voice heard over the entire globe, which sends its missionaries into every clime and every latitude, which treats on equal terms with all the kings of the earth, and whose decrees are in force among every people of the earth. He must go out of the earth, says St. Bernard, who would find anything not subject to the pontiff of Rome. Every eye still continues turned to this city from every part of the earth, and sooner shall the end of all things come than Rome shall cease to be the heart of the civilized world. Poor Protestant student, do not ask your teachers to account to you for this continuation, in a far more wonderful manner still, of the power and jurisdiction of the ancient Rome. All that they can do for you is to tell you that the subsequent career of this wonderful city has ceased to engage the attention or to occupy the minds of the learned world, that it has fallen into the hands of a mixed system of spiritual despotism and idolatry founded on ignorance and terrorism, and that the superior enlightenment of more recent time is unanimous in passing it over as quite unfit for the study of those who are preparing to take their place in the modern world. The best account, then, that the Protestant, and if you will, the secular system, they are cousin Germans, of conducting a liberal education can give of the great Roman Empire, which in its literature, Latin and Greek, and in its history forms the spine and marrow of a liberal education, is that in its beginning it was without a purpose, that its career was one continuous blind thirst for conquest and dominion, equally without a purpose, that as it grew to its vast extent and power by slow advances, so it in the same way shrank and dwindled away by slow degrees through dismemberment and inertness, and finally its end was without honor, as its beginning had been unknown to fame. It came upon the scene for no known end, and disappeared from the scene without any sequel, leaving the world very much as it had found it, to take care of itself and to continue its wars of people with people and of nation with nation. Contrast the above picture of chaos and confusion with the lucid statement of a perfect design on the part of divine providence for the government of the world, which the light of faith enables the Catholic school of liberal education to place before its pupils for the direction of their studies. The sacred scriptures inform us that when the world began to be peopled once more from the family of Noe, a band of associates formed the plan of building a city and a fortress to make their name famous before the growing population required to spread and divide itself over the earth. A city and a fortress have never had any other meaning than to secure political power and sovereignty, and the most usual way in which associates aim to make their name famous is by acquiring political power into their hands. Moreover, their city and fort had a design against religion. Its power was intended to reach to heaven. A city and fortress of this kind would have become a seat of central government over all the people of the earth, and that in their plan was contained a design against the religion of the earth, and that the associates intended to rule over both body and soul, follows from the act of God interposing to baffle and overthrow their scheme, for God does not interpose in the world except for sufficient reason. The building of a city and a fortress does not by any means of itself imply any crime against the majesty and sovereignty of God, but a city intended to be the seat of a power for ruling over the consciences and souls of men, and for acquiring such dominion as this into the hands of a set of associates, becomes a real crime against the majesty of God, calling for an act of his power to baffle and suppress it. The particular act of God by which this design was suppressed, viz., by the confusion of speech, has left on the family of Adam far more visible marks of its effect than the deluge has left on the material world. Peoples divided by differences of language, scattered over the earth into all lands, have become separated from the centres and schools of learning, and estranged and alienated from each other. They have lost and corrupted their knowledge of God in their isolated condition, and finally they have fallen into all the various forms of barbarism, more or less abject, in which huge numbers of tribes and peoples are still to be found even at the present hour. We ask what in the divine plan was to be taken and used as the remedy of the terrible wound inflicted upon the human family by the confusion of languages, for God ever remembers mercy in his judgments. The evil consisted in the alienation and estrangement of the various members of the human family from each other. A city with its pride of unjust, impious dominion had been the occasion of the wound being inflicted, and a city was to be taken for the remedy of the wound. From a city the evil had taken its beginning, and through a city it was to find its cure. Ars ut artem valerit, et medellam ferit inde, hostis unde lesserat. Babel and his fortress was the cause, the ruin. Rome, with its conquest and pacification of the world, was to bring the remedy. Rome was to give to the alienated and mutually estranged tribes and peoples of the earth their common citizenship and their center of unity. At first, the citizens of the rising city which was to conquer the world were to use the world's weapons and to prevail by armed legions and to create a military empire, in the wake of whose conquests peace and good order, civilization, and the arts of life were to follow. But as time advanced, there was to come one into the world who was to be stronger than the strong man, armed of the old empire, whose goods were to be in peace as long as he guarded them. This stronger man was to send his chosen apostle Peter to fix his chair in the city and to gather his new order of followers about him. The ancient city, seeing a religion growing up in its walls, which to its amazement it found to be coextensive with the world, and which declared the gods worshipped by the empire to be mere foul demons, was to be maddened with rage and jealousy to the extent of 10 several times in the course of 300 years, and to seek to exterminate the followers of the new religion by the united action of its law courts and their death penalties. A countless number were found to stand up and brave all the tortures and forms of death which disappointed rage and jealousy could invent, and in the end the old empire surrendered, overcome by the manifestation of such superhuman power of endurance. Then the emperors of Rome became Christian, and overcome by the majesty of the greater Christian unity of the nations, which was rapidly supplanting in the person of the Roman pontiff the former military and administrative unity of which they were themselves the centre, they removed their seat of government from Rome to Constantinople. The old empire had now done its work, and from this time it begins to decay and finally perishes. But the city of Rome becomes more than ever glorious among the nations as their Christian centre of unity, and in the year A.D. 800 the reigning pope restores the Christian or Holy Roman Empire and bestows the crown of it upon Charlemagne, whose coronation oath obliges him to defend the city and its pontiff. The city continues for 1,000 years from Charlemagne up to the last of the line of emperors, whom Napoleon I compelled to abdicate, the abode of the popes under the protection of their sworn crown defenders, and the present century sets in, leaving the city and its pontiff in the midst of the nations to take its fate amongst them. Contrast for a moment the pitiful confusion of great events without end or aim, which Roman history, studied in a Protestant or secular school, presents to the mind of its pupils, with the beautiful and satisfactory light which faith throws upon the whole of the history to the mind of the Catholic student. Compare, on the one side the mangled and truncated catalogue of disjointed facts, with one portion of the history is extravagantly lauded and extolled as the other is sedulously covered up with and hidden from sight, with the constant onward march of the history on the other, in which the eternal city, the divinely adopted center of unity for the nations of the world, chosen in mercy for the mitigation of the divine judgment and penalty, always forms the center of the picture on which the mind rests, and we may easily perceive what a charm and a power for good there is in the truth. Where is the right-minded student of history who, with the choice fairly laid before him, would not say, "Give me the beautiful order, the light and the lucid intelligence which the Catholic plan of the history opens before me"? Knowledge, says the old adage, is power, and when St. Peter says to us, "Do you, using all diligence, minister in your faith virtue, and in your virtue knowledge," 1 Peter 2, what have we else to do but to comply with his words? The peculiar circumstances of the time, then, we must contend, constitute the call to us to be diligent in cultivating this knowledge. For the city of Rome and the father of Christendom are now thrown by the disposition of divine providence upon the good will and attachment of all the nations, that the nations be everywhere full of faith and veneration, and the Pope may live among them as a father lives among his children. The services of the armed policeman are not supposed to be needed to enable the beloved and respected father to live in peace in the bosom of his family, who love and revere him and esteem his least wish to be law. But alas, who among us can cherish with such a desperate illusion as to try to persuade ourselves that the nations of the world, and particularly the people of Europe who are nearest to him, constitute the loving and reverential household gathered about the sacred person of the Father of Christendom? Who can look forward to the unknown future without a certain dismay and a heartfelt prayer that it may please God to avert the evil day? We are not masters of the future, and it is not in our hands, but it is in our power to make use for the present moment of that which God places in our reach. Hence we may, in conclusion, revert to the example of Nehemias. The more he perceived himself to be an object of contempt and ill will to his adversaries, the more resolutely he set himself to the work of rebuilding and strengthening the defences of his city. Let us follow his example, and then, shouldst it be the pleasure of the providence of God to bring days of darkness and suffering on the Father of Christendom, and on the city which is the Christian centre of unity for all the nations of the earth, we may, through our diligence and perseverance, have the comfort of knowing that the words of the prophet, "Conticuit populus meus eu quod mon habu erit ski entiam," do not apply to our particular people, but that they will be ready to join with us heart and soul in raising our cry against the crime and wrong that will then have been committed. End of section 41. Section 42 of the American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Catholic Quarterly, Volume 1. Catholic Indians in Michigan and Wisconsin. At the present day, with the exception of a few insignificant bands of converted Indians in Lower Canada, not a vestige of early Jesuit influence can be found among the tribes. The seed was sown upon a rock. Francis Parkman, The Conspiracy of Pontiac, Volume 1, page 55. The missions had failed because the Indians had ceased to exist. Idem the Jesuits in North America in the 17th century, page 320. To do justice to a writer, himself by no means scrupulous when quoting from Catholic sources, we must admit that the author of the Jesuits in North America, apparently forgetful of the existence and but superficially acquainted with the present condition of our own Northwestern Indians, may, in penning the above lines, have had in view the fate of the Huron and Algonquin tribes in Canada alone. But as it stands, and as it will be understood by the reader, that sweeping judgment on the result of the early Jesuits' labors holds about the same relation to truth as the novelist's plot to the sober historical facts on which he strings the threads of his fanciful texture. Those Jesuit fathers would not, it is true, be a whit less worthy of every American's grateful admiration if time and events beyond their control had really destroyed the last vestige of their missions, and hence, were it only a question of their claims to the admiration of posterity, the aberrations of this imaginative historian would call for no correction at our hands. But erroneous impressions, prevailing to some extent even in Catholic circles on this subject, have already been attended with some very lamentable consequences. One of them we think we can recognize in the humiliating fact that for a considerable number of Indians already converted, and for others still buried in heathen darkness, though not generally averse to Christianity, the large and yearly increasing body of the Catholic priesthood in the United States has not a member to spare. To help to remove those impressions is one of the chief objects of the present paper on the history, conversion, and present religious condition of the Indian tribes in Michigan and Wisconsin. The theme suggested to the writer as one that would prove interesting to the readers of the American Catholic Quarterly. Let facts speak and history tell her tale. A glance at any map or statistical table showing the distribution of Indian tribes over the land will reveal the fact, perhaps not quite insignificant, that in the whole area of the United States east of the Mississippi you will find few traces of their original Indian populations, except where the image of the crucified Redeemer in the hands of a Jesuit was once held up to the veneration of the benighted native. A remnant of Abenakis in Maine and Iroquois in the northern part of New York, larger bodies of Algonquins, chiefly Ottawas, Ojibwas, and Menominee, together with portions of the Five Nations in Michigan, Wisconsin, and northeastern Minnesota, are all that remain within the area specified of the ancient masters of the soil. And these are precisely the tribes among whom the sweat and blood of our early missionaries were most freely spent. Those Indians are not all Catholics, nor even Christians, but the influence of the Church, once strongly felt by their sires, is still in a measure being brought to bear upon the greater part of the present generation, which would hardly be the case had not the ground been broken by those sturdy workmen of the 17th century. Besides, entitled partly at least to all the rights of citizenship, allowed the privilege of a home, and devoted mainly to agricultural pursuits, the greater number of these Indians have attained to such a degree of civilization as renders it highly improbable that the question of their removal will ever again be proposed. And this, too, it may safely be said, nay, to some extent their very existence they owe to the labors of the great missionary order. As to the insignificancy of these bands or tribes, let it be understood that small as their absolute numbers may be, less than 1,000 to 12,000 severally, the present numerical strength of one of the last mentioned Algonquin tribes, the Ottawas, is not inferior to that of the two others, Menomonees and Ojibways, and even greatly in excess of what it was at the time of the Jesuits' first arrival among their fathers. This was when the missionaries Rambles and Yogis came to visit the assembled Ojibways and Potawatomis at the rapids of St. Mary in Upper Michigan, only 9 years after the second occupation of Canada by the French, and 5 years, as Bancroft has it, before Eliot addressed the tribe of Indians that dwelled within 6 miles of Boston Harbor. It was, however, merely for the purpose of reconnoitering the field that those fathers in June 1641 set out from their Huron mission of St. Mary's near the southern coast of Georgian Bay, and of the 2,000 Indians they met at the rapids, less than 200 were residents of the place. The Potawatomis, then fugitives from the shores of Lake Michigan, dwelt only as transient guests among their Ojibwe cousins, the small band of Bawatigowinneniwag, or men of the stream lashed into dust. The chiefs of the latter invited the two missionaries as envoys of France to erect some kind of an establishment, a trading post they meant, in their town, and apparently as an inducement promised to listen also to their message on the part of that other invisible power which they represented. Owing to the small number of members the society then counted on this side of the ocean, the missionaries could only hold out a hope of future help to the savages. "We want laborers," remarks the superior of the mission in connection with that plan. "We must first endeavor to gain the nations nearer to us, and in the meantime beseech God to hasten the moment when those others too shall be converted." Whence that scarcity of laborers? Were vocations for the Indian mission so rare among the more than 1,000 members the order then counted in France? One of the superiors in Quebec informs us that for one father asked for 10 offered themselves. Why then not send them? The answer follows immediately. "I learn," he says, "that all we have in France for this mission is but very little." Alas, must the goods of this world be a hindrance to those of heaven? The old story of Dives and Lazarus. 18 years passed before another Jesuit reached Lake Superior or preached the gospel to any of the western Algonquins. This fact finds its explanation in the reduction by the Iroquois of the Huron towns on Georgian Bay in 1649, the consequent dispersion of all the neighboring Algonquin tribes, and the blockade of the avenue to the west. An attempt to reach Lake Michigan, made despite the danger in 1656, was frustrated by an Iroquois attack at the Lake of Two Mountains. One of the fathers, the Huron missionary Gerald, fell pierced by the ball of a Mohawk, or, as the savages asserted, of a French deserter in their ranks. The other, Father Drouillet, was deserted by his frightened Ottawa conductors. 4 years later, the same missionary, having met with an Algonquin chief who, to avoid the lurking foe, had accomplished the journey from Green Bay to the Saguenay by way of Lake Superior and Hudson Bay, conceived and proposed the plan of passing over the same circuitous and horrible route in order to reach the West and its thousands of benighted Indians. Such was the spirit of our pioneer missionaries, such their indomitable resolution when the gain of souls was in question. But the reviving hopes of that youthful sexagenarian were to be fulfilled in another and an unexpected manner. In the summer of 1660 there was joy in the colony. A large canoe fleet, the first from Lake Superior, had arrived. 2 young Frenchmen, after a winter spent in what is now Upper Michigan, northwestern Wisconsin, and eastern Minnesota, had run the blockade with 300 Ottawa and Ojibwa traders, and now came to enrich their employers and to open the way to the long-contemplated Western mission. A few days only were granted for a hasty preparation, and on August the 28th, 2 fathers with a Donnay and 6 other young laymen, probably traders, embarked with the returning Indians at the infant settlement of 3 Rivers. Before entering on the details of the first apostolic expedition to Lake Superior, a survey of the western field, as then known, must be offered to the reader. In 1660 there was not an Indian on the shores of Lake Huron or on any of its islands. The whole peninsula of Upper Canada was a solitude. Lower Michigan, too, was a desert. A voyageur from the island of Montreal, paddling his canoe up the Ottawa and descending through Lake Nipissing and French River, the accustomed thoroughfare to Lake Huron, would not on the whole route have met a single Algonquin hunter, nor was the smoke of a wigwam likely to greet him until he came into the neighborhood of the broad Menomonee that now forms the boundary between Upper Michigan and Wisconsin. or if the term of his journey lay to the north, and he entered the bay of Keweenaw, 90 leagues beyond the rapids of St. Mary, even at this great rendezvous of Algonquin fishermen, no less than in the Straits of Mackinac, the true home of the trout and the whitefish, he would only have found the gull and the eagle left to feed on the dainties of the red man. But perchance our traveller, while skimming the waves of Lakes Huron or Michigan, might have fallen in with 1,000 warriors from the neighborhood of the Dutch settlements on the Mohawk, hunting along the shore on a raid to the coast of Wisconsin, or might have heard the splash of the passing paddle of a timid scout from Green Bay on his way to the old home of the Hurons, perhaps soon to hasten back and bring timely warning of the Iroquois' ever-dreaded approach. To such an extent the daring and resoluteness of a few thousand savages had prevailed over an enemy more than tenfold their own number, and not wanting in warlike qualities, but incapable of combined action, and destitute of able leaders, or if they had them, impatient of restraint and rebellious. As wisps of straw, the sport of fitful blasts of wind, are swept off the barnyard and gathered into the corners, thus the Algonquin tribes, together with a remnant of Hurons, had by the worshippers of Arisco been driven from one place of refuge to another, until they found themselves huddled together on the distant bays of Lakes Superior and Michigan. Green Bay, on the latter, Keweenaw, and Chigoimigan on the former, were their three principal rallying places. On the shores of Green Bay there had met, at a date now unknown, two offshoots of widely distinct families, the Dakota Winnebagoes from the west and the Algonquin Menomonees from the distant east, greatly reduced in the course of time by wars, nay, almost exterminated, but still closely allied among themselves. The Menomonees and Winnebagoes were represented by the first French traders, 1654 to 1656, as forming but one of those bands, then dignified with the name of nations, a small clan of the Ojibwa tongue, the Noqueas or Knockets, who have left their name to the deep indentations of the Michigan shore opposite Green Bay, had previous to the flight of the upper Algonquins formed the connecting link between the Menomonees and the Ojibwas of Sault Ste. Marie, or Santo proper. For fishing with the latter during the summer, they were, in the autumn, found sharing the wild rice harvest of the former, and hence those early explorers identified them with the Menomonees and Winnebagoes. The aggregate number of these three original Green Bay tribes or bands would seem, at the period in question, to have hardly exceeded 1,000. But large accessions to the Algonquin population of northeastern Wisconsin had come in the course of the last 20 years from the east and southeast. The first welcome guests were the Potawatomis, a tribe of somewhat more refined manners than most of their northern neighbors and kindred. Expelled by the Iroquois from their rich hunting grounds in the southern part of lower Michigan, they had already before 1640 migrated to the neighborhood of Green Bay. Compelled to flee before the Sioux, they sought refuge with their Ojibwa cousins at the rapids where Rambles and Jogues met them in 1641. Retracing their steps, they first halted on the islands that cluster around the point of the Green Bay Peninsula, to one of which they have given their name, and finally spread over the southern part of the bay, the principal settlement being located at some distance from its head on the eastern shore. Making proper allowance for the probable exaggeration in their census, according to which in 1656 they would have counted 700 warriors or 3,000 souls, this fine tribe must still be looked upon as having stood foremost among the settlers on the shores of Green Bay. Together with the Potawatomis, or not much later the Nassawakawatons, or nation of the Fork, a clan of the Ottawa tongue, arrived in the bay and settled at their side. They formed a village of about 200 souls. Hardly inferior to the Potawatomis in numbers, but greatly in culture and moral qualities, were their near relatives and former neighbors, the Usakis, or Sacs, who sometime after the defeat of the neutral nation in Upper Canada in 1651, driven by the universal foe from their magnificent forests on the Saginaw and Tittawasi, were soon found scattered among the Winnebagos and their own Algonquin kindred on the spur of Green Bay, on the opposite shore, and on the lower Fox River. But following the bent of their savage nature, they delighted in roving through the woods of northern Wisconsin, ready, it was said of them, to strike down and despoil the first defenseless traveler that fell into their hands. The Usakis were followed apparently by land around the southern bend of Lake Michigan by their former allies, the Outagamas, those Ishmaelites among the Algonquins, better known from the name of one of their totemic animals as Reynard or foxes. Enjoying, like their Usaki brethren, an unenviable reputation even among their own fellow savages, they acted wisely in securing a more remote station on the fertile borders of the Wolf River, where they formed, it is stated, a town of more than 200 cabins, each occupied at least by 5, in some instances even by 10 families. The number of their warriors, according to a probably exaggerated statement, amounting to 1,000. Polygamy rather the exception among most of the northern tribes, being the rule with that of the Outagamas. The seed of the gospel could not be expected in their case to fall on very fertile soil. Nor has the unfavorable description given of this tribe by the earliest authors been ever belied by its subsequent history. On the Neenah, or Upper Fox River, southwest of Lake Winnebago, the Mashkotans, or Prairie tribe, perhaps 2,000 in number, has sought refuge before the all but ubiquitous enemy, to whose inroads they also had been exposed in their former, more eastern location. With them we find already in 1656 a clan of the kindred Miamis called the Atchagos, or Nation of the Crane. At a considerably later period, other Illinois clans, especially the Kickapoos and Kitchigamins, came hither, but rather as transient guests. In fact, every adverse shock sustained by the numerous bands of the Illinois nation during the varying fortunes of their war with the Dakotas on the one hand and the Iroquois on the other seems to have thrown a new wave of fugitives upon that advantageous spot, the fertile height of land which forms the watershed in central Wisconsin between the Mississippi and the Great Lakes. Thus, within 3 or 4 days' journey north and south from the head of Green Bay, and easily accessible from one central station, a pagan population of at least 12,000 souls awaited the coming of the missionary. Beyond that immediate neighborhood, at distances varying from 6 to 10 days' journey, other and more numerous nations were known to reside. The Illinois proper estimated at 100,000 souls, the Miamis reaching 1/4 of that number, the sedentary Dakotas, or Sioux, inhabiting 40 towns, in 5 of which no less than 5,000 warriors had been counted, and the Dakotas of the prairies, or Poo-alak, Bewang, in 30 villages or nomad camps. Greatly exaggerated as some of these accounts certainly must be, the field was large, and well might the heartfelt good wishes of the Jesuits in Canada go with those of their brethren whose steps were now turned in the direction of so glorious a harvest, and by whom it was fondly expected the words were soon to be accomplished, fructum referent in patientia. The tawny canoemen, however, that had agreed to carry those missionaries were bound for a more northerly rallying point of Algonquin fugitives. Detached parties of the Ojibwa tribe, itself a wanderer from the east, were, of all Indians known to history, the first visitors to the shores of Lake Superior. But only uncounted ages after the mysterious ancient miners, the mound builders of more southern latitudes had abandoned their work of centuries in the rich copper deposits of upper Michigan. The number of those Ojibwa hunters and fishers on both shores and at the western end of the lake appears to have been inconsiderable till the Iroquois onslaught on the Huron, 1650, made Lake Huron disgorge through the Straits of St. Mary, the Ojibwa part of its border population, the Nikicones, or nation of the otter, the Amacones, or nation of the beaver, and the Mississaugas, all living along the rugged coast of Lake Huron to the north of Manitoulin Island, took refuge on the north shore of Lake Superior. Accompanied, it would appear, by the Kenoshays, they carried with them their brethren of the rapids, and were followed by a part of the Nipissings, who, after having held their ground for some time, were also compelled to disperse, some taking refuge in the colony, others joining the exiles in the north. But the chase on that most inhospitable shore of Lake Superior proving insufficient for the support of such numbers, a part of the fugitives, principally Amacones and Nipissings, penetrated into the interior and settled in the neighborhood of the Kinestino, or Crees, on Lake Nepegon, Anemibigon, while the Mississaugas, Kenoshays, and Santo returned to the south shore and took up their headquarters at Keweenaw, Keweenaw, where they found the band of Lance Wikwedong. It was from this bay the flotilla of 60 canoes, guided by the 2 young Frenchmen already mentioned, set out in the summer of 1660, but the number of Ojibwa voyagers was greatly swelled by members of the Ottawa tribe. Among the several tribes that, gradually receding before the Iroquois, had, after some stay on Mackinac and the Knocket Islands, sought refuge in Green Bay, were the Ottawas of Manitoulin Island and the east shore of Lower Michigan, comprised under the name of Kishkakons and Senegos. All most inseparably united with them through the long course of their wanderings, we find a tribe of the Huron tongue, former neighbors and friends of that unfortunate nation, and known as Patans, or Tobacco Nation, Tomantatas, and Wyandots. These united Kishkakons, Senegos, and Tomantatas had formed the bulk of the trading party that, on their return from Canada in 1656, lost a missionary and abandoned another. And there are grounds to believe that it was this new proof of Iroquois prowess, and the fear of being pursued by an enemy who already the year before had laid siege to their fort on Green Bay, that determined them to seek a still more distant hiding place on the very shores of the Mississippi. For a year or two, an island in Lake Pepin became their quiet but again transitory home, for, untaught by adversity, they repaid the friendly advances of the Dakotas by wanton murders and hostile invasion, meditating nothing less than the conquest of their country, and rapid flight alone saved them from destruction. Having reached the mouth of the Black River, one of the tributaries of the Mississippi, they ascended it to its source. There the Hurons halted and fortified themselves, while the Ottawas, probably by way of Lake Cordis or Rylus, Ottawa Lake, pushed forward towards Lake Superior. Having struck its shore and found in the bay of Chegoimegon all the advantages they could desire for a permanent home, they lost no time in exploring both the north and the south shore of the Great Lake, at once entered into commercial relations with the Ojibwa settlers, whom they met at different points, but especially at Keweenaw, and furnished their contingent to the fleet of traders that from this bay in 1660 descended to the colony. The number of Ottawas in Chegoimegon may have amounted to 1,500, probably somewhat exceeding that of Ojibwas in Keweenaw, while the Tiomontate Hurons, still loitering on the headwaters of the Black River, counted no more than 500 souls. But of the latter, the greater part, though utterly demoralized by 10 years wandering among and in close alliance with pagans, belonged at least to the Church, into which they had, after a sufficient trial, and with the hope of continued instruction, been received, while still in their own country. The Ottawas, on the contrary, were, with scarce an exception, still pagans and but slightly acquainted with the real character of the Christian faith, although on their visits to the Hurons in Georgian Bay they had sometimes seen and conversed with its messengers. The good-natured but light-hearted Kishkakons were great scoffers. the sterner and ruder synagogues declared enemies of the faith. As for the Ojibwas in Keweenaw, a few of the floating population were baptized. Others had a slight knowledge of the Catholic religion, but were indifferent or bitterly opposed to it. And so were the fugitives in the north, with the exception of a goodly number of Nipissings that had been baptized in their old home, and who still, though surrounded by pagans, publicly professed their faith. Into this seething mass of barbarism, Christian missionaries were now about to let fall the leaven of divine faith. A short account of the moral condition, character, and superstitions of these northwestern tribes will here be in place, but to give even the faintest outline of the degradation into which they had sunk, and of the horrors of Indian paganism, would require more space than is at our command, and must be deferred to some future occasion. It was towards the end of August when the Chegoamegan and the Keweenaw traders, with whom the 2 Jesuit fathers Adonai of the mission and 6 other Frenchmen had embarked, left 3 rivers, paddling with all their might, lest the northern winter, even earlier in those days than now, should overtake them before they reached their intended quarters in Keweenaw. On the Ottawa, an attack by a lurking party of 100 Onondagas was happily repulsed. This peril over, the fleet disbanded, everyone seeking such scanty means of living as he could procure on the dreary shores of rivers and lakes. About the second week of October, the 50 canoes, arriving at intervals, glided into the vast bay of Keweenaw. One of the last frail vessels bore a travel-worn, emaciated priest, almost a septuagenarian, a survivor of the noble band of Huron missionaries who longed for the moment, apparently not far distant, that was to unite him with his martyred brethren in a better land. Deprived of the companionship of his brother missionary, who by some whim of his savage guides had been deserted at Montreal, separated from his French fellow-travellers, forced, though frequently in a state of starvation, to ply the paddle or carry burdens on a journey, itself well nigh a living martyrdom, ignominiously treated by his conductors. The brutal Quinoches, nay, in consequence of the accidental destruction of his canoe, abandoned for 6 days on the dreary shore of Lake Superior, Father René Menard thought himself abundantly rewarded when, upon his arrival in Keweenaw on the 15th of October, he was once more permitted to say Mass, and thus, by the holiest act of religion, inaugurate the Ottawa and Ojibwa mission. In the late autumn of the following year, 1661, the fathers in Quebec were rejoiced by the first account of Menard's arrival. The tidings were brought by a son of Le Brochet's, the barbarian Quinoche chief, who soon after the father's arrival had ejected him from his lodge. "The black gown is well. In the spring he will return in good company," said the messenger. He must have been ill-informed, or he purposely told an untruth. For the next entry concerning that missionary in the Jesuits' report of July 26, 1663, runs thus: "Yesterday the good God sent us 35 Ottawa canoes, with whom returned 7 Frenchmen out of the 9 who had left us. The 2 others, who are Father Menard and his faithful companion Jean Guérin, have gone in another direction to enter, sooner than these, the safe port of our common country. 2 years ago the father died. Jean Guérin followed him about 10 months ago. Another life thrown away, or could the results of this father's short missionary labor in Keweenaw have been commensurate with the price they cost? To him who would weigh matters in the balance of faith, the answer cannot be doubtful." After a 9 months' mission on Lake Superior, made frightful by its sufferings during a Siberian winter spent in a miserable hovel, the Good Shepherd had undertaken, partly on foot, partly in a canoe, a long journey through the woods in search of that lost sheep, the half-Christian band of Hurons on Black River. But he lost his way near one of the rapids of the upper Wisconsin, and died of hunger and misery, unless, as there is reason to believe, his death was hastened by the club of a prowling Usaki. There is no account of the number of children whose happy souls thronged around the good missionary at his entrance into heaven to thank him for the boon of the beatific vision secured to them by holy baptism received at his hands. But among the Hurons, who, famished and incessantly harassed by their Dakota foes, soon after the father's death accomplished their march to Keweenaw and thence to Chegomegan, begun amidst toils and sufferings that swept away most of their younger children. Menard's companion, Corcoran, the Donnais, baptized not less, it is asserted, than 200. Nor was the missionaries' labor lost on the adults of the different Algonquin bands that witnessed this beautiful sacrifice of a life spent in the service of the poor and ignorant. After a severe trial, and only when entirely convinced of the sincerity of their faith, Father Menard baptized about a dozen of them. But the discerning eye of the missionary had not been deceived, for according to the testimony of his successors, his converts continued, after the dispersion of their several bands, in the practice of the highest Christian virtues, especially that of chastity. A new revelation to souls emerged as they had been in the slough of moral filth. At Chigoamegon, on Manitoulin, and on the north shore of Lake Huron, thus affording by their example, or as in the case of the remarkable celibate Louis, even by actual teaching, an invaluable aid to the first messengers of the faith in all those places. And should the sacrifice of life, clearly foreseen and gladly offered by that soldier of the cross, be counted for nothing? The secrets of divine mercy in measuring out graces of conversion are indeed hidden from our eyes. But on all those bands that heard Father Menard in Keweenaw, a blessing, however long deferred in some cases, had come down in the shape of their complete or well-nigh complete conversion. The Ojibwas of Wickwodong, or Lance, at the head of Keweenaw Bay, were soon left alone in the possession of their fishing and hunting grounds, for before the arrival of the next missionary to Lake Superior, 1665, who, on his way to Chigoamegon, met at Keweenaw 2 of Father Menard's converts, shining like stars through the darkness of infidelity, the greater part of the floating population, composed of Hurons, Kishkakons, and Kenoshays, had struck out for the west, and 3 years later the Saskatchewan and Mississaugas were again in their old homes on the rapids and straits of St. Mary. No mention is made in the relations of any attempt at converting the remaining Keweenaw bands during the short period of the early Lake Superior mission, and from its close in 1671 to the 4th decade of the present century, no envoy of the Church is known to have entered the deeper recesses of that bay. But a tradition in the form of prophecy and of an injunction was handed down through 5 generations, that once the French black gown would appear among the men of Wickwodong, to him alone they should listen. Accordingly, when some 40 years ago a worthy Wesleyan minister established himself in Keweenaw, the greater part of the Indians, though generally not averse to Christianity and well aware of the worldly advantages to be gained by joining the prayer of the Big Knife, held back in distrust. But as soon as the restorer of the northwestern Algonquin missions, a man bearing in many traits of character a striking resemblance to their first founder, took up his humble abode in their town, 1842, they at once recognized the voice of the shepherd and humbly bowed their heads to the saving waters of baptism. Their village on the western shore of the bay now contains, with some neighboring hamlets, over 300 Catholic Indians who subsist by farming and fishing, are under the care of a resident pastor, and enjoy the advantages of a school kept by the good sisters of St. Joseph. The village and the county in which it lies now bear, by a creditable recognition of Christian merit on the part of an American legislature, the name of Baraga, the founder of the mission and the first successor in Keweenaw of Father René Menard. 10 years before the erection of the present Keweenaw or Lance mission, a boat rowed by 9 Ottawas of Arbre Croche in Lower Michigan and bearing a still youthful missionary entered the mouth of the North Manistee River on the southern shore of the Upper Peninsula. Not far from thence, near a beautiful sheet of water, encased among gently rising wooded hills, the men of a small Indian hamlet were busily engaged in roofing a little log chapel and patching it with bark, the style of the golden age of the missions. These Ojibwa hunters had never seen a priest, but the remembrance and the love of the black gown was an heirloom in their families. Hence, being assured of his intended visit, they wished to be thoroughly prepared for his ministrations. Having finished their sylvan temple with the assistance of the missionary himself and his companions, they all on the morrow reverently knelt at the same sacrifice that Father Maynard, little less than 200 years before, had offered up to God for the conversion of their ancestors in Keweenaw. They were remnant of Le Brochet's band, the Kenoches of the relations. Within a fortnight, Father Baraga, for no other was the happy apostle, received them into the church, of which, though seldom visited, they have since remained faithful members, gathering at least on Sundays and holy days to sing their hymns and to read or recite their prayers under the roof of their fast decaying chapel. End of section 42.